The FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifier Pre-Show is presented by PS4.
Some say it's about skill.
Ronaldinho, l'ancien joueur du PSG. Ronaldinho, le raton est parfait.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Caca en el balcón del área, va a tener la va a tener la va a tener.
And some say it's the moment.
Manchester City and Chelsea, Premier League champions.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I don't accept that ranking of #1 until I've won a trophy.
Tom has a European major.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Playoffs.
Yes! What is up, everybody, and welcome to the last events of this FIFA Global Series season. It is the European playoffs on the PS4 side of things. Before we get to the FIFA E World Cup, I'm Jimmy Conrad, and not only did I bring this megaphone with me, I also brought Mike LaBelle along for the ride. What's up, Mike? Great to see you. How are you feeling ahead of this last event?
I got a mix of emotions, Jimmy. I got to be transparent with you. Last weekend, we saw ups, we saw downs, we saw early eliminations, we saw the heroic moments, we saw some disasters. I'm just saying. So I kind of hear. PlayStation got a lot of the top tier players, a lot of the household names, and a lot of them aren't going to make it to the FIFA E World Cup.
I know, there's only 9 spots left, so let's take a look at who has already booked their tickets to the E World Cup. Some big names here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's also a lot of new players and new faces. You see MS Desari pop off the page if you're looking at familiar faces. Big shout out to Beast Bianchi, first South African to qualify to a FIFA E World Cup ever. We got King CJ and Agit Power holding it down for North America, at least on the PlayStation end, and then Farm and Isaacson, for going to Mexico, really took over the Xbox division. We also have PH Zen, you might be familiar with. Nicholas, the Iceman, you should know him well. Palinetto, big shout out to Crepaldi as well, who was able to not only qualify from South America, but win the event. You see, Fabio Denuzzo for the old timers. The same with Inter Levy, who we saw win last weekend. First time that he's ever qualified for a FIFA E World Cup, 10 years. And then some of the young gunners, Optali, Musty, Jaden, 16, 17, 18, 19 years young, making Jimmy feel older than he deserves to feel.
Come on. Well, I'm glad you brought up those names, because before we take any steps further on the PS4 side of things, let's recap what happened last week on Xbox.
Day 1.
Ronaldo finishes it in. Hexen Godmo 2-1.
First off, headliner.
We have to talk about
Tex not only is not going to be competing in the FIFA E World Cup, but we are not going to see him in action in day 2. The Swedes, on the other hand, Aptale, Olalito, undefeated, 5-0.
$100,000 to the winner.
Also, Ajax Danny was not able to get it going. It happens to the best of us. Upward and onward into the double elimination. Day 2.
Let's go.
Huge goal.
What went down, it was chaotic.
It's coming for everyone. This man.
We have 8 competitors that are locked in.
Wow, crazy scenes here.
Clenke will be going to the FIFA E World Cup.
Well done, my friend.
There we have it. Inter's Levy, 2 goals to 1.
Denuzzo. Denuzzo. Oh no! Denuzzo is back in London.
It just wouldn't be a championship Sunday without some Germans. Did I mention the Nordic region, Scandinavian, looking very dominant?
So clinical in the final third is Mr. Lilly.
Day 3, Championship Sunday.
Let's go. Let's go.
Vibes,
An incredible run.
atmosphere.
And he goes right.
Wow.
Log it into the history books.
Go top side. Well.
We have 2 Italians.
Win this game, you guarantee a top 4 finish.
We have 2 Germans.
Go out of this game quietly. Into the top left corner.
We have 2 Danes.
John Clanke again. He knocks it down to R9. These games currently underway.
1 from the UK.
Kelly back to CR7. Oh my god.
Also 16 years young.
1-1. Huge chance. R9.
What else? Oh, 16-year-old Clanky.
R9, there's the ball. There's CR7.
$70,000 in the bank.
$70,000.
Yeah, crazy.
And then our champion, Dutch, Levy,
Inter's Levy looking for 2. R9.
10-year veteran.
The ball roll was superb.
But his first FIFA E World Cup.
An Xbox champion for the first time ever.
$100,000 richer.
He was out of his seat as well.
Congratulations, Levy.
I'm just so happy for everyone.
Okay, all right. So I've got 2 things for you, Mike, when I watch that. 1, that is a fantastic recap, and I want more content of you walking around New York City. 2nd, how jealous are you of my megaphone, that is? I know you're jealous.
They're bringing up the megaphones again. Okay, I'm still waiting for my shipment details or you to ship over the tracking information. I sent you the Addy. You told me you were going to send me one of the megaphones, if not a couple of them. We can get something matching. We can go back and forth. We can megaphone-a-thon. I don't know what that really sounds or looks like, but I maybe slightly jealous.
Okay, so what was your biggest storyline from last week? Was it Levy winning and getting into the E-World Cup, as you mentioned, for the first time in 10 years? Or was it some of the big names, a lot of UK players not making it and booking their ticket to the E-World Cup? I'm looking at Tex in particular.
I think there's 3 different stories that we really should take away. If you're just going for clicks, of course, talking about Tex, it makes so much sense if you're looking at this from the grand scheme of the competitive FIFA scene. However, I think Levy and showing like his adversity, his story, facing so many different competitions and different opponents over the course of 10 years, and this being his FIFA E World Cup is massive. And then the third big point is that we saw a lot of young guys. We saw 4 guys that are teenagers make the FIFA E World Cup. That's not going to be something that we've ever seen in previous years. And we always bring up the question, are these guys ready? And the answer is yes. It is no longer this barrier or this separation due to age or experience. And some of the guys that are 19 or even 20 years old have 3 or 4 years experience competing at the highest level.
I love it. And those are great storylines. We'll see if they emerge this weekend. And speaking of this weekend, let's talk a little bit about the competition format. If you guys don't know what it's about, I've got you covered. So here is the deal, everyone. 64 players are competing over 3 days. And on day 1, we're going to have the Swiss group stage where we have 5 Swiss rounds. But out of those rounds, you only need to win 3 times to qualify for day 2. If you get 3 losses, though, unfortunately, you're eliminated and you have to watch the rest of the tournament on your couch, just like the rest of us. So 32 players will move on to day 2, where we have double elimination. That's right. We're going to have a winner's bracket, and then if players lose, they go down to the loser's bracket. What's very important to know is that 8 of these players, of the 32, will qualify for the E-World Cup. They will book their ticket. But we have a little something special planned for day 3, and you're going to see that in a second. Each match is 2 legs. Then, of course, if it's tied, it goes to extra time and penalty kicks. You guys know the deal. But now on day 3, of those 8 players that are going to be competing for the trophy and the prize money, of course, but we have this 9th place match where 4 competitors will still have a chance to get that last spot to the E-World Cup. It is incredibly exciting, and I am here for it. I can't wait to see what happens, and I can't wait to see who wins all this money. $400,000 in total, $100,000 to the champion. So with so much at stake, I wish the players the best of luck. Of course, the best of luck. There's so much at stake here, Mike Labelle. So much pressure, so much pride, reputation, everything they've worked for, all the dedication and sacrifice. So let's take a look at the players that are actually here, our 64. Mike, take us through this a little bit as we look through all of these names.
It is a very decorated list. You see the Italians to get things started. And there's a lot of Italian players that are at that top tier, that upper echelon, that premium on the PlayStation end in particular. We also got to bring up Andoni, kind of had a resurgence this year. Houston, very attacking-based player. Going to see extra offense. Not a guy that knows what defense looks like. Is not going to hold the ball. Speaking of those Italians, Cosimo, what's up? Here we go. Big stage. I want to see it. You got Dennis. You got the second Peixoto, because we have both of those Peixotos. Of course, the Ducks collaboration with Adriman and Graverson, both being very highly regarded competitors and very likable guys in the scene. To go with Need as well, joining that Empire. No play on words, but you see Empire right below that. We also have Falcon JRA. The Spanish scene, I'm telling you, is making this initiative. They're really making this push. I'm so interested to see which guys come out, because there isn't necessarily a ton of representation from some of the classic nations we always talk about. We see #Tom. How many UK guys can actually make a run? Can potentially get into the FIFA World Cup? It really wasn't happening on the Xbox end. I'm just bringing it up. I'm just reiterating as you see some more of the players that are going to be on display today and potentially this weekend if they're able to get through the Swiss stage. Easier said than done.
Yeah, here we go. Taking a look more at some of the other players. Excuse me. #Tom. We got to get some UK representation in this E-World Cup. Nobody showed up for the last one, unfortunately, on the Xbox side of things. So a lot of pressure, maybe a little extra pressure for these players in particular. The Danes, Scandinavia in general, did very well. You can see a couple names there at the bottom with Stefko, Karabakic, and Krompy. Well, Krompy's representing from Finland. That's pretty cool. I like to see that. Maestro, a familiar name in the scene. Oli Boli, Principe, Mo Abba, Shells. Some very, very big names. Pinna, Stefano Pinna, obviously, Rapsu. Awesome. This is going to be an amazing tournament. I don't really know what to say. These guys are all so talented. It's just a matter, as you mentioned, Mike, who's going to step up and do the business. Now we get to see the prize money breakdown. As I mentioned, in the competition format, $400,000 are at stake, and $100,000 of it goes to the winner. $70,000 to the second. That's not too shabby for a weekend's worth of work. And then it trickles down from there. A lot to get into, a lot to play for, which is why we have to introduce one of our favorite people in the scene, Ryan Pessoa from Manchester City. Ryan, great to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, great to be alongside both you and Jimmy, well, you and Mike this weekend. Of course, PlayStation action. I got my teammate from Man City playing, competing, so I'm excited to see that. And of course, again, we saw upsets last weekend on the Xbox. I'm interested to see if there's going to be as many upsets, but there's so many names that could qualify for the World Cup this week.
Are we going to see a Brit in the E-World Cup, or what's going to happen? It looks like it's coming home potentially on the real field. Can we have it come home on the virtual pitch as well?
I'm hoping so. We've got 3 players from the UK, of course, Hayward. I mentioned Shell's got #Tom. All fantastic players. I'm hoping all 3 make it, but it's going to be hard anyway.
Well, I'm glad you brought up some players. We're going to do our players to watch, and I am going to go first because, as Mike likes to bring up, I'm the oldest, so I get to make the rules. Okay, I'm going to go with Mo Abba, who is currently still the reigning E-World Cup champion, because unfortunately, due to the pandemic, it couldn't happen last year, so he's been having that crown on his head for the last 2 years. He hasn't actually been on any broadcasts, didn't qualify for the last rounds in any of the European qualifiers, but experience is experience. And Levi de Weerd, listen, Levi won European qualifier 3 and 4. Very, very good young player. I'm excited to see how he performs. And then I got to get into the Spaniard, Adriman, one of my favorite players in the scene. Amazing guy. He had been in the first 4 qualifiers and only settled for 3rd, was his best finish. But he always lost to either the winner or the grand finalist. So he's got some experience. We'll see if he can get over the finish line and qualify for the E-World Cup. All right, those are my picks. Mike, because you are the second oldest, you get to go second.
Cheers. I appreciate that, Jim. I like how we're prioritizing here. I've been with Oli Boli all year long. I like his balance, his consistency, his mentality. You name it, he's got it. I would be very surprised if he does not make a run and find himself in the FIFA E World Cup. Then we have Makers Principe. It's part of that Italian grouping. We saw Denuzzo show up and show out previously on the Xbox end. I think Principe is going to be the Italian to potentially watch here heading into this weekend. A lot of experience there. And then Houston, I just love watching him play. I don't think it's been his best year. Definitely hasn't been his worst year. He's been in the conversation. He's been in the discussion. But he's just an offensive maestro. He orchestrates, he demonstrates, and he can play a lot of instruments.
What I love about Houston is that it's always a 7-6 game. And it's usually in his favor. They're very exciting. Okay, Ryan, how about your players to watch?
Okay, we've already spoken about the UK scene, so what other way to start off than #Tom. Again, for me, the best player in the world. He's been consistent over the last couple of FIFAs. He's shown his ability. And yeah, I'm hoping he can go the distance this weekend. And my next player, all right, biased aside, I think Shells will be able to do the job. He done well in the EPREM, of course, winning it a couple of months ago, and now he's so good at FIFA. We know his ability, his mental attributes have improved as well, and I think he's got what it takes to qualify for the World Cup. And also I think he could go along and win it. I'm actually have a lot of confidence in him. But my last selection is an actual Italian player, Cosimo. We've seen him on the broadcast this year. I've had the pleasure to commentate over his games, and one thing that sticks out to me is that he never really had the greatest of teams in his actual ultimate team, and he performed so well. I remember some of the players he was using, and now he's got open accounts for this tournament. I think he could go the distance as well.
No, I love those picks from both of you guys. Now, I want to talk about, before we take our first break and get into our first match, some themes that you think might emerge in this tournament. Last tournament, we saw that it was Swedes and Danish and the Scandinavian contingent really kind of pushing on and saying, hey, we're going to put our flag on the ground and make sure we're showing everybody that this part of the world is going to start dominating, or this part of Europe. Now, for me, there are 14 Italians out of these last 64. So if Italy can't get something out of this with that many players competing, I would be pretty disappointed. So we'll see how they're going to do. Mike, how about you? What theme are you looking for?
I think the theme's a little bit different from the last weekend. The theme was really expecting the unexpected, because we had maybe half the talent was almost new players or guys that we didn't have a bunch of backstories about. However, on the PlayStation end, there's a lot more household names, so it's now going to kind of be, there's not enough spots. A lot of these guys have to match up, people have to go home, and then if you add in some of the new young talent mixing up, especially you brought up Levi David, 16-year-olds, maybe he turned 17 now, but it's same situation. He doesn't have previous history outside of this year, but this year he has been on fire. Fuego. You would expect him to gravitate and give a nice big hug to one of those FIFA E World Cup positions, which means some of the old timers or some of the experienced guys can't get that slot.
Well, Ryan, we did see some people that won previous European qualifiers not qualify for the E World Cup when we got to the final 64. Do you expect that to happen this time around as well?
Yeah, I do. I think, again, agreeing with Mike, we're just starting to become a common theme. I feel like there's not enough spots to go around. We've got so many players here on offer that have the ability to qualify with ease, that have done well throughout the season. We've seen Adrian qualifying for so many broadcasts. So many of the players have won events, as you said, they're domestic leagues. But again, there's only 9 spots, so there's bound to be some upsets, regardless of if they're even outside the current top 9 on PlayStation as it stands. But yeah, I like shocks, I'll be honest. I like new players coming into the scene, showing their ability, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, well, you heard from us. Now we want to hear from you, so make sure you join the conversation on Twitter. Hit us up at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. So if you're watching on Twitch, go over to Twitter, make it happen so you can see your beautiful voices on the broadcast. That would be fantastic. And speaking of Twitch, if you guys watch for more than 1 hour, make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts to make it happen so you're eligible for this. You're going to get some awesome Tifo. Falcons Tifo, E La Liga, Vitality, Serie A. It is all popping off. So make sure you do that to make it happen. Very exciting. All right, we're going to take our first break, but when we come back, it is the first match of day 1 of the European playoffs on PlayStation 4. Ollie Bolly taking on Danny Pitbull right after this.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifier Pre-Show is presented by PS4.
Stepping forward once more, De Bruyne into Firmino! He's been there all weekend long, let's just be honest, all year long. And he starts it off for Tom.
What's happening, people? It's Tom here, also known as #Tom. I am a player for #United in the European region, and this is my masterclass. Today, guys, I'm going to teach you how to control a game of FIFA and how to use skill moves effectively in order to beat your opponent. And let's get into it. As we can see in this clip, we have the possession out wide, and I'm playing it up the pitch, slowly building the play, not taking too many risky passes, keeping it nice and safe for now, as I don't think it's worth taking a risk in the second third. I think any risks that I do take are in the final third. You can see I stand still as well in order for my opponent to doubt himself, not really sure where I'm going next. We play a couple of recycle passes, keeping possession, but we're still looking dangerous. So I know that whenever I get the opportunity to play the right pass, I will do that. But the recycling pass is really important because it then makes your opponent doubt himself. We pass the ball forward at the right time and we manage to get the goal. The main thing for me is that you manage to keep the tempo of the game at your standard. So if you want to play fast, you can play fast. Or if you want to slow it down for a little bit, you can also play a little bit slower. And I think that's really, really key in order to force your skills onto the opponent. If you have the ball, you can be in control and then you can go from there. As we can see in this clip, I have the ball with Roberto Firmino. He's looking dangerous. The opponent's actually at a standstill, and I know if I can get the bridge off, I can find the space to beat my man, as I do there, and we get the shot off at the near post and manage to get the goal. The bridge I use in the final third to gain an extra speed boost from the opponent to pull away a few yards. I think it doesn't work every time, but if you can master it in the position it works in best, then you'll have a lot of success with it. And that's it, guys. If you learn the importance of controlling possession and controlling the tempo of the game, and also learning your skill moves, I'm sure you'll have a lot of success on the pitch. Best of luck.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
So make sure you follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter for your chance to win a new Recon 500 headset. And the way that can happen is staying tuned for the epic hashtag that will be revealed a little bit later. All right, everybody, welcome back here to the European playoffs, day one of the PS4 side of things. Here are the Swiss standings, and this is alphabetical, everybody. This isn't the seedings. Taking a look at this, all 64 players that are participating in this event as we whittle it down to 32 after day one, then down to 8 for day 2 as we book some tickets to the E-World Cup. And yes, what's up, everybody? I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle. Mike, we are about to get into the first match, but let's take a look at the matchups to see who is facing who. Take us through these.
I'd happily take you through them. So we've got Olibale versus Dan, or Danny the Pitbull, or Dan the Pitbull. We have Ustin versus Rafsu, which is definitely a classic matchup. Rafsu's got a lot of history if you've gone through the competitive scene. Everybody wants to watch Moalba on display. You got Tom versus Ignacio. You also have Adriman versus Ripped Wreck. Neat going up against Sevilla Nacho. I think your big takeaways here, though, if I was looking for an opening matchup, in a non-biased but extremely biased opinion, I kind of want to see the Ustin Rafsu. And something that's very different about the PlayStation compared to the Xbox is when I look at the PlayStation competitors, I feel on a personal, I guess, level that at least 40 to 45 of these guys can get a FIFA E World Cup spot. I feel really comfortable and confident that they're ready, they're prepared, they have the previous accolades, the recognition, the form, everything that's all encompassing. And it makes it where you start asking questions, there's just not that many spots to go around.
Yeah, there's not that many spots. That's why this is very exciting. And very exciting, let's speak about that a little bit, because Olibale is part of our featured match. And we got a little insight about what makes the man so special. Take a look at this.
It's a great time to be a FIFA pro from Sweden, but more specifically, it's a great time to be a FIFA pro from Sweden called Ollie, right?
Chance there, that's all right. 21 minutes into the time, and it's all smiles for the Swede.
And that was some next level FIFA play.
If you're Olibale, you gotta feel pretty confident.
This could be a chance, Olibale! Olibale!
Starting today, every game that he lost, he would have been eliminated, he would have been out. He fired back.
Dancing in the box, and more importantly, dancing into a grand final with a massive win.
And Olibale now has put himself right up there, not just in Sweden. It's now about him in the conversation of the whole of Europe as one of the best players.
Now, I want to talk about Oli Bolli a little bit here, Mike, as we prepare for his first big match of the day. He actually won the first European qualifier of the season, and he did it by going through the losers bracket. So what I really like about that mentality is that he suffered a setback, but still stayed focused, still had that positivity to go on and win the whole tournament. Here's a look at his bio. Talk us through him, Mike.
I was just going to say he was extremely active and representative, or a strong representative in E-Champions League as well. You see top 4 placement there. I'm a fan of Oli Bolli. I like everything about what he kind of represents between the work ethic, the comeback. He's a second leg mastermind. He's never out of tournaments or out of events. He's good at a variety of different ways of scoring goals, defensively, being able to step, being able to measure and balance, being aggressive and passive. You just see the beautiful skill move. What kind of setup is that with the roulette? He taps the Maker's Badge, as you do. I've just been very impressed with him top to bottom. We always talk about players needing to peak late in a season. I think Oli Bolli is one of the few that's just been consistent through and through.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he performs. We learned last weekend that you can lose the first match of the Swiss format and go on to win the tournament. Inter Levy did that. So this isn't everything, doesn't have to ride on this particular matchup. All right, now let's take a look at his opponent, Danny Pitbull, who has a lot of work to do. Obviously, we are not as familiar with him, so he doesn't have the same type of track record. We didn't see him on any broadcast of the European qualifiers, but that doesn't matter. Even if he's ranked 287, we saw Clanky from Denmark last weekend come out of nowhere and make a great run into the E-World Cup. So Danny Pitbull could be this player as well. Do you think he has it in him? And that jersey's sharp, by the way. What do you think, Mike?
I'd like to co-sign the jersey as well. The kit looks lovely. It's difficult to predict in these situations. You have nothing to lose. Clanky as well was unranked, and he was able to put together such momentum, and it was really impressive how he went through day by day by day. He almost just kept getting better.
No, he did, and he's wearing a Benevento kit, by the way, so shout out to Benevento for getting into FIFA esports. That is awesome to see. So what's your prediction, Mike? Who are you going with?
I'm not going against Oli Bolli. I'll cut you off. You know better. We've been on enough broadcasts together. I roll with Oli Bolli no matter the matchup, pretty much. This is kind of one of my guys.
All right, I respect it. Now we're done, us two, talking. Let's throw it over to Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, who have the first match on day 1 of the European playoffs on PS4. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. Last week, we found 9 finalists for the Xbox. Today, we're on the PlayStation. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, last weekend was outstanding. This weekend, I feel like we're going to top it, though.
I hope so. I'll be honest, as I said, I was looking forward to PlayStation from the get-go. Again, not just because my teammates playing, but because there's so many players that genuinely could win the event, let alone qualify for the World Cup.
Well, we know our first game. Mike and Jimmy broke it down there between Danny Pitbull and Oli Bolli. Let's get into our lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. Ryan, Oli Bolli's team on the screen right there. A couple of new additions in it as well. And also just wanted to point out the upgradable players, the Path to Glory items, have been upgraded since the teams were sent in last night. So that's a 96 Llorente, a 96 Eder Militao, and a 98 Acuna on the bench.
I'll be honest, every time I see a new squad, I get more and more favored towards this one. This one for me is probably one I would use myself. Of course, he's leaving out Vieira and R9, which is debatable, but of course he's got Ruud Gullit, he's got Pele, he's got De Jong, the new Cristiano Ronaldo. The team is genuinely perfect all round.
On the other side of it, let's have a look at Danny Pitbull's squad in our lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach. You can see a slight shot of it there, Ryan. Similar, but Vieira comes in, no Eder Militao, and Carlos Alberto at right back.
Yeah, this one, of course, features more prime icon moments. It's sort of a standard squad in the sense that you've got R9, you've got Vieira, you've got Pele, Ruud Gullit. However, as you mentioned, Carlos Alberto is a bit of an obscure choice with the right backs that are able to be used at each player's disposal. But again, very well rounded. He's got Ramos, Van der Sar, who was fantastic last weekend, and it's a very, very strong squad.
We see the 11s that are finalised here, locked and loaded, ready to go in the European PlayStation playoffs. That was your Turtle Beach analysis. Turtle Beach lineup analysis right there, and first game underway here between Danny Pitbull and Oli Bolli. Danny Pitbull, he might not be the most recognisable name, Ryan, but he had an outstanding performance in the E-Serie A, winning with Benevento. I was actually commentating over that particular tournament, and there was a lot of big names in the East Serie A, a huge Italian sort of breakout season, you would say, in FIFA, but he was just going under the radar. He's good friends with Fabio Danuzzo as well, who has confirmed his spot at the grand final already, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to join him on his trip to London in the first week in August. It's going to be Oli Bolli from left to right here in the blue strip. That strike just finding its way back to Danny Pitbull from right to left in the white and orange trim. So many games taking place right now across the board as well. I'm sure you'll be having a look out the corner of your eye to see how your teammate Shells is doing throughout this tournament as well, Ryan. But it's very important on the day one of Swiss. You can't win anything, but you can definitely lose. And just about getting through this first day, whether it's a 5-0 or a 3-2 record, doesn't matter how, just make sure that you're into day two.
Exactly. I think that's the key for all players. Regardless of the record, you're going to be playing someone very, very good if you manage to get through to the knockout stages. So it's just down to getting through as we see some players, some fortune, and it will be the first goal for Oli Bolli with Pele. As I said, it was a little bit fortunate there, but he does enough and takes the chance as it comes.
He's not going to complain one bit, Oli Bolli. 1-0 up here inside the opening 10 minutes. It was Pele, the goal scorer, left-footed strike, maybe asking questions of the goalkeeper. Wasn't the most outstretched foot from Van der Sar, but Oli Bolli, 5th in the Global Series rankings, couple of titles to his name as well. Sometimes we forget about it. He won the Club World Cup, Ryan, as well. Oli Bolli with Team Makers alongside Principe. In fact, they were 2-0 down in the grand final. That's one fact of that Club World Cup that people forget. It was played single elimination games where you sort of best of 5. You win a game, you get a point for your team. They were 2-0 down and then turned it around. The reverse sweep was complete, and he was an integral part of that, winning game 4 in the middle of that very, very tight series. Chance for Danny Pitbull to come up the other end here. Pele now inside the box, looking for that directional nutmeg round the outside of the defender. It will bounce out of play for a corner. Danny Pitbull puts it in, but nothing will come of it. Not too sure how much you've seen of the new Summer Stars, Ryan. Messi, I think I saw on the bench for Danny Pitbull, the 99 rated Messi. 99 CR7, you've got a 98 Kevin De Bruyne, which I think your teammate Shells is actually using in his squad. They're going to be integral, these players, as they get added into the game. And I think we've got Team 2 coming tonight as well. They'll not be available, but for the grand final, I'm sure we'll see maybe a 99 rated Harry Maguire in the squad.
Yeah. No, some of the cards are phenomenal, of course. Even Luka Modric, he's got so many attributes, so well-rounded. Kimmich as well. There's so many cards that can be used. But I think a lot of these players will sort of go for the players that they've had throughout the year, or that they're more comfortable with. I think Kevin De Bruyne, for me, is someone that I would include in the squad just because of that huge pace boost as well. But just speaking on both of these opponents, as you mentioned, Danny Pitbull is someone I don't have a lot of knowledge. Of course, you do, being able to cast that finals for the East Serie A. But Oli Bolli is a player I practiced with for the Club World Cup as he was competing on Xbox. And from then on, I just thought, wow, this guy's special. He's so good at going forward, good at sort of making his opponent rush his attacks. He doesn't leave a lot of room. He's good at pressing manually himself, cuts the lanes really wide. We saw this just there with the interception from Ruud Gullit. But he's so well-rounded, and as I say, he was going to be another player that I would have put down as one of my ones to watch to qualify for the World Cup. But again, we've seen so many upsets. That's not to mention Danny Pitbull could be one of those. We spoke about Klenke being unranked or low-ranked in the leaderboard. So who's to say other players can't do that?
It's a chance. Oh, it's penalty. He's gave it.
Oh.
Referee, early call. One of your players that you would have in your team, Eder Militao, maybe doesn't have the reach. Does Vieira get any perception there with the long legs? But just caught the man. Slight harsh call from the referee. Danny Pitbull to step up to level up this tie. Quick penalty after the change with CR7. Tucks it in the bottom corner, and we're tied at 1 apiece.
We are, and sometimes your luck comes your way. And again, he conceded a goal that was very unfortunate, and now he's conceded a penalty that was very fortunate. It sort of balances it out when you're a player. Sometimes, as I say, you get lucky, you have to take it as it comes, but you do get unlucky. So it's just about just finding that balance. And again, 1-1 level apiece. There's still a long way to go for both of these players, but I'm going to put you on the spot, Rich. We didn't get to see your 3 players to watch. Who would you put down as yours?
Wow. My 3 players to watch for this weekend. Higaldo, H1 Dalgo from Spain. He's a top talent. He had a great run in the La Liga, and I actually think he's going to get a spot, a top 9 spot. Who else do I think is going to be? I don't want to go for sort of the players that everyone's gone for. I think Maestro is going to have a really good tournament as well. He always seems to turn up on the big stage. And I'm going to go for Neat, obviously the La Liga champion. 2 Spaniards in there, and technically a sort of a Frenchman playing in Spain with Levante, with Maestro. But yeah, I'm going for Maestro, Neat, and Hidalgo. If you can clip this, anybody on the back end, and when them 3 players do qualify for the E-World Cup, we'll just play it out, and we can show that the prediction was correct. But no, I think those 3 will have good tournaments. Watch them all go 0-3 now in the Swiss.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's your sort of luck. But
it's impossible
again,
to call.
There's so many.
It really is.
It genuinely is. It really is. Because on Xbox, as I said, so many top players, but there were still some players who sort of went under the radar. There's quite maybe even 40% of players were sort of under the radar. Young players that didn't have a lot of broadcast time this season. However, this year on PlayStation, so many players have reached broadcasters or done well in their domestic leagues or in other competitions throughout the global series, and it is so hard to call. But again, the staple names you'd expect them to put on a show, especially players that have been consistent, like Adrian, like Neat, who you mentioned. Got so many top players, but again, we haven't even mentioned like Hazers and stuff, players that have actually won competitions. So there's still so many names that we haven't mentioned. Yeah, exactly.
Like Levidoid, he's one of the best players on the planet, not only in Europe, an unbelievable talent, but again, look who didn't qualify last week. Tex, Olilito, these players who you'd have guaranteed a spot at the grand final, not making it. It's anybody's ball game. If you're here at the playoffs, you have a chance to make it to an E-World Cup grand final. And you were just crunching the numbers there as we come into half-time. Only been 2 strikes so far, nothing really to write home about. You said, what, about 60%, 75% of the people coming into the tournament, you could genuinely see making an E-World Cup grand final spot. 14 Italians and 10 Spaniards. 37.5% of the players in the playoffs are either Italian or Spain. You've got to think that out of those 9, at least 4 or maybe 5 are going to be E-World Cup grand finalists.
Absolutely. I would be stunned if there's not at least 4 Italian or Spanish players. That would be one of the biggest shocks. That's probably a bigger shock to me than last weekend in terms of the players that actually made it, because again, so many players from those 2 nations. Again, they've had fantastic years as well. We've got players that have won tournaments from both of those nations, that have won their domestic leagues, obviously. And yeah, there's just tons and tons of players. But in this game, we saw the highlights there. There isn't much to separate either of them. 2 chances. One was a penalty, and of course, one was that fortunate chance from Oli Bolli. And other than that, it's just been trying to break down each other's defense. But they're defending well, keeping possession in key places as well, key areas of the pitch. And no one wants to make that mistake to go down again.
This could be a chance here. You just saw the early player lock, trying to get R9 in behind. Danny Pitbull looking to hit it again here with CR7 now. He picks up the ball. No real sprinting, just left stick dribbling, waiting for opportunities to present themselves. But good defending from Oli Bolli, not being baited into any of the traps that are being set from the Italian. And you put me on the spot earlier, Ryan, so I'm gonna ask you a question. Italy, Spain, dominance on PlayStation specifically. What are we putting that down to? Because there was a lot of murmurings with it being online. Maybe it favours particular nations. That could be a factor, yes, but it's not this big of a factor. What is it?
No, it's not.
Down to the success.
Of course, like the latest stuff, that's a big issue. But again, the players from those nations are just really good at FIFA. It's plain as simple as that. It's like we have a strong Scandinavian presence on Xbox and on of course on PlayStation. You mentioned the Spanish, the Italians. They've just been better. In all honesty, they've performed so well this year. So it's only right that they do get their fair share of accolades and a fair share of mentions from being successful this year. And again, there's just a combination of different factors to be honest. But again, you just have to put it down to ability. They just perform so well.
Yeah, they really have. They've been some of the best players. And we even saw a winner in Hazers earlier on in the season. Oli Bolli did win qualifier number 1. However, I wouldn't read too much into that because out of the 9 players that qualified for the E-World Cup last week on Xbox, there was only one player, and that was Musty, who managed to continue his form from the season into the playoffs. 8 will find their way after tomorrow, and then on Sunday we have that pivotal 9 through 12 playoff match for an E-World Cup Grand Final spot. The sort of tempo out of this game, it's been certainly dimmed since the penalty call. There's really not been too much between these two so far. Is that what we were expecting coming into round 1? Maybe a little bit of nerves, especially after watching last week Ollie Bolly's friend in Ollie League not even making it. He was a lock, really, to get an E-World Cup Grand Final spot. Chance here for Danny Pitbull. He comes forward, Sergio Ramos goes to ground, Hullet gets the better of him. Can Danny Pitbull create something? It's very fortunate, but he will take it. Danny Pitbull 2-1 up against Ollie Bolly.
Oh, I'll be honest, you hate to see it. That's again another slice of fortune, but you have to take it as it comes, and he puts it away. Doesn't even celebrate. He's just focused, zoned in on the game. But again, we've seen 3 goals. All 3 of them have had the slice or the element of luck, but it happens. It genuinely does happen. It's just about how you can bounce back from it, as we see the highlight here. Thought he was going to lose possession twice there. The direction will not make. Oh, look, God. It's a horrible goal to concede as a player. You can see his reaction. He doesn't even burst out in celebration whatsoever. He knows there's still a long way to go between these 2 players. Yeah.
From Ollie Bolly. Wrong decision there to go to ground. Thought he was going to win the ball. So. Is that a mistake?
I think so, yeah. But again, it's hindsight, because it could have been a situation where he went to ground and won it. So it's very easy to say that from where we are, you know, not in the game itself, because sometimes you're caught in and you sort of trust the defender there to get enough of the ball. And when you slide tackle, you either want them to get the ball clearly, to knock it a bit further away from goal, or just to take the man with the ball. But it just wasn't good enough there, and it fell back to Ruud Gullit a numerous amount of times there for him to put it away.
We just saw a couple of those brand new Path to Glory items brought onto the pitch. Vinicius Jr., one of the most expensive players on the game, over 5 million coins. Neymar now, he's twisted and turning inside the box, and also the top dog, Ryan. I feel like it's changed every single week. The player with the most total stats in FIFA, now the 98 Acuna. 2,662 stats. He's near perfect across the board. This is Neymar now for Ollie Bolly. He twists, he turns, and he finds the top left corner.
Oh, that's lovely. The twisting and turning, the left stick dribbling. Didn't even utilise any skill moves there. But it was a fantastic goal there in the box. It's really hard to defend five-star plays, which is why I prefer them up front, especially if you're playing a 4-4-2, having R9 and Neymar. Of course, Neymar a little bit more responsive than R9 on the ball in terms of agility and balance. But in those situations, you have to sort of get a bit tighter, because you don't want to give them too much room, which Danny Pitbull did there. And it was an easy finish for Neymar.
10 minutes left to go here. So many games taking place across the board. We're going to have 2 of our commentary team bringing us highlights this weekend with the PlayStation playoffs. So many top names to keep tabs on. We have Brandon Smith and Mr. Mark Onset giving us the updates from a selection of our featured matches here in this round 1 of Swiss. Chance here for Ollie Bolly to retake the lead. Sergio Ramos, great step out. He wins the ball back. He's been sort of plucked right into the teams, Ryan. He was put in the deep end. You've took a player that's been released but into the back end of the cycle. Maybe not too many reps with him, but he was too good to be left out. Straight into the team, straight into centre-back. A lot of people actually getting rid of the likes of Varane, maybe some players getting rid of Vieira to make room for this end of an era Sergio Ramos.
Yeah, I think he's the best centre-back without doubt, in my opinion. I think he partners perfectly well with Vieira, which you saw a common theme last weekend. Of course, it might be a bit different now with the upgrades to Militao, and I know a lot of players, it's all personal preference, but for me, Ramos across the years, especially in previous FIFAs, has been the best centre-back, no doubt. He has everything. He has the pace, the agility. He's responsive when jockeying as well. He's got the strength, the aggression from corners. He's a threat too, as we see potentially the last chance of the game.
Neymar just offside. And that will do us for leg number 1 here between Ollie Bolly and Danny Pitbull, only waiting for the referee's whistle to finalise proceedings here in leg number 1. Quite a cagey and scrappy first game to get us started here on the PlayStation playoffs. I'm sure the fluid, free-flowing football will pick up throughout the rest of the day, but nerves are running high. Tensions are able to be cut with a knife in Swiss round 1, Ryan, and pretty good start, you've got to say, for Danny Pitbull, the certain underdog in this opening matchup.
I would say so for sure. Of course, he knows that he's going in as the underdog based on the rankings for the Global Series on PlayStation. But again, he's been performing very, very well defensively. I think he should be proud of his performance, but there's still another leg to go.
Yeah, we saw a good game there in our leg number 1. Ryan, talk me through what happened if people are just joining us, because Oli Bolly started very, very well with Pele sliding that in at the near post.
He did, and again, it was a slice of luck. Alberto not doing enough to get the tackle off, but you consider that penalty, and again, this is the Ruud Gullit chance for Danny Pitbull. There was a tackle there, but it falls straight back to Gullit based on the turn from Oli Bolly. Simple finish across goal, but then this was the goal which brought him back into the game, twisting and turning with Neymar onto the left foot, arrows it into the near post, and 2-2 between both of these players so far. Still a lot to go in the next leg.
That was our game that we were watching here on the main stream between Oli Bolly and Danny Pitbull, but our very own Brandon Smith was keeping us up to date with another game taking place. Brandon, what happened?
Yeah, it was between Rapsu and Ooston, 2 players that have been to a FIFA E World Cup before in their time, and I can tell you what a first leg it was. There were 6 goals in total, end-to-end FIFA. Ooston got things moving on 6 minutes into the game, then doubled his lead just before the 12th minute. A simple cutback, finding the path of Neymar. Great feet in the box. Rapsu then got going in the end. Awful piece of defending here, you'll see. Just the ball finds its way back to R9. A simple interchange gives Cristiano now the opportunity to go on his own. Directional nutmeg into the space. That was 30 minutes played, and then Rapsu came back fighting just before half-time. Ronaldo into R9. Able to find the cutback back to CR7 once again. There was still 2 more goals to talk about, though. It came late into the second half with 15 minutes left to play. Ooston interchanging well. CR7, surprise, surprise, on the end of the score sheet. And Rapsu, right in the end, was able to reply with just 6 minutes left. This game now in the second leg, still so much to play for. Picked 6 goals after leg 1. What an absolute thriller it is.
Cracking game there between Rapsu and Ooston, joined by Onset now. And Mike, you're watching a fan's favourite off stream.
I was, and bad news for fan favourites, because at the moment, #Tom is going up against a player who has hit his stride very, very early on. If the theme of last weekend was surprises, well, this is going to be following that theme, as we can see here, Ignacio taking the lead against #Tom here with a beautifully worked goal. And this wasn't all one-way traffic, I have to say. Tom had a lot of chances in this first leg, but as you can see, the more clinical of the two was Ignacio. He found the second goal there, and then as we got towards the end of the game, inside the last 15 minutes or so, you see the player lock. You also see the shot cancel coming in. Tom left on his backside, and that is a 3-goal lead after the first leg for Ignacio. I mean, what a performance that is. Tom, he's going to be reeling, and I'm sure that everyone watching right now is thinking, here we go again.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mark. I'm sure that game will keep you captivated in leg number 2. The shocks are continuing here on the PlayStation. Do not go anywhere, because the second legs will be coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Very fortunate. The ball bouncing back to Neymar. Levy Louis does not care. Levy went into gear 19. Incredible performance.
Hello guys, my name is Levi de Weert. I'm a player for Team Gullit in the EU region, and today I want to welcome you to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna talk about how I won the PES Europe qualifier number 3 while being 3-0 down against #Tom. As you can see here, I was 3-0 down. It was very difficult for me to create space with the 4-2-3-1, so I had to change things up. I talked with my coach Renzo, and the game plan was to switch to a 4-4-2. And as you can see here, it rewarded me because I had 2 strikers up top with a 4-4-2, so it's easier to make combinations and play short passes. And as you can see here, the through ball to Neymar was open, and it is a perfect goal. as you can see here, I was just taking quick passes, trying to get him drag players out of position and just waiting for the good opportunity to come. And as you can see here, the perfect pass from Davies to Neymar and the perfect inside fake shot made it 2-0. In this situation here, this is a really tricky situation because as you can see, Tom has 8 players on my half and all his players are just bunching forward. And I also have only a 1-goal lead. That's not nice. But what I also knew is that if I win the ball here, there's a really big opportunity for me. So as you can see here, I win the ball back with Bruno. The thing that you keep in mind then is when your opponent is pressing, there's so much space on the wings. Then it's the most important thing, just running and let him make the choice. An easy cut back to Ronaldo, and that's the decisive goal for me. Because when I scored this goal, I was confident because of 2 goals leading. I wouldn't give that away anymore. Thank you guys for watching my masterclass on how I beat #Tom while being 3-0 down in the second leg in the European qualifier number 3. I hope to see you guys soon.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back to the PlayStation European Playoffs. Here, joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, didn't get your thoughts before the break, but Tom, 3-0 down after leg number 1. If you thought the shocks were only on Xbox, you've got another thing coming here on PlayStation this weekend.
Yeah, I'm stunned. Again, that's nothing short of an upset, but there's still another leg to go. Anything can happen. I know Tom is offensively, he scores a lot of goals, so he'll be backing himself to get back into it. But between these two, still all to play for, obviously drawn level apiece at 2-2 after the first leg. And again, it was very tentative from both of these players. None of them wanted to make a mistake and started to just keep the ball a bit more, especially in the middle of the park. There wasn't too much offensive play between both of these players, but I'm hoping to see a little bit more going forward from both of them.
Chance, Danny Pitbull, great opportunity there. Oblak tipping that one past the left-hand post there. The players can make changes between the two legs to their starting 11s. We've seen Varane brought in, we've seen Carlos Alberto brought out before last weekend. Couple of corners there with Ronaldo leaping high above the rest, but Oblak with a couple of real good saves there to keep the tie all square.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bit of play there from Danny Pitbull there with a quick snappy passing into CR7. Maybe he could have taken a touch or done a scoop to get a bit more settled and have a greater chance at scoring, but nonetheless, he come out the blocks firing. He started off a lot quicker than he did in the previous leg, so he'll be happy with that at least to get through these first 10 minutes, creating a couple of opportunities already.
Chance here for Oli Bolly up the other end. CR7. He'll be looking to play into Frenkie de Jong. Came out in the Team of the Season La Liga promo and certainly has cemented his place into a number of starting 11s, whether it's as a CDM, an outside centre mid in a 4-1-2-1-2 or a 4-3-1-2. He's one of the top players that you can have in that position, and has even replaced Ruud Gullit in a number of squads in the midfield area. I'm surprised by the lack of Team of the Year Bruno Fernandes, but with so many good centre mids now, You can go so many different ways. Florenzi, Verratti, Acuna, Neymar, he's in the squad and he's not going nowhere. Oli Bolly back in front, 3-2.
Oh, that's a great goal. In all honesty, that's sort of a vintage Oli Bolly finish there. Sort of building up an attack on one side, playing it to the other, and utilising the through ball, the double tap through ball into the space. And Neymar again, that 5-star weak foot past the goalkeeper to bring him back in the lead. 3-2 now on aggregate. And for Oli Bolly, again, he's someone that I've played before, and when he does take the lead or manage to get a proper hold on the game by having a 2-goal advantage. I know it's only one, but when he gets that second goal, or if he does, he starts to dictate the game and starts to pick apart his opponent. So Danny will be hoping that isn't the case and he can get back as soon as possible as he tries a directional nutmeg there. Didn't get the right animational angle there to put it past the defender, but he's still, in my opinion anyway, I feel like he started to perform. Even in these 20 minutes, I've seen a lot more risks offensively than I did in the whole of the first leg.
Yeah, he knows that Oli Bolly will score as well. You're not going to keep him quiet for a second leg, so if you want to progress to a 1-0 Swiss record, the offensive play has to be fantastic. One thing I just want to touch on as well. Oh, a little bit risky around the back from Danny Pitbull. Does get away with it in the end. In regards to Oli Bolly, Ryan, even last summer when obviously we were in the height of the pandemic and events were getting postponed, some getting cancelled, he was still grinding. I remember myself and Brandon, we were doing a lot of the Tuesday Night Football Foothead Cups. He was there week in, week out, playing. He's a grinder, Oli Bolly. He puts 110% into FIFA and this video game, and that's why you're seeing the success that he's had. 5th in the Global Series rankings, 2 trophies this year to his name. He puts 100% into this game.
He does, and that's why he deserves his success as well. He's one of the nicest guys in the scene. Alongside the player that's actually coaching him today, of course, an ex-Sport player. Didn't make the World Cup, unfortunately, but for me, he's one of the best players in the world in Olelito. There's not much better coaches you can have out there in terms of ability. He knows his stuff as well. So, again, they grind a lot, they play a lot, and that's why the success is there. They're just naturally gifted as well. But when you put the effort in, as we see, Danny Pitbull. Wow.
Do not count this man out. He won the E-Serie A for a reason. Italy, the most represented nation at the playoffs. He was the best of Italy, this man, Danny Pitbull. He might not have done it on the Global Series rankings, but he doesn't need to. All he has to do is perform at the playoffs, and he's in the grand finals.
That was wonderful there. He had so many options to pass it to. I think that's what caught Oli Bolly a little bit off guard there. He had a lot of runs he had to track himself, and there just weren't enough players behind him. When you do that and you leave that space for R9 on the edge of the box, a prime moments card especially is lethal in and around the area, and he's never going to miss from there. It's sort of a banker goal. You expect it to go in at that angle, especially when you have the time to pick your spot, which he did, as we see a build-up there from Oli Bolly. But coming into this weekend, though, Richard, I expect a lot of players who are mainly possession-based players to have a lot of success. We saw it last weekend. Tons of players who opted to keep the ball a lot throughout the games, had a lot of success with that. That's why I've sort of to lean towards the likes of Cosimo this weekend, the Italian. I feel like he's someone that sets the tempo a lot in his games. He's happy to keep the ball and wait for a chance to open up. And I think a lot of players that play that play style will have a lot of success.
You can see, just as you're talking about possession, Danny Pitbull keeping the ball here. No real pressure on the ball from Oli Bolly. He's trying to mark the passing lanes and intercept it as it comes forward. But the Italian, very, very happy to just keep on knocking it around. It was great composure and patience on the first goal. He didn't play the through ball. He waited, twisted, and found a better opportunity to hit that finesse shot into the bottom left corner. Buys himself a free kick there. It's not going to be floated into the box. I highly doubt it. Sergio Ramos is the short man for him. He'd probably want him a little bit higher up. Does elect to play short. The Italian, this will more than likely be the first and last chance of the first half, and R9 puts it wide of the post.
Wow, I thought that was destined to nest in the back of the net there. But it didn't. It wasn't meant to be. And again, I think, Rich, last weekend we didn't really see many shots outside of the box, if I can remember. There weren't many long-range strikes. From top of my mind, I genuinely can't remember one. I could be wrong here, but I honestly cannot remember a goal, especially this early on. Yeah, from what we saw on stream, there weren't many chances at or outside the area. But yeah, Danny Pitbull, I think this game, he's performed a little bit better than Oli Bolly. I think he's sort of edging it slightly, in my opinion anyway. I don't know what you think, but I think he's performing very, very well. Again, I've not had a lot of experience or knowledge about his play style or his season so far, but he's done fantastically well. As we see the highlights from the first half, this was the chance from Oli Bolly, that through ball from Ruud Gullit. Neymar with the first time finish across the goal. But here's the finesse I was talking about. Just waiting, just using Gullit as a decoy run, and he finesses it past the goalkeeper there to get that chance as we go into the second half now. Still level apiece between these players.
I want to get your thoughts quickly. That R9 chance that was missed, I'm sure it'll be talked about, I'm sure it'll be analysed. Did he do much wrong, or is it just R9 missing the target?
I think he hasn't done much wrong, in my opinion. I think he's just unlucky that it hasn't hit the back of the net. You get those chances. We even saw last weekend with the Mbappe chance from Tex, where you expect that
let's
to
not talk
go
about
in.
that.
Yeah, exactly. You expect that to go in 100. There's not even a time, not even 99.9. You expect that 100% of the time to go in. But I don't think it's obviously as clear cut, but it's still a chance you'd expect to at least even challenge the goalkeeper at the bare minimum. I think it's a chance that did go begging, but again, there's positives to take from it. I feel like he's been in the ascendancy, as I say that, he almost gave the ball away there in his defensive positions, but I think he's played well. He shocked me. I expected Oli Bolly to sort of pull away from him as he got the early goal, but it's been very, very close between these two players.
And for a player coming into the tournament like Danny Pitbull, not a lot of real hype around him, a lot of pundits, analysts, experts, fans, even, unless you're a Danny Pitbull fan, a T7 fan, or even a Benevento fan, you're not really picking Danny Pitbull as a player to watch, but that could potentially aid him as well. You're coming in under the radar, you're an unknown quantity against these bigger names who you've got the chance to analyse, and really you can start to shock people. That's a ball roll scooped in, and Ramos bundling over Ronaldo. Looks like it should have been a penalty. Referee let it go. And Danny Pitbull getting away with one there with Sergio Ramos. Potential
definitely
counter. Pull it. R9 round the corner, he's going to get there. Oh, Black just goes through him.
Oh, I'll be honest, I thought that was a penalty. I think that's more of a penalty than the one we saw in the first game, for sure, in my opinion anyway. But again, when you have those lucks in game, you sort of think maybe this is going to be my day. It's down to me now to take the chance when it does come. But we were speaking about Danny being an unknown quantity, and I think that does favour some players. Some players like to be under the radar. They like to be the underdog. It sort of relieves them of any pressure, especially when you're going into the tournament knowing that your first game is going to be up against a champion in Oli Bolly, multiple champion this year, in fact. So again, you've had time to analyse his games. You've been able to see him on broadcast as we see the reverse elastico and a fantastic save from Van der Sar there.
What a save from Edwin van der Sar at the near post, tipping it around. A cracking save from the icon shot stopper. I'm just seeing the chance back here. It was a reverse elastico and just unleashed a strike at the near post. That's one of those, Ryan, where you don't expect the goalkeeper to save it. Ronaldo, a 99 Ronaldo, shooting full shot power, unmarked at the near post. Van der Sar's equal to it. Corner comes into the box and the shot stopper punches away there. Gullit flicks it back in, but that will bounce for Danny Pitbull, and those white shirts have a chance to come out. Player lock, a little bit speculative down the line. It does get intercepted and potentially could leave him a little bit vulnerable at the back here. Kevin De Bruyne, he's been brought off the bench. Frenkie de Jong into R9. CR7 back to R9, heel to heel, dead stop, roulette. Dribble, waiting, ball roll, strike, good block from Alphonso Davies. Defended that very well, did Danny Pitbull. Frenkie de Jong now. Looking to capitalise on this pressure is Oli Bolly. The Swede looking to strike in the final 15 minutes, goes all the way back. We'll get a quick thought from Ryan here. Good defending, you've got to say, from Danny Pitbull on that defensive play right there, as Oli Bolly is just looking to maybe slow his game down a little bit. I say that, CR7, heel to heel off the back of the leg, get a cancel, and finds his way into the lead here, does Oli Bolly.
Oh, it's a fantastic goal there. The heel to heel as well, gets it onto CR7's left foot, puts it away. He takes a chance this time with CR7, of course, on the opposite foot after that great save from Van der Sar. But I think Danny Pitbull has done well defensively. I think in this chance here, there's not much he could necessarily have done. I feel like there were so many options there, but he plays the ball to CR7. I think he was thinking Olibody would have turned back onto his right foot, but the left foot, you have to trust CR7 sometimes in those moments with the 4-star weak foot. Of course, obviously not as good as the 5-star, but again, 99 finishing, he's got 99 shot power. You expect those chances to find the back of the net with someone like CR7. And now Danny Pitbull is going to have to start pushing a few more bodies forward. It felt as if he went a little bit defensive in the last maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so. But for Olibody now, if he doesn't concede off of the kickoff and Danny Pitbull doesn't respond quickly and he can get the ball, I feel like there's going to be a lot of space for the counter-attack and to try and get another.
With only 15 minutes left to play here, the 5th seed in Olibody looks to kick his Swiss rounds off in the best way possible with a 1-0 victory. Might not be the most convincing victory or the most comfortable, but a win is a win at the end of the day. But Danny Pitbull has other ideas. Oblak with another great save.
Ooh, I thought he was in there with Mbappe. If he could just get a little bit more trajectory and power behind it, that would have found the back of the net. But there's still a chance there from Ramos. I thought that was going to find the back of the net. And now we're going to see the last 12 minutes or so from Olibody. He's just going to try and keep possession, but I know for Danny Pitbull is going to try and go a bit more offensive, push those bodies forward to try and cut the lanes high up the pitch, because he needs a goal now. He needs to create a chance. I feel as if, Richard, there'll be one more, maybe two more big chances in this game if he's able just to get the ball high up the pitch, flood those bodies forwards as we see the fullbacks overlapping, but the pass doesn't make it through.
It looks like with those bodies flying forward, we could be looking at a potential counter-attack opportunity as Kevin De Bruyne tries to find Neymar in the final third. Very unsurprising poor pass from Kevin De Bruyne. Runners off the ball. He's got to be offside, surely. Yeah, Neymar fit 2 buses in between him and the back defender. Way offside is the Brazilian, and with only 5 minutes left to play, Danny Pitbull has to attack, and he has to attack now. Alphonso Davies bullying. Well, that Kylian Mbappe coming back. Yeah, on the floor, making him look like a little child. Kevin De Bruyne. If Olibody plays this right, he'll be going 5-3 up. Elects to recycle, doesn't want to rush, doesn't want to force an opportunity that really isn't there to take. He's happy to keep hold of the ball. Alphonso Davies just offside, and this will give Danny Pitbull one final roll of the dice here. Bruno Fernandes, he's fresh off the bench. Kylian Mbappe into CR7. Great tackle from a defensive Ronaldo. R9's in if he decides to play it. He's just going to keep hold of the ball. He gets brought down, and this is going to get punted right out of play. Olibody will find himself in a 1-0 Swiss record predicament. But it wasn't by any means smooth sailing for the Swedes.
It wasn't at all. I think Danny Pitbull gave a good account of himself in that first game. Between these two, I feel like it could have gone either way. There were chances for both of these players, but it will be Olibody who advances with the 1-0 Swiss record.
That just goes to show, Ryan, that you come into the playoffs, and your Global Series ranking sort of goes out the window. There was 282 spots between them two, and it was a 1-goal game in the end. These are the best moments from leg number 2. Danny Pitbull leveled up the game with R9 Ronaldo finessing it into the bottom left corner, but Olibody, he came back in the second half to find the winning moment. This was it, Ryan. Talk me through what a beautiful goal it was.
Yeah, the Lacroix cancel pushes it onto the left foot, the heel to heel. As you mentioned, CR7's left foot sometimes can be very, you can trust it in and around the area, as I mentioned, with the attributes, and it was enough for Olibody to take the lead there late in the game as well. As you said, Danny Pitbull took him to the trenches. It was a very, very close between both of them.
Yeah, incredible performance there from Olibody. We're going to go over to the reigning, defending FIFA E World Cup champion in Mo Alba. We've not seen a lot of him this season. Jumping into the second leg here between these two, between the German Mo Alba and Exceed. 2-2 as it currently stands. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this game will finalise here. So many Swiss games taking place at the moment. So many top competitors all playing, all fighting for a chance and a spot to be a FIFA E World Cup grand finalist. Let's have a little chat about Mo Albert, Ryan, as we jump into this game, because yes, he's not had the season to remember in FIFA 21. Even his FIFA 20 season, you would say, was a little bit up and down. But he's got an opportunity here through the rankings passed down, through players already getting their spots in domestic leagues and whatnot, and he gets the spot via the rankings to get to an E World Cup grand final.
Exactly, and we haven't had a lot of experience as we see the cross there. I thought CR7 would have got a bit more behind that to put it past the goalkeeper. But again, we haven't seen Mo Albert in any broadcast this year, but he's a world champion. He knows what it takes to be a winner, to be a champion. And by any means necessary, as long as he can get into the playoffs, which he done, he can back himself to go the distance, to qualify for the World Cup and potentially further on in this playoffs competition. But again, it's going to be hard with the amount of players that have been performing really, really well this year that are ranked higher than him. But again, the rankings don't mean anything, in my opinion, coming into this. It's about who can perform on the day, on the weekend, to get that ticket to the World Cup in London in August. That's the priority for these players. That's what every player will be vying towards. And for Mo Albert, he's not shy of reaching a World Cup. He's reached them before. He's won one before. But for Cagliari Exceed Oberyn, we haven't seen much of him either. Again, another player, another Italian player, not shy of those this weekend as well. But again, he'll be hoping he can do the same, as we see the chance Mo Albert with a reverse elastico, but not enough to get past the defender.
Yeah, and I think for Oberyn, he's had one of those seasons, Ryan, where he's just been on the outskirts. He's been on the cusp, shall we say. Finished 17th in the Global Series rankings. He got his spot via those Global Series rankings, but he's not been the top dog, especially with so many Italians who have been just unbelievable this season. And it's sort of been in the shadows a little bit, it's safe to say.
Yeah, definitely, but there's no shame in that. As we said, the Italian players this year on PlayStation have been nothing short of remarkable. There's a reason why they're the most represented nation in this tournament on PlayStation this weekend, because they've performed consistently throughout the year, and there's so many players, as you say, that have gone under the radar because they haven't made numerous amount of broadcasts or haven't won their respective domestic league. But they've done enough. They've been consistent throughout the season. They deserve to be here. So as we see an optimistic ball over the top there from Mo Albert, trying to get Alphonso Davies in on goal. But yeah, there's again 2-2 between these two. We've seen what I anticipate anyways. There's going to be goals between a lot of these competitors, but I feel like a lot of games will be very, very close in terms of scoreline. We won't really see a lot of 6-0, 7-0s. I think we saw that towards the later sides of the Swiss format last weekend on the Xbox side, but until then, a lot of games are really, really close. As we see the chance there, R9 from a really tight angle wasn't enough to challenge the goalkeeper properly there.
Yeah, good use of the player lock. He teased it and then carried on his dribble with R9. Sort of a tight angle, to say the least, at the near post there. Were you at the World Cup, Ryan? I'm guessing you were when Mo Albert won it in London at the O2 Arena. It was such an unbelievable event that I remember commentating alongside Brandon the PlayStation final between Mo Albert and Nicholas. Probably the best single game of FIFA that I've ever had the opportunity to cast over. Nicholas with 2 goals, 90-minute plus to send us into extra time. It went to penalties, and it just felt like something was written in the stars for Mo Albert to win that event. He's always been the player that's made qualifiers, that made E-World Cups, that's made sort of the latter stages of events, but he's never had that crowning moment, and it was a real special event and a special moment for not only Germany, but for Mo Albert as well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel as if when Nicholas came back, I sort of feared the worst for Mo, but he's done really, really well. I think across the years, he's been a player offensively, has been one of the best, if not the best player on players. I associate him and Usain as being the most offensive players who create a lot of chances. I think that's just offside there, as CR7 does find the back of the net, but offensively he's been phenomenal across the years of FIFA. I feel like the last 2 editions not necessarily haven't fit his play style, but again, he's adapted. He's done enough to reach this stage now, and I think in that World Cup, that was the first tournament I've seen him sort of brush up defensively. He didn't concede too many goals or too many chances other than, I guess, those not necessarily mistakes in the final against Nicholas, but again, defensively, he improved a lot. And I think that's what sort of won him the World Cup, in my opinion, just improving defensively, because offensively, we know how good he is, but he just had to adjust himself a bit more on the defensive front as we go into half-time between these two. 2 goals, no goals in this leg, of course, and yeah, second half still all to play for.
I mean, look, he beat MS Dasari in a grand final. You can't really get any bigger of a match than that, as you see the stats there. Between these two, leg number 2, all level, 64% of the ball to the German. As it stands, Cagliari exceed 36% of the ball currently. 84% passing accuracies, relatively low for a pro game. What are we putting that down to, Ryan? Just not had a lot of the ball, so his passing will be lower because he's had less passes? Or do you read more into that? Maybe nerves, maybe a little bit of tension running through his body in this huge playoff match?
I don't know, to be honest. 84% is ridiculously low, I'll be honest, because I remember in the Tex game last weekend, against
100%.
Levy, I believe it was 98%, 100%. It was, yeah, ridiculously high, but 84% is rough. You want to improve on that for sure. I know if he has a coach with him, he'll be telling him, just keep the ball a bit more, not try and take those risky passes. I think he's giving the ball away in needless areas. But again, sometimes you associate lower pass accuracy with just needlessly giving the ball away, but sometimes it can just be wanting to take those risks, playing those through balls, because a lot of the time they might not work out, so you're tending to give the ball away a lot more frequently than someone else who plays and opts for the short passes a lot of the time. So you could put it down to that as well.
You saw straight from kickoff there, Mo Albert, a couple of rash tackles. I think tactical, to say the least there. Wanting to stop Exceed scoring straight from the second half restart. Doesn't mind taking a yellow card in that particular scenario. You see Exceed looking to create potentially a winning moment here. Round 1 of Swiss in the PlayStation playoffs here in Europe. $100,000 will go to the winner of this tournament. The top 8 after day 2 will be guaranteed a FIFA E World Cup spot, and then 9 through 12 will they play off in that unbelievably tense playoff tournament. 2 matches to see if you will be crowned a FIFA E World Cup grand finalist. Just a little stat for you, Ryan, as we jump into this game right now. Do you want to have a quick guess? Qualifier number 1 on PlayStation. How many people do you think were playing in that qualifier? I'm talking from the very first round. How many do you think?
Well, in the first qualifier on PlayStation, it's got to be maxed out, right? I think it was 1,024.
So I've got, doing my research, 2,262 people were in the could have played and did compete, even if it were in the prelim round 1 for the first qualifier of the season. Outrageous. We've got the top 64 here.
Yep, exactly. On PlayStation, so many players got verified early on in the season to try and compete. So we see, I think it's going to be. We've seen fouls given for those little nudges in the area. We saw one in the game with Oli Bolly and Danny Pitbull, but not to be. I think Cagliari Exceed Oberon has sort of edged it in this second half. I think he's created more chances. Spoke about him having worse pass accuracy, but again, he's just taking those risks. But yeah, to be the top 64 on PlayStation is definitely not easy with the amount of signups they did have and the players that could have potentially played in those European qualifiers. But again, it goes to show, and this is why it's really hard to pick out 9 players that can make the World Cup on paper, because in my opinion, everyone that's here could genuinely go the distance.
Yeah, and also, I just think the paper, it burns, like a lot of people's E-World Cup hopes, because you can't call anything. Nothing is able to call. When you look at who qualified last week on Xbox, nobody's picking those 9 players. Chance here for Mo Alba. He comes forward with Pele. Recycles into Ruud Gullit. 20 minutes remaining here. Exceed, driving into the box with Neymar. Finds his player in Vinicius Jr. Just clambered onto the ball by Jan Oblak. You've seen a lot more Jan Oblaks coming to the squad. I seem to remember last weekend he had an incredible performance in one of the games, and I think that's been a certain domino effect that Jan Oblak, the team of the season, 96 rated goalkeeper, seems to be in everyone's team at the moment.
Yeah, he's impressed me a lot with the saves that we've seen in the game so far today. And I think for both of these players now, they're just going to opt to try and keep the ball. We even saw that with the Oli Bolly game where against Danny Pitbull. Danny Pitbull had a lot more bodies behind the ball. They started to be a bit more reserved. No one wants to concede late on. Even though Oli Bolly did score, it came, I would say, sort of against a run of play in essence, because I feel like Danny Pitbull sort of edged that game up until then. But yeah, for these players, I think Oberyn has slightly edged it as well against Mo Alba.
Yeah, and people might be surprised by that because Mo Alba is a quote-unquote bigger name in the FIFA esports scene, but name value has been completely thrown out the window, Ryan, in these playoffs. It doesn't matter how many trophies you've won, how much money you've won in the past. What matters is if you perform over the next 3 days and make sure that you get an E-World Cup Grand Final spot. The performance on the pitch is the only thing that matters at this point.
Seeing some of the subs as well being brought on for both of these players. Can you speak about Acuna? I think if he gets that 5-star upgrade, for me, without doubt, has to be in some of the teams like the World Cup for the players that reach there, because those stats already are absolutely ridiculous for any position, let alone midfield. So we see Vinicius Jr. as well, another one of those players who started to be introduced a lot more this weekend. We didn't see a lot of him last weekend, in fairness, on Xbox.
We didn't.
But of course, the upgrade coming in as we see the chance there blocked.
It's the +2, isn't it? From,
yeah, the +2 is a big
90,
difference for the attributes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people out there, some pros were probably thinking and hoping and praying that Belgium won in their game against Italy. I'm sure he would have probably featured in a couple of these squads. A 99 rated Eden Hazard. Even if they won the Euros, which they're not going to do because it's coming home, he would have got the 5-star upgrade as well, would Eden Hazard. Chance here for Mo Alba. 5 minutes remaining here. Mbappe, dragged back. Tackled by Patrick Vieira. Even with all the new players, with all the new upgrades, with all the 5-star, weak foot and skill move players, you can still guarantee a few things. Patrick Vieira, Ruud Gullit, R9 Ronaldo. Those three you've got to think will be in the squads right there. And there's a reason that those three players are in the squads, Ryan, for the simple fact that, yes, they might not be the highest statted players on the game, but they just have that special sort of fairy dust, that icon sprinkle of those three players. And what is that? Why is it R9, Gullit, Vieira just are in the teams no matter what?
I don't know what it is, but with Ruud Gullit and Vieira, of course, their physical presence in midfield, you can't get that anyway. You could have the best stats in the game and be 5'7" compared to Ruud Gullit, who's 6'3", got Vieira 6'4". They just have everything physically. I think that's what sort of edges it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look across the board within sort of the in-game items and the in-game stats, I remember Lewis H made a couple of events back in FIFA 18. I'm good friends with him. He always told me, he was like, whatever stats a player might have, you've got to use them. Stats, sometimes they give you a false indication of how good a player is. It's all about how they fit in your team. He was a big fan of the 85 blog, the Cam. He played in CDM, and he was just like, he's just a motor. He's an engine.
Yeah.
He'll play anywhere across that midfield. And I think with all these sort of new players that are coming out, with the high-statted players, it is really important that you play with them first. You don't want to willy-nilly put players into a squad.
Exactly, and you have to just make sure that they suit your play style as well. Some players might like to have or opt for a more defensive midfield or more, if they play a 4-4-2, they like their 2 centre mids to be ball players. We even saw last week the combination, I believe it was Bruno Fernandes and De Jong. I can't remember the exact player it was, but they opted to leave out Vieira and Gullit. And of course, players use Vieira in at centre back, which again, I think is a great thing to do, especially partnered with Sergio Ramos. But we see the stats between these two players. The pass accuracy has sort of flipped. We've seen it's increased a lot for Obrén here, and Mwaba still just with that one shot that came on earlier on in the game. But again, there's nothing to separate out of these players as we go into extra time.
And when we're talking about players as well there, right, and I just saw a user in the Twitch chat saying stats maybe not as important, it's more about body types and traits. How much are you looking into, in particular, traits, players with finesse shot, outside the foot shot, these sort of key in-game components that can win or lose you a game?
Yeah, genuinely. I remember in previous FIFAs, traits are still very, very important, but for me, it's like body type and the animation this year more so than other years. I remember in FIFA 18, traits were extremely important. You had, and FIFA 19, the finesse shot, which was extremely important with those green time finesses at the edge of the box. FIFA 18, even goalkeepers, saves with feet trait. That sort of set apart David De Gea that year, where driven shots were very, very prominent. So he was able to save those shots down on the ground with his feet. A lot more common than other keepers. You see that it's still an important trait. Even this year, goalkeepers that have long throw with like Van der Sar and those type of players, I would opt more so, even if Schmeichel again has a lot better stats than some players or some goalkeepers, because he lacks the trait, I would use somebody else. But again, it's all personal preference when it comes to goalkeepers, but more so on the outfield players, you tend to look for finesse shot with the attackers like Mbappe. You've got R9. So CR7 fortunately in on goal there, but couldn't get through there for Mo Alba.
And speaking of CR7, he burst through on that attack there for the German. I specifically remember last year, Ryan, Cristiano Ronaldo near post outside the right boot. That was the goal that haunted me in Weekend League. FIFA 19 as well, that just cut inside the 45-degree fake shot, near post outside the right boot or outside the left boot. It was such a prominent way of scoring with the outside the foot shot trait, and less so this year. You're always looking to work the ball back inside, but whatever the way the meta goes, that will impact how inflated, how good sort of the selection of players then used are. For example, I'm sure if heading was super prominent, we'd see more tall, physical specimens coming on off the bench.
Yep, for sure. It kind of reminds me of course, FIFA 19, where heading at the back post was incredibly important. Ibra was utilised in right attacking midfield. You sort of sacrificed that pace element. Yeah, Havertz. Oh my goodness, gives me severe PTSD when I think of it. Those moments at the back post, centre backs at right back. It was that was the main thing on that year. But again, it just differs year to year. What's the meta? What's the most important thing or most effective way to score? And that's the way people build their teams.
And you were just mentioning, Ryan, a couple of polls ago, when we were looking at the stats, the passing accuracy needs to be improved for Exceed. And have a look at that. 91% he's now got it up to. More than Mo Alba. He's certainly settled into the game as we've got 15 minutes left to go here before a potential penalty shootout between Mo Alba and Cagliari's Exceed Obrén. Opening game of Swiss, Ryan. You've been in this position many a times before. Do you prepare coming into this first round? You know who you're going to play maybe a night before. Do you look at how they play? What's their particular favourite formation? A little bit of information about them? Or do you just come into the game and play your FIFA and hope that it's good enough?
In all honesty, because of the first round, you sort of know who you're going to play maybe a night or two before. So you do have time to go over their game plan if they've been on broadcasters. Specifically for this year, it will be sort of hard to gain an understanding because a lot of players might not have even made broadcasts this year to have their games being able to be shown. But you try your best just to look at their little tendencies in and around the areas. You see the directional nutmeg.
Exceed! He's got his passing accuracy up. Well, he's got his goal scoring boots on in the final 15 minutes of this game. It's Cristiano Ronaldo firing that strike into the top left corner. I honestly thought we were going to penalties in this tie, Ryan. I didn't think either of these could buy a goal, let alone score it, but we'll see it right here. It's a little bit scrappy as the ball found its way into CR7, utilising the directional nutmeg to perfection and hammering it into the left corner.
Yeah, he's done what he needs to do there with the directional nutmeg, the pace to run onto it and to arrow it into the back of the net. Now for Moalba, he has to change something tactically. He knows now the clock's ticking. He has to try and get a goal to get back into this, at least to try and get to penalties. To get 2 goals would be a stretch, but he needs now just to push bodies forward. Maybe he's got a few more subs that he can do. But yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot more space now on the counter-attack for Oba to try and exploit as well.
Yeah, a huge opportunity in front of Exceed Oberon right now to go 1-0 in the Swiss rankings. Not necessarily in terms of the global series rankings, because he's actually a higher seeded player than Moalba, but in terms of name value, this will be a big scalp in the opening round of Swiss.
Definitely, I feel like it's more of a shock, as you say, in terms of name value rather than performance this year. Oben has been ranked higher, has been a bit more consistent. I thought that pass was going to go in. I'm not sure why. I opted for the directional nutmeg there into traffic. I thought the pass could have been the better option. And this is what I was talking about with the counter-attack. But Vieira there with the physical presence to get it through. And it's sloppy there from Moalba. But fortunately for his sake, gets the ball back. And he can try and build up an attack here.
It will be Moalba hoping to force that ball into the back of the net. Elastico, good tackle. Poking it away from the defender right there. And it looks like, I was about to say Exceed might have a chance to counter-attack here. Ball's going to fall back into Moalba's hands. 3 minutes remaining. Neymar. He's looking to create. Kylian Mbappe. Turns back on his left. Reverse Elastico onto his right. Is he going to fall? What a save. The rebound bounces back off Mbappe. Point-blank reaction save from Jan Oblak.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a goal for sure. I felt like Moalba had a chance there on Mbappe's left, but he went for the reverse Elastico. It was a bit sloppy, a bit chaotic in the box there, and I thought he was going to get a clearer shot in on goal. But as you say, the reaction save seems to be enough as we see Oben down the other end. He should be looking to go towards the corner flag, but in fact, he's going towards goal. No, he's not. He's going towards the corner flag, as I expect, and it has to be done here. But Moalba will be going 0-1 to start the day off, and of course, Oben with a big win to go 1-0 into the next round of the Swiss format.
Yeah, we'll bring you all the results coming up very shortly indeed. I know there's a lot of people asking about their favourite player. Well, they're all in action here in the first round of Swiss. So we're going to one of the top seeded players in the tournament right now. It's Adriman. He's in action against Rip Torek, the Polish FIFA player. Seen a little bit of Rip Torek throughout the years, it's safe to say. FIFA 18, FIFA 19 as well. I believe he was at the V4 Future Gaming Festival tournament, in which Gabinho took home the top prize. Adriman 3-0 up right now. Neymar slotting it into the back of the net. And let's talk about Adriman. He's been on broadcast numerous times this year. He's not maybe had that crowning moment in the sort of European region, but it's safe to say, Ryan, he's very good at finishing in the top 6. He only needs to finish in the top 9 to get any World Cup spot. For me, he's one of those players that potentially could be a lock-in.
He should be. I'll be honest. I think he deserves it from the season he's had so far. He's been so consistent. He's been one of the best players to watch this year, as we saw that third goal there. He's so good in and around the area, unpredictable. And as I say, he deserves to be at the World Cup this year. It's just down to see if he can perform this weekend. But 3-0 up against Rip Torek early on. We've seen 2 goals in the opening 17 minutes. He's in control. It's just down to him now to slowly pick apart and not concede. Am I going to jinx it as Rip Torek comes down the other end here? But it's great defending from Sergio Ramos to stop that attack.
Oh, I think you might have jinxed it. CR7 caught out with a good palm away there from the onrushing 99 rated striker. Pele, reverse Elastico, joining the 99 club alongside Pele. There's a few 99s now. I know it was only, a week ago when we were saying there's not that many 99 rated players, but Roberto Firmino joined the club only late last night with Brazil having a fantastic Copa Americas tournament. He's one of those players that I'm surprised we don't see more of. The 99 rated Firmino, but there's just too many other players that maybe offer a little bit better pace, maybe better defensive stats, maybe better physical stats in that area.
Yeah, for sure. I think Firmino, again, he's 99 rated, but again, he just lacks defensively. Those stats, as we see there, great interception from Llorente, I believe that was. I would more so use Firmino if someone was using a midfield three. Did Nicholas use the 4-5-1 in another region, or maybe a 4-3-1-2, 4-1-2-1-2? But I wouldn't use him in a midfield two like the 4-4-2. He'd probably opt for somebody with the more well-rounded stats that can contribute defensively, as we see there. Little nimble dribbling from Pele, the turning, the twisting, but not enough to get past Alphonso Davies in that position. And I'll be stunned here if Adrian sort of gives this game away. He seems to be somebody, again, similar to Oli Bolly. When he's in the lead, he's very calm with it, very composed. He can pick apart his opponent. And again, he's been on broadcast numerous amounts of times this year. He's not shy from it. So a lot of players, this will be their first event this year on the broadcast for the European region, like Rip Torek. But for Adrian, he's not shy of that. As we see the passing sequences, almost enough there to break it through. But Courtois gratefully manages to clutch the ball there.
Yeah, very, very tight, wasn't it? That chance firing up and out rather than into the back of the net there from Rip Torek. Talked about Adrian this season. He had a good La Liga campaign. His sort of highlight coming, if I remember correctly, in the La Liga Cup, which he was successful in. So he does have a win to his name this season, the Ducks man. Ducks, what a season they've had. I said it back in probably February, maybe March, that they were the esports organisation, the esports team, or even sort of club of the season, of the year so far. When you look at the players that they've got, when you look at the success they've had, it's very, very commendable, to say the least. They put in the grind. I know we've seen that Gravison VT before, where he talks about them all living in a house together, getting up, training, practicing, watching scrims. And when you look at the awards and trophies that organisation has amounted throughout this FIFA 21 campaign, certainly goes to show, again, we said it with Oli Bolly, that hard work pays off.
Definitely. As you say, Ducks have been amazing. They've got so many top players. I like the way that they've structured their team house. They're able to get that routine together, and all of them sort of filter into it. And especially when you have players around you that are really successful, it pushes you on to achieve greater things as well. And for Ducks, they've had such a good year. As you say, one of my favorite teams in the scene. So they deserve all the success has come their way. As we see Adrian, that has to be all. I thought it was going to be the fourth there, but Courtois with a very brilliant save there to stop another goal. But we're going to the half-time break. 2 goals up in this game, 3-0 up on aggregate, and Adrian seems to be in control.
Yeah, Rip Torek needs a little bit of a miracle if he wants to turn this game around. Adrian, not only in the lead, but he looks in control of the game as well. 4 shots, 4 on target, more passing accuracy. Rip Torek has actually had more possession of the ball, but he's not been able to create that possession into chances on sight. 2-0 Adrian leads currently at the halfway point. You can see the Ducks gaming badge there, Ryan, for Gravison. I've actually got your Tifo, believe it or not, in my stadium. What was that like when you found yourself in FIFA itself as a Tifo, you and Shells? That's got to be just one of those pinch me moments.
Yeah, of course. Massive one, of course, playing FIFA from my childhood up until now. And again, being associated with City, having the luxury to do that. I think it's a great addition what EA FIFA Esports has done, being able to implement all the teams, or a lot of the teams in the scene into the game. It adds that extra value, and again, it's just an honor to be able to have that. But yeah, more so on this game. I think for Rip Torek, coming into this game against Adrian, it's the thing where you know it's going to be backs against the wall. You know that you're favored to lose the game straight away on paper. So you sort of have nothing to lose. If I'm him now, you're 3-0 down going into the second half of the second leg. I would just throw everything at it. I'll start to go a bit more offensive, put extra bodies forward, and if I do concede to go 4-0 down, 5-0 down, it is what it is. At least I know that I've given the best shot and given the best account of myself offensively to try and lower the deficit, because I know if he curls up in his shell and tries to rest on his laurels and take that 3-0 loss, he'll regret not being a lot more offensive than he has done so far.
Yeah, there's nothing really wrong, especially in the first round of Swiss. You can almost... You can have a couple of losses. You can. Nobody wants to go 0-2 and then try and pull out the miracle to go 3-2 to go through, but you have the luxury of losing. And if you can learn something from your loss, losing is learning at the end of the day, you can really start to put together a very good run in these tournaments. R9 could be in over the top here. The Spaniard Ramos comes across Vieira on a booking. He's got to be careful. Just making sure he got his body in the way there. Riptorek, and you see how high João Cancelo is right now for the pole. It looks like he's taking your words of wisdom on board, Ryan. A lot more offensive. The ball will fall for Neymar, and he will find it into the back of the net right there. 3-1. Riptorek does trail. Adrian still in control, but gives himself something to build on.
It does, and we've seen some fortunate goals so far. I think that takes the biscuit for me as the most fortunate one of the day. But again, he takes the luck as it comes. It gives him that glimmer of hope now. It's only a 2-goal deficit. He's got 30 minutes or so. As we see there, he almost nicks the ball from Adrian in a defensive position. He actually does now, and it's Ramos just about gets an interception. It's just bouncing around between the two players in that small section of the pitch there. But again, speaking about having losses, I believe last weekend we saw a lot of players even have 4 losses and be within a shout to qualify for the World Cup. We saw the Gaucho is a fantastic player. We see his teammate in on action this weekend with Red Bull Leipzig, who I think the Gaucho lost 2 games in the Swiss format, 3-2, 2 games in a knockout format, and still had that chance for the last game to qualify for the World Cup. So there's still a lot of stabs at to try and get that ticket to London.
Yeah, you mentioned Umut right there. He was in action in the opening game here, Ryan, and I can tell you, just seen the full-time result there, he actually lost his opening game to a top Swedish player in Bundled Unsal. 6-5. Unsal off to a winning record, 1-0. Grand finalist against Jesus in qualifier number 2. Been caught on possession there, has Adrian. A chance for Riptorek. Just gets his angles all wrong. Vieira stands in front of it, but a little bit nervy here for Adrian. And it's not the first time that we've seen him, I mean, the most polite way of saying it, throw away leads. I say that, he's probably going to go and score. Neymar slides it across to Luka Modric. 4-1 up, Adrian. Game, set and match.
I think he heard you there on comms because he's done enough there. The counter-attack was brilliant. But again, he, as you say, I think he's very fortunate to not have even conceded another goal there. It was a bit rash defensively and in possession. But 4-1 up now. We've got 20 minutes. I'll be shocked if we see a turnaround. It should be done and dusted there unless we see a dramatic comeback, as we see the highlight there from Neymar. Plays across an open goal for, well, not an open goal, but an easy finish from Modric there to tuck it away. It's just about coming up to 72 minutes now, 18 minutes plus added time for Riptorek to try and get 3 goals to push it into extra time. And I'll be honest, I can't see it happening. We've seen some crazy comebacks, but I just can't see this one being one of those.
You saw that Luka Modric, he was the final man. I'm sure a bronze-rated player could have put that into the back of the net. But just a quick comment from you, Ryan, on that new Luka Modric, the summer star that was released. I think 97 rated is the Croatian, a top player, and he's actually fitting into a few squads. I think he's actually in your teammate Shell's squad. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think he might be. Actually, no, I think he's opted with De Bruyne and Kimmich. I think. I could be wrong, but I know Luka Modric, you see the stats there, 90 on the board on those face stats. It's remarkable. There's been so many well-rounded cards this year. You're sort of spoiled for choice. You don't know who to go for. I think that's one of the toughest things when you reach this stage of the season, because a lot of promos have come out. You've seen a lot of, especially obviously based on the Euros and the Copa America, there's going to be so many cards now that do have the juice stats that are able to offer everything going forward and offer everything defensively. I just keep having to go back to that Acuna card. I think for me is remarkable. If he gets that 5-star, 5-star, oh my goodness, there is no debate. He looks outrageous, unbelievable. Oh, that's amazing! Wow,
ooh, what a goal that is! Twisted his man, sent him packing, and 4 goals to 2 now. Rip Torek, still a lot of work to do. I think the big thing is, Ryan, I know for a lot of people at home, still playing weekend league, if they're still grinding, with all the new players that have been released, with all the new items, there's too much choice. There's too many players that you want to use. How do you get them all in on chemistry together? Players like Acuna, Kimmich, if you're wanting to use those two as two centre midfielders, how are you starting to get players on chemistry? At least with the unlocked accounts, you have the luxury to put in an R9 or to put in a Vieira or a Hullet to give players those icon links. Speaking of Roberto Firmino, I think I just saw him there on the pitch. There he is at centre mid, brought on for Rip Torek. As Ronaldo, he turns away. That will be a red card. Patrick Vieira is sent to the changing rooms. Nice and early. 10 minutes to get a quick shower before the rest of the team does come in. But Rip Torek won't stop attacking. As Firmino drives forward into Kylian Mbappe. Dead stop. Elastico. Gets past Sergio Ramos. Heel to heel now. Lovely turn as well from Rip Torek. What a goal that is. Maybe the best goal that we've seen on broadcast today.
Oh, that's outstanding. That is a brilliant attack there. Utilises all the right skill moves, the skill cancel combos. But for Adriman, there still is nervy now. I think he's not been up to his usual level in terms of keeping possession. Even that pass there to go forward, it was needless to give it away there. But now he'll be pushing on. He needs to go towards the corner flag just to try and keep possession. But he's in on goal here, actually, with CR7. He's got R9 running in. Is he going to try and go for goal? He will.
Turns back.
Or actually,
it's good composure, good patience, great game management from Adriman. He had a chance to win the game and seal it off at 5 goals to 3, but finds himself with a very good free kick. High up the pitch, no real chance for Rip Torek to get back into this game. We'll see the best moments of this round 1 Swiss game here. Neymar, he opened the scoring here in leg number 2. Putting Adriman 3 goals to 0 up. Rip Torek did get a little bit fortunate right there with Neymar. Frenkie de Jong picked up the ball, fired it into CR7. Neymar roulette. I think that was the goal we just saw, actually. Am I getting deja vu? This was the goal to set it up. 4 goals to 2 here. Kylian Mbappe twisting around his man. And the goal that we just saw right here, Kylian Mbappe doing an absolute madness on Sergio Ramos, leaving him in his dust before teeing up João Cancelo at the near post. 4 goals to 3. Final result there from this matchup between Spain's Adriman and Poland's Rip Torek. Brandon, you're watching a cracking game between Houston and Rafsu. How did the second leg of that game finish?
Yeah, well, it continued in the same theme, to be completely honest, Richard, as Charles' Houston up against Greasy's Rafsu. 2 players that have been to the FIFA World Cup, and you wouldn't think there were 77 spots between the 2 players in the Global Series rankings. Once again, the same theme followed. Houston was able to go up by 2 goals. Now, here comes his 3 kick at this moment in time, which is 29 minutes left in the clock. But there was 9 goals in total in this game. I have no idea where they came from. With 20 minutes left, Rafsu got things moving. Neymar scored that one with 90 minutes left on the clock. Minutes later, Houston then got back in front of a 2-goal cushion. You're thinking, okay, he's on his way to a 1-0 in the Swiss round. Falls back to R9 quite kindly in the end there. Rafsu then bounces back minutes later again down the other end. Messi getting into a really dangerous area, finding the perfect cutback into Neymar. And then there was more drama. In added time, Rafsu went, let's go to extra time and play 30 more minutes. Speak about composure, sorry. The path to glory players linking up perfectly well. We went into extra time. 15 goals there was in the end. By this point, there was 12. Then there was 3 more. Rafsu struck first to go up by 4 goals to 3 in the game, 7-6 on aggregate. Houston then replied on the stroke of half-time in extra time with R9, and then Rafsu had the last laugh. The man that got here from the E-Ligue, getting to a grand final with Olympique Marseille. It's the ugliest of goals you're probably going to see. I have no idea how Cristiano Ronaldo's got that one down. But hey, 15 goals between these two juggernauts in the playoffs, and that's just a taster of what's to come today.
Oh no. What have I just seen for a winning goal? An unbelievable game between Rafsu and Houston right there. You're watching the top seed, Mark, in hashtag Tom. How did he get on?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to follow that game up. I'm going to do my best. And if you're expecting a roller coaster journey this weekend, then we're going to continue on that, because the man, Ignacio, was 3-0 up after the first leg. Make that 4 inside the first 25 minutes as he found the back of the net. And then finally, hashtag Tom started to wake up. He worked his way towards goal, fed the ball into R9, beautiful little directional nutmeg, and found the finish and started to set himself on the path to a comeback. But you can see the clock is against him here. We're just past the hour mark. Pele gets inside the box. He'll manage to drive it across the goalkeeper. And all of a sudden, it's game on. A few more minutes left. Neymar on the right-hand side. Tom trying to pull off an amazing comeback here. He gets the ball back inside. Mbappe finds the near post. But unfortunately there, for hashtag Tom fans, he won't be able to find that final goal to send it to extra time. So it is going to be Ignacio who manages to take home the win. A huge upset. Hashtag Tom, 0-1 in Swiss.
Wow, Tom, 0-1. Upset shocks all happening here in the first round. Ryan, talk about Tom. He was one of your favourites, so to say, to go through in this Swiss round. What are your thoughts? 0-1. Do you think he'll bounce back?
I think most definitely Tom has the ability to bounce back. He's got the good mentality as well to be able to do that. So again, it'll be tough for him being 0-1, but he's come back from worse positions before. So I know he'll back himself to do it. He's got the people around him at hashtag as well that be able to motivate him and get him up to standard. But I just want to speak on that Rafsu Houston game. What on earth was going on some of the goals? Yeah, that was remarkable, I'll be honest. But the good thing is we always associate those two with a lot of goals, and I think we'll see a lot more. Some players didn't even score that many goals across their whole Swiss format last week, and we've seen it in one game between them. So yeah, hopefully more of the same.
Mark, we were at the O2 Arena, it seems a lifetime ago, where Rafsu had an unbelievable tournament in the Xbox bracket. He lost to MS Dasari in the grand final of the Xbox. He always seems to peak late, Rafsu. I think he could be a potential outsider to get a top 9 spot.
It's an interesting point you make, and I don't know if he peaks late or he peaks perfectly at the right time every single year. Like you say, he went on an incredible run, and it seems like every time we talk about Rafsu, he has the ability to go on these runs. It will either be kind of all or nothing with him. It's kind of we don't really see Rafsu at all in the tournament, or he starts taking names. He'll beat one player, he'll beat a second, then he's in the semi-finals, he's in the finals. The question is today going to be another one of those runs? Is the next couple of days going to be one of those runs for Rafsu? If it is, it's certainly going to be an exciting watch.
Yeah, outstanding stuff from yourself, Mark, and Brandon. We'll be hearing you in the commentary booth very shortly indeed. Just before we throw to Jimmy and Mike, we've got extra time in our final game here between an all-Italian clash, Makers Principe and Orange George. And we're joining this game from the additional 30 minutes, 3 apiece between these two as it currently stands. Makers Principe, he's always a player to watch. I feel like Principe, he could finish 0-3 or he could win the event, Ryan. He's full confidence. He's a momentum player. If he gets rolling and he gets confident, he is an outstanding FIFA player.
Yep, I remember him from years back. I think he was actually the first, in the FIT Champions era, was he the first PlayStation player to win a cross-console final? I'm pretty certain.
He was, yes.
Was that in...
Madrid against Gorilla.
Madrid against Gorilla, yeah. I was going to say Paris. It was Madrid against Gorilla. I remember that. From there on then, he's been fantastic across the years. Again, I remember him in the Club World Cup. Not many people gave him a lot of hope against Houston just because of their previous history in terms of matchups, but he done well there. He done himself and his team proud, and of course his country too, and he's been very, very good. And he's up against another Italian player who, for instance, we've had the pleasure to cast over his game this year. He actually made the broadcast on one of the European qualifiers on PlayStation, so it's a very tough game for the first game between these two.
Yeah, and I certainly think as well that both players, Italian as well, everyone's playing for themselves. Obviously, it's a it's a solo esport. You want to do yourself proud more than anything, but countries get behind each other as well. If only one player is going from a country, you will support them fully. And I think Principe, we've seen it a lot, and Orange George as well, and all the Italian players. With 14 Italians qualifying, imagine, this would be outrageous, imagine the top 9 who qualify for the E-World Cup are all Italian.
That would... we talk about shocks, right? For me, that...
I would be baffled if that happened. CR7, chance.
Oh, no.
Slides it through to Mbappe. What am I seeing?
I don't even know.
I don't even know how the ball ends up in the back of the net. Did he fall over?
We've already seen a highlight reel of some crazy goals in just Swiss round 1, but
here we go. Let's watch it back. So Ronaldo gets it. He passes it to Mbappe. Mbappe falls over and just sort of thighs it into the back of the net. Hey, clinical, if you ask me. Clinical from Kylian Mbappe.
You just got to take those. That's the only thing. You literally just have to take it. Because a goal like that, I'm gutted, I'll be honest, because it's like, of all the goals to concede, you can see that one. But again, 15
he's scoring
minutes.
anyway, though. Like, yeah, you'll be upset. It's like, if he doesn't fall over, he's scoring anyway. Like, there's nothing
absolutely.
Orange George can do about it. But obviously, you're annoyed at how the actual goal has gone in.
For sure. But there's still time left to try and get a goal to bring him back in. And hopefully for his sake, can he go towards penalties. But for Principe, he'll be hoping he can do enough just to shut the doors down, put the barriers up for Orange George and make it as tough as possible for him to gain any clear-cut chances, as we see the potentially a chance for George here.
Looks like Principe will be kick-starting his playoff campaign with a 1-0 record. Got the opportunity to go 5-3 up here. CR7, he plays it back to Kimmich. His shot cannons off his Bayern Munich teammate in Alphonso Davies, and Orange George to turn the ball the other way, but Carlos Alberto with a cracking piece of defending, just to basically shove Vinicius Jr. out of the way. Kimmich looks to be playing as a central striker here. Playing the ball back to Ruud Gullit into CR7, and that will be the game. 5-3.
Yeah,
CR7 with the goal.
Some ruthless counter-attack there, Richard. It should be game over for Principe now. 5-3 up. Of course, we came in when it was 3-1 up for George in this leg alone, 3-3 in aggregate, but 5-3, couple of minutes to go there. For me, it's game over. We wouldn't be able to see enough time unless we see a complete capitulation or a goal here. Maybe could push it, but I was going to say, I think he's done enough defensively. Somehow that's managed to fall back there to Vinicius Jr. to find the back of the net. But wow, that's a rough goal to concede, but it sort of levels it out from that goal before. But Principe will look to keep the ball.
A little bit risky.
Very risky.
Courtois, his touch is good. He goes long, and you got to think Ronaldo will always win that header. Ball falls back for Makers Principe, and the referee blows full time here. 5-4. Principe leads in that all-Italian clash. He will be carrying on his tournament, and I should say his Swiss, as a 1-0 record. All the players are in still with a chance at making the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. Today is the Swiss round. You can't win anything today, but you can certainly lose your FIFA 21 season today. If you get 3 losses, when you'll be eliminated. We'll lose 32 players today. Ryan, it's all about making it into day 2, no matter what the Swiss record is that you're going into it with.
Yep, genuinely, by any means, whether you're 5-0, whether you're 3-2 and you come from 0-2, it genuinely doesn't matter. All that matters is getting into day 2 and putting yourself in contention for that grand final spot, which I know a lot of these players will be vying towards and backing himself to do so. And already, just from round 1, we've seen a lot of upsets. I'm genuinely shocked at some of the results we've seen already.
we've seen some shocks, we've seen some surprise performances as well, and I certainly think those surprises are going to continue throughout the rest of these Swiss rounds. It's important not to sort of burn out in the Swiss rounds. I think that is very important. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but some players are starting off at a very quick pace here in the opening round of the Swiss stages in the European PlayStation playoffs. A mammoth round in Swiss round number 1. That's it from myself and Ryan. Back over to Jimmy and Mike to break down the remaining fixtures.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Yes, picking up where we left off from last weekend, the chaos continues. Mike LaBelle, I'm here for it. I am always about the chaos. How are you feeling about what we just saw here in round 1?
Gotta love some good opening matchups. I will say this is still early. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, certain players qualifying or guys going out, because we saw this last weekend. A lot of 0-2s turned to 3-2s and they made a run for it. A lot of players lost their first game and they regained composure. I'm all about building a narrative, building some programming, but it's a little bit early. But I was entertained. I'm sure you were entertained. If you're at home, entertainment level was on the up and up. It was late, it was great. Sometimes it was late and it was ugly. Either way, it was left late. It was not on time.
That's the delicate balance, I think, that we want in sports. We want to be entertained, but we also want our favorite players to win. You also, as a player, want to win yourself. Let's take a look now at the notable matchups from round 1 to catch you up on all the action in case you're just joining us. Our featured match, Oli Boli. And that is Mike LaBelle's player to watch throughout this tournament. Took down Danny Pitbull, who actually, good account of himself in this one, only lost 4-3. The big one, though, Houston. We said before that he always loves 7-6 games. Well, he one-upped what I predicted before, and Rapsu gets the 9-8 win. He's got to feel gutted. He had a 2-goal lead with only a few minutes left to go, and he gave that up, went into extra time, and lost. Hashtag Tom, a big loss there. Bunch of Spanish players doing what they needed to do. We see Dux Neitz and Adriman, Levi de Weerd, who is my player to watch. He is in good form, getting that first win. Gravison, unfortunately, a longtime player on the scene, loses his first match. But as Mike LaBelle correctly said, we saw Levi lose the first game in his against Tex last week, and he went on to win the whole tournament. So nothing is lost or won in round 1. Walk me through these Swiss standings, Mike.
I mean, I could sit here and analyze, but I feel like I'm going to be a little bit of a broken record. I can reiterate, it's still early. At this point, 1-0, 0-1, it's not going to be a game changer. It's not going to shift what happens, where you're going to finish in the tournament just yet. However, I will say after the second round and the third round, it starts getting more into the nitty gritty. We know how things have been planned out. We're looking at eliminations and players progressing and really making a run for it. Who's in form? We also saw something last weekend as well, Jim, where we saw players perform great on day 1 and not so good in day 2 and vice versa. There's a lot of flip-flops, interchangeability. You got to have that consistency and variety against a collective of different oppositions.
Okay, so my question for you, and this goes for everybody watching, whenever you guys get into one of these competitions yourself or as you're watching as a narrative, what do you do? What's your mindset after round 1? If you win the first one, you can relax a little bit. But you can't relax too much. There's still a lot of work to do, but if you lose the first one, are you changing your tactics? What are you learning from that first round match? You just, chalking it up to bad luck or going to Twitter to vent your frustrations? What's the play there?
Don't go to Twitter. And you always give me these loaded questions. Jim asked me 3 questions in one statement. At least it feels that way. So if you win the first game, you can't take your foot off the gas pedal because you're also going to play against somebody that just won their first game. If you're brand new to the Swiss format, that's how it works. You play someone at the same point that you're in terms of your record in the tournament. So if you're 0-1, you play somebody else who lost their opener, and that's what's going to happen. I don't think you have to put additional pressure on yourself, but it also depends, how did you play in that first game? We talked about this, we've digested it, we've dissected what's happening, how somebody could feel mentally. If you played great in your first game, maybe you unlucky, you lost the game, you can move forward into the second one saying, I just need to remake and replicate, versus if you lose by 5 goals, 6 goals, you are starting to say, am I even good enough to be here?
Right? No, obviously that reflection hopefully can be used in a positive and not a negative, and having it snowball into even more and more losses. We'll see which players can handle that. Well, taking off your emotional analysis hat, let's put on your tactical analysis hat and do our analysis presented by PS4 and break down some gameplay that you saw.
I like to give the deep dive. I like logic. I like practical usage. This is beautiful here from Ali Bali. This is the winner. And why does he use this skill move, and why is it a cancellation? It's because Ruud Gullit is where his opposition that is gravitating towards. You see the indicator above. He has not made that switch to Vieira as a center back. Therefore, it tells you cut inside now. Then you see the player switch to extra heel to heel in the finish. This is what pro players are analyzing, what they're registering, what they're noticing, and then reacting to on the virtual pitch, and they're much quicker at doing that and at a higher level than the rest of us.
Okay, that was the analysis presented by PS4. Are there anything that you've seen either last weekend or here in round one that maybe players are doing a little bit more consistently to create some space in the box to get off shots or crosses or whatever it may be?
You see different ways of expressing yourself with some of the cancellations and trying to get creative inside the box. I was just gonna say, if anything, I just want to watch Oostin play. Can we just put all the Oostin games on? I need all of those. We had a 9-8 opener versus Rafsu, who normally would be a little more of a defensive player, to give you an idea. So we might see double digits from Oostin just on his end.
All right, I'm all about the double-digit goals. Well, if you guys at some point want to be a part of these competitions, it is very easy to do so. We make it very easy. So for the PS4 tournaments, go find that tab on the menu. Go scroll over, go sign up. Compete.playstation.com for more information, but you can sign up directly from your console, which is very cool. And as you can see, there are weekly competitions for all skill levels as you continue to get better and better at the game. You can compete for online prizes ranging from dynamic themes and cash prizes. And those who play in FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills. So make sure you go over to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID to make that happen. Now, if you want to join the conversation, hit us up at EA FIFA Esports on Twitter. And please use the hashtag FGS21. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it is time for Swiss round 2. Who is going to get a second win and who's going to get a second loss? Wow, it's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere.
Very fortunate. The ball bouncing back to Neymar. Levy Louis does not care. Levy went into gear 19. Incredible performance.
Hello guys, my name is Levi de Weert. I'm a player for Team Gullit in the EU region, and today I want to welcome you to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna talk about how I won the PES Europe qualifier number 3 while being 3-0 down against #Tom. As you can see here, I was 3-0 down. It was very difficult for me to create space with the 4-2-3-1, so I had to change things up. I talked with my coach Renzo, and the game plan was to switch to a 4-4-2. And as you can see here, it rewarded me because I had two strikers up top with a 4-4-2, so it's easier to make combinations and play short passes. And as you can see here, the through ball to Neymar was open, and it is a perfect goal. As you can see here, I was just taking quick passes, trying to get him drag players out of position, and just waiting for the good opportunity to come. And as you can see here, the perfect pass from Davies to Neymar and the perfect inside fake shot made it 2-0. In this situation here, this is a really tricky situation because as you can see, Tom has 8 players on my half and all his players are just bunching forward. And I also have only a 1-goal lead. That's not nice. But what I also knew is that if I win the ball here, there's a really big opportunity for me. So as you can see here, I win the ball back with Bruno. The thing that you keep in mind then is when your opponent is pressing, there's so much space on the wings. Then it's the most important thing, just running and let him make the choice. An easy cut back to Ronaldo, and that's the decisive goal for me. Because when I scored this goal, I was confident because of 2 goals leading. I wouldn't give that away anymore. Thank you guys for watching my masterclass on how I beat #Tom while being 3-0 down in the second leg in the European qualifier number 3. I hope to see you guys soon.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
And in case you missed it, the North American PS4 playoffs saw King CJ reset the grand final and go on to clinch the playoffs after defeating Agit Power. Now with the win, CJ took home $40,000 and secured his spot for the FIFA eWorld Cup. Congrats, CJ. All right, everybody, welcome back to the European playoffs. On the PS4 side of things, this is the last event before the FIFA eWorld Cup. We have 9 spots left up for grabs, 64 players. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside one of my best friends forever, Mike LaBelle. We are excited to be with you guys as we start to whittle it down from 64 on day 1 to 32. Let's take a look now at the notable matchups that we're going to see in this Swiss format, round 2. Mike, what jumps out at you?
I mean, the real answer is all of them, but this is a rematch between Hashtag Tom and Umit. If you're going to date back pre-pandemic times, they matched up in Atlanta, so I'm kind of looking forward to that in a different position where they both were having a successful start to a campaign. You never want to miss out on watching Levy play. The Ducks Neat versus Rafsu game. Do you want me to just keep going? We got the Italian affair with Cosimo and Principe all day. I'd love to watch that. Shells, favorite from Ryan. Houston, favorite from Mike LaBelle, both 0-1. That's an 0-1 matchup. Are you kidding me? Andoni, same thing, versus Hezers. This is gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
You
gorgeous
can't get
is the
better
right
matchups.
Word. That's what you want. You want the pressure. You want to see how these players perform when everything is riding on it. So let's talk about Hashtag Tom first and foremost. He's part of our featured match. He's also the winner of the 5th European qualifier of the season. One of the favorites. He's ranked 1st overall. He's one of Ryan Pessoa's favorites to watch, as he should be, because he's British and so is Ryan. But talk to me about what makes Hashtag Tom so special, Mike LaBelle.
He's very gifted, and he's been developing in the scene the last couple of years, where he's really taken that role, where you could say he even overtook or has overtaken the likes of a Fnatic Tex, where a lot of people are looking at Hashtag Tom as the leader then coming out of the UK or even England specifically. However, he's got a battle right now. This is a really difficult matchup with him dropping that opener and then getting gifted or granted the opportunity to go up against Umit. This will not be fun. This will not be enjoyable. It's going to be one of those, for lack of a better word, something very consistent with the FIFA scene, a very sweaty game. It's going to be high intensity, and Umit is a very defensive player as well, so it's one of those games where you know it's not going to be a lot of free flow. I don't expect this to be super fluid. It's going to be a very cagey affair.
I think what's crazy is that given how talented both of these players are, one of them is going to be 0-2, going to have their backs against the wall here in the Swiss format. Just to remind everybody, you have to win 3 games out of the 5 to continue on to day 2. If you lose 3, you're out. You're going home and you're watching the tournament just like the rest of us. So what are your predictions for this one, Mike LaBelle? How are you feeling? You going with Tom or are you going with Umit?
I've never been good at guessing what's going to happen with Tom. When I go for him, he drops the game. When I go with him, or when I go against him, he wins the game. So it's always been really tricky. I think Tom is more talented or more well-balanced than Umit this year. However, FIFA has a funny way of always keeping you very humble. I think this could really go either way. I don't like sitting on the fence. You know me, I'm going with Tom. He has such a good year. He's had such a fantastic year. Surely you don't start 0-2.
No, that's fair. It'd be a real shame for him to drop out or go 0-2 in the first 2 rounds of the Swiss format. All right, now it's time to throw it over to our 2 casters who have the call of this match, along with many, many others. Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jim. And yes, round 2 of Swiss is underway. And joining me back in the commentary booth for another weekend of FIFA Esports is Lisa Manley. Lisa, last weekend, so many shocks to talk about. Not so many of the favourites really backing up on the big stage. Fingers crossed today it will follow more of that storyline of big favourite players such as a Hashtag Tom going the full way and booking a FIFA World Cup spot.
Yeah, exactly. Last week was crazy. All the underdogs were just dominating. The youngsters were doing really, really well. And this week we had Tom 0-1. Who expected that, being number 1 ranked as well? So I think this is going to be a crazy game. And I know the chat is going to be rooting for Tom.
No, absolutely. Again, there's not an English player at the FIFA World Cup as of yet, as it stands. There's 3 potential players that could fill one of those 9 World Cup spots. This is how the 3 days will look here in the FIFA 21 Global Series. PlayStation European playoffs. Today is the Swiss rounds. As we said, you know, you can't win today. Just get 3 wins and get yourself into day 2. You could go 5-0, you could go 4-1, you could go 3-2. Just get 3 wins and get yourselves through to day 2, where tomorrow we will hand out 8 FIFA World Cup spots. You might be thinking, but there was 9. That's because on day 3, Championship Sunday, alongside a lot of cash, there will be a 9th FIFA World Cup spot on the last FIFA World Cup spot on the line. And speaking of cash, Lisa, this is the big payout of the year. If you win the playoffs, as we saw last week with Levi Frederico, 27 years of age, a man that was in the scene for so long, you have one good tournament here in the playoffs, you bag $100,000. Talk about that. So much money on the line.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line for all these competitors. And also, you know, it's life-changing, this amount of money. So I think for anyone, there's a lot of pressure on the line, and to book that World Cup spot is also massive for any single player in this competition.
Absolutely, and as I said, for those that may have just tuned in, it's your first time watching the playoffs, there are no squad restrictions in use here. So let's have a look at the teams in action for this one. Lisa, guide me through it. This is hashtag Tom's team, the man that's ranked #1 on the PlayStation Global Series rankings, playing for England. He'll be at the E-Nations Cup. He has won a European Championship. The only thing that's not on his resume is a FIFA World Cup. This is the team that he is using that hopefully will guide him towards 3 wins today, Lisa.
Yeah, a great team, very colourful as well, with Ronaldo, Dumfries and Modric coming into the team. Obviously, just recently came out and they're allowed to use them in their team. You've got Neymar in the team of the season. You've got prime moments, R9, Vieira and Hullet, which you expect to see at this level.
And on the flip side of that, the Summer Stars theme will continue with Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, making his way into the team. The familiar Marco Llorente goes in at fullback, the path to glory item, Ramos in the back there. And people might be thinking, Lisa, Pele centre-back, he's not playing centre-back, is he?
He is not. He's going to be switched with Vieira in game. Obviously, Vieira in that position because you want the maximal chemistry from that player, because otherwise it could go downhill with 7 chemistry on him.
Absolutely. Well, here we go then. Round 2 of the on the road to the FIFA World Cup. The FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs are underway. These two are 0 and 1. They have both lost a game here. Their opening game they've lost, whether it was opening nerves or just maybe unfortunate matchmaking across the 2 legs for both of these two. They both have a resume that's been stacked full of achievements this year. Red Bull Leipzig Gaming came into the fray of things early this year, signing a plethora of talent, including Anders Vergang, the young Dane, the Gaucho as well, who we saw last week out on the Xbox. Player that came so close, making his way to a FIFA World Cup. And I think that does put a bit of pressure on the 3 English players in this tournament, Lisa, because there is not, speaking of which, Neymar's off his line, Keeper's off his line. What on earth has happened here? It's an awful start for hashtag Tom. Keeper's come off his line. He's just gone for a diving head, and Neymar said, you know what, I'm going to quickly dink this in. And after literally 8 minutes into the game, team of the season Neymar will put Umit up by a goal to 0. What on earth happened there?
I mean, Tom doesn't even know as well. You see him laugh it off there. Umit with his right back through ball all the way through to his goalkeeper, Tom's goalkeeper, and he heads it in a really strange position. And yeah, from that position, it was just a little dink over the top, and what a great start for Umit. But Tom's going to be very devastated about conceding a goal very early on in this game.
He'd go down 3-0 in his first leg in round 1 of the Swiss. He bounced back, but the Spaniard did come out on top in that one in 4 goals to 3. Umit played against one of the only Swedes in the tournament, Bundled Unsa of Wolves Esports, the Premier League football club. And in 6 goals to 5, good feet in the box from Tom. It's back to Edwin van der Sar, as well does Umit. If you are a hardcore FIFA esports fan, you'll cast your mind back to Atlanta back in FIFA 20, where these two matched up in a console final on the PlayStation. If you remember rightly, it was Umit's breakout season. I think he must have been, what, 17 years of age at the time, and did win that game. Just over Tom. Went to that grand final against Olli Liito. We know the rest of the story there. It was the Swede that won his first major tournament. Feels like a lifetime ago. Since then, for Tom, you can't look away and say he's not continued to develop as a player. Last year, he had spells where he was on loan with Fnatic, teaming up with Fnatic Tex, the duo that just continues to keep on developing. Both of those England teammates at the E-Lions. Squad that will be heading to Copenhagen for the FIFA E-Nations Cup. Both of these players will be actually going to Denmark on the third weekend in August, 20th to the 22nd. Ultimate teaming up with Dula Mike, a player that was ranked #1 last week on the Xbox. He didn't do enough to get to the FIFA E-World Cup. And it's been a familiar story here across all the playoffs, no matter where it is in the world or what region it has been. Players that have been ranked #1 and they haven't necessarily got the job done in the playoffs. Why do you think that has been, Lisa? Players that have had such a good year all year long, they get to the playoffs and they just sort of fall off.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's the occasion and the pressure of it. Obviously, you worked all year to try and get to this position. You've got there. You just want to try and book yourself in the E-World Cup. And sometimes I think too much pressure can get to you and you make silly mistakes and it costs you. And some of these big players, it has. And it's so unfortunate because, you know, top 10 in the world and not to go through to the E-World Cup is so devastating.
Whether it's pressure, whether it's the occasion, or more importantly, it's been a long year of lots of qualifications, virtual leagues, depending on how active you are in the FIFA esports space. There's been so many opportunities to either earn money or find a way to these playoffs where everybody wants to be. Of course, ever since we've had the playoffs, it's only been a South American winner on the PlayStation. That being because it's always been at LAN, where we've got a mix of all different regions and nationalities. Nicholas 99 FC, a man that is in the FIFA E-World Cup, won FIFA 18, FIFA 19 playoffs. Here's Tom looking for that equaliser. Here's R9, does well. Back to CR7 is the overlap there of Ruud Gullit. Will look to interchange with Neymar, bundled off the ball by the Bundesliga defender. He does well to return possession back, though. Tom waiting for the right chance. The striker in the final third. 36 minutes played here, but Limit once again does well. Just about to fight off Neymar and to fight off the threat of Tom, which is not an easy task, is it?
No, Tom's a very attacking player, and I think, you know, you've got to be on your ball when you're against him because his player switching is just incredible. So I think Umit's got a hard job here to see out this game, and he's still got a lot of time as well to see out this game. And overall, he's 1-0 up and a good start for him, but hashtag Tom, he's not out yet. You've just got to just watch this. I mean, overall, he was 3-0 down in his first leg, and he conceded to make it 4-0 down. And then he come back 3 goals in that last leg, and he almost took it to extra time. And it just shows that momentum is key. And I think in this game, he has to go and get a win because otherwise, 0-2 is hard. You've got to win all your games, remaining games, and wow.
Some players, it's a case of get that first defeat out my system and its systems all go. AK, get myself to 3 wins and get myself into day 2 where the FIFA World Cup spots will be handed out. 8 of them in total tomorrow. 9 across the weekend. Cristiano Ronaldo does well into Luka Modric. Tom will strike back. But Vashoya, one of his favourite former Spurs players, he bagged himself a Summer Stars in-game item, did the Croatian midfielder. And just like that, on the stroke of half-time, hashtag Tom has his goal and his way back into the tie.
Yeah, good left stick dribbling there with Tom. He just waited and waited and waited for the run, and there was just so much gap there to pass it. And when he got into that position, he's not missing from there, and it's a great time to score as well into the brink of half-time. And going into the next half of this game, it's now 1-1, it's game on.
It was the player that accumulated the most Global Series ranking points this year in Europe. Bagged, I think, over 4,000 in the end. Did the #1 ranked player on the PlayStation. Here's the goals again. No idea what the goalkeeper's doing there. It's a long ball over the top that was always going to be questioning a defender, or at least the goalkeeper. This was the goal that allowed Tom to bounce back into the tie overall. Modric in the right place at the right time, ensuring that Tom is back in the tie. Of course, you're a UK FIFA esports pro yourself, Lisa, for Revolution Esports UK, former of NFG. You've been able to watch a lot of Tom, whether he's been in the Premier League, whether he's been in qualifiers in the past. Why do you think he's been so impressive this year for Tom in general?
For me, I think he's been really good because, you know, he's got a lot of good players around him. You know, he's got his teammate in #Shori, and he's been playing a lot with Tex. And I think, you know, for Tom, he's such a great attacking player, and he replicates that in defending as well. You know, he's such a hard player to break down, and going forward, he's got his player locks, he's got the directional nutmegs, and overall, he's just such a skillful player, and I think that is why he's so hard to beat this year.
For Tom, it was a case of, you know, I might be ranked #1, but I've not got a trophy next to my name. What does it mean? And, you know, fair play to him for having that attitude for so long in the year. His joy did come, though, at the end of May, where he was crowned the champion of qualifier #5 in Europe. A season of hard work, finally leading to a trophy. For RB Leipzig, Umit. He's also had quite the year, maybe ranked 30th in the Global Series rankings, but what you've probably come to expect from watching all of last week's action. Don't take too much notice into the Global Series rankings because there were upsets everywhere. Glencoe, that was ranked 947th on the Xbox last week, did qualify and made a FIFA World Cup, so can't focus too much on those stats as much as they are a good indicator of who has had a good year. Umit finished in the top 30 position. He bagged himself a spot. The top spot, I should say, at the virtual Bundesliga. Massive season for him. He beat Dolomic, his German companion, and his teammate at the FIFA Nations Cup in an action-packed grand final. Very nearly finding R9's feet there to go 2 goals to the good. Tom looking to build now. Such a good job in the last 24 months of sort of building up a fan base that he's created with his trademark celebration of calling it in. I'm sure they'll be out in their numbers today watching this man, hoping that he can get the job done. Make his first ever FIFA World Cup final. Looking for 2 is Umit. Does really well in a tight area, Neymar. Back to Hullet now, looking for the overlap. Does well on the flip side, Tom defensively. Umit's done a very good job of just trying to silence Tom so far, Lisa. He's denied every single chance he's had going forward, other than that one opportunity, which I think says a lot when Luka Modric is scoring a goal. He's had to come so far forward to add an extra body into the final third.
Yeah, Umit's been very, well, he's done really well this game, to be honest with you, defensively as well. He's been keeping the ball as well, you know. In this position, you've got to try and control the game, because if you allow your opponent to try and control it, it's in their hands then. So he's been controlling it, as you can see here now. Tom is trying to keep the ball as well, trying to get that opportunity, try and see the space in behind, and I think we'll see another goal in this game, for sure.
Final 20. 1-1 in round 2 of the Swiss here today. Tom on the hunt for a second, and a small leeway. And into that second leg. Does well, really well. Tom, what a save. The feet of Edwin van der Sar saves the day for Umit. He did everything right there, Tom, and I think the only thing that was missing was the ball smashed against the back of the net there. It might feel hard done by not to be 2-1 at this moment in time.
Like you said, he did everything right there. Ronaldo into Cristiano, and in that position, you expect him to score, to be honest with you. You know, he did the ball around the keeper, which was great composure, but very unfortunate, to be honest with you. I think he should be a goal up here, and I'm sure the Twitch chat will be erupting.
Everything right, didn't he? He was so patient in the build-up, found the ball eventually through to the final man. The simple ball roll that you expect to be deadly. In those sort of moments, unfortunately, wasn't just there. He was offside anyway. Double change, De Bruyne will be brought on the flip side. Double change, or triple change for a handful of players coming alongside Leon Goretzka, the German. Few minutes left to play here. Second leg on the way. Took the lead after an awful error from the goalkeeper. Came off his line, gifted the ball to Neymar. It was an open net. Just to tease the ball into. Very well done by Tom there defensively again. Has to put his forward. It's a foul that's been penalised. 5 yards out. We've seen these go in before. We see a direct shot now. Ronaldo runs over it. Played short into the path of Ronaldinho. Is fresh off the bench. I'm very happy to play as slow as he wants. Mbappe does well with it. Oh, play Vieira. A really strong tackle there. It wasn't for the French defensive midfielder. That certainly probably would have been 2 goals to 1 for Umit. Important block. A really important time. That'd be one last roll of the dice for Tom if he can find a way around that. 2 banks, a 4 and a 4-4-2, a flat 4-4-2 of Umit. Very hard to break down. Been resolute throughout the game. That's lead for moments like that where Dumfries has to get involved, Davies has to offer an overload because there just isn't a gap. 9 now, last chance of the game. Ronaldo does well, and I think that will do us for leg 1 there. Hashtag Tom 1. Red Bull Leipzig submit 1 unless the referee will play that one just offside. Is that all we've played here, ref, or are we going to play any longer? I'm sure the ball will be cleared out of play. That will do us. Round 2 of Swiss. 2 juggernauts here in the FIFA 21 Global Series, but nothing to separate the 2, Lisa, at the halfway point.
Yeah, nothing to separate them in that game. As we see the highlights right now, we see the through ball there from Llorente, and I don't even know what his goalkeeper is doing there, and nice little dink over the top, and Neymar is just not missing from there. On the other side, Tom here going forward, nice little, left to right, trying to just wait for the space to be created, and it was. And Modric in that position is very interesting, to be honest with you. I think he is playing Modric more forward and Hullet sort of in behind, just defending for him. But yeah, great goal there, and 1-1 apiece, and I think it will be a very interesting second leg here.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, we've got so many games taking place right now. I'm sure that everyone at home is thinking, where are these games? Mark Hatcher joins us now. Mark, there's so many games taking place right now. Have you got some goals for us in round 2?
Of course there's goals, and of course I'm going to bring them to you, Brandon. No worries whatsoever. Tricked Arrow versus Levi de Weed has hit the game we're going to be focusing on. And I'll tell you what, this was a back and forth game, this one. It was Levi who got the first goal of the game, and nicely rounding the goalkeeper to get himself off to the hot start. And the hot start continued as R9 now, the beautiful little Elastico inside onto that left foot, made it 2-0. But Tricked Arrow, he had something to say. He wanted to get back into this game, and he managed to do it just before half-time. The whip cross in towards that back post. A smart finish, but composure is the name of the game of the playoffs. Composure is the name of the game in these big moments, and you can see that Levi had it here as he made it 3-1 to close out that first leg. Looking very, very strong as he moves towards that second leg. We'll have to see if he can hold off the comeback coming in from Arrow.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mark. As you said, Levi de Weed, such a young gun and such a great season. Richard Buckley also joins us now. We've got games taking place all over the world, quite literally. Rich, what is going down in your game that you were focusing on?
Well, I'm going back to Italy for my particular game. It's going to be Cosimo Guarnieri up against Makers Principe, 6th versus 21st on the Global Series rankings. It was the highest seeded player in Cosimo opening the scoreline right there. Principe did bounce back in the second half, however. CR7 into Neymar. Little ball roll past the goalkeeper and finishing it into an empty net. Cosimo showed his class, however. Reverse Elastico, CR7 with the strike, and he made it 3 just before full time. CR7 into Bruno Fernandes. Touch into space, and he hammered it into the top left corner. Cosimo leads 3-1 going into leg number 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rich. Some unbelievable matchups here as we are going to go to a quick break now. When we return, more games, more goals, and more importantly, the second leg between Umit and Hashtag Tom. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
game, you cannot take your eyes off it. Andoni keeps finding an answer. Andoni looking like he's back to his best, really.
Hola, soy Andoni Payo, más conocido como Andoni PM, represento a Riders en la región europea y os doy la bienvenida a mi Masterclass. Hoy os vengo a analizar la ronda de semifinales del Loser Bracket contra Peixoto, la ronda a la cual me dio el pase a la final del Loser Bracket contra #Tom. Íbamos perdiendo aquí 3-2, el rival estaba bastante encerrado y entonces teníamos que tener un poco más de paciencia, mover el balón de un lado a otro y sobre todo buscar los desmarques de los delanteros, que al final son los que más peligro tienen. También hay que esperar su error, y aquí su error está en que saca al central de posición y vemos como Cristiano entre el central y lateral hace el desmarque para meter este empate, este 3-3, y pues ponernos ya un poco más de cara a la eliminatoria. Pues aquí estamos con Bruno, cuando fijamos al lateral, se lo damos a Cristiano, y aquí es el momento en el que tenemos que aprovechar el hueco que hay con Neymar, se queda solo Cristiano, y con esa cola de vaca también nos hacemos ese espacio, y en este momento hacemos el cancel porque si tiramos hay autoblock, y aquí hacemos el tiro claro porque al final Cristiano con la zurda y siendo el Totti nos iba a dar el primer gol y era la primera vez que nos íbamos a poner por delante en toda la eliminatoria, así que es una jugada muy importante y que nos iba a poner de cara ya todo el partido. Pues estábamos en un momento de que teníamos que tener el control del balón para hacer que su defensa saliera, y en cuanto su defensa saliera aprovechar los huecos que creara para al final rematarlo. Aquí vemos a Cristiano, conectamos con el delantero, hacemos muy bien esos giros para que se equivoque con el switch con James, y aquí ya definimos, con suerte de que movió a Pope por el palo donde tiré, pero finalmente con Cristiano Totti y su potencia de tiro conseguimos meter el 5-3 y poner la eliminatoria a nuestro favor. Espero que os haya gustado el análisis de mis 3 goles contra Diego Peixoto, que me puso las cosas muy difíciles, y os espero ahora en la siguiente ronda contra Cosimo Guarnieri y espero que me deis mucha suerte.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs here in Europe, the last hurdle before the FIFA E World Cup. And as you can see, there's 9 spots remaining. Those 9 spots will be filled up come the end of play on Sunday. These are the names that have already made it to the FIFA E World Cup. Players from all over the world, North America, South America, as you'll see in a second. Players that qualified last week. Lisa Manley, who impressed you from those 9 players? Because it was a stacked roster that booked tickets to London.
For me, it has to be Hexon God Mode and also Jaden. Obviously, Jaden taking that 9th spot game against Anrazik, and what a game end-to-end for that. And also, Hexon God Mode beating Tex and Dolomite to get that spot there. And I think, you know, what a run he had, and 2 great players there that I think will do well at the FIFA E World Cup.
And 2 players that will also be hoping to go to the FIFA E World Cup. They've never been yet in their FIFA esports career. Yes, mainly because last year when they were both on fire, there wasn't a FIFA E World Cup due to the global pandemic. However, this year there is. 6th to the 8th of August in London. $500,000 is the prize pot. And there is 32 players that will battle it out across the 3 days. The question that remains, though, who will be the 9 players from the 64 here today that will travel to London? There is not yet An English player that has qualified for the FIFA World Cup. Yes, of course, there's the Scottish representative of NFG in Jaden. And with 3 players here from England, including Shells and Mitch Hayward, teammates, of course, of #Tom with the Lions set up on the PlayStation. We're thinking that one of those 3 leagues that could go the full way and book a spot in London.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Tom's ranked #1 for a reason, so hopefully he does book his spot, because it would be devastating to be on form all year and then the main tournament of the year and he doesn't go all the way. But, you know, the other 2 Brits, every single one of them, all 3 of them have lost. So, you know, we need to get a bit of momentum going forward if we want to try and see one of our players in the top 9.
On the flip side, speaking of German players, back at the last FIFA World Cup in 2019, there was a handful of players there. There was 8 in total. Literally a quarter of the pack were German pros. Last week it wasn't always the same storyline. It was Benny, CR7 and Musti. They were the only 2 German players. It nearly was 3. Nicholas Razic coming so close in that 9th playoff match in the FIFA World Cup. In the FIFA World Cup process. Losing to NFG Jaden, who snatched the spot off Nicholas Razic. The biggest shot was Dulamike, not in the FIFA World Cup after such a dominant season. #Tom, of course, kicking from right to left. Been with #United for a handful of years now. Done so well alongside UK-based football club. Esports organisation that have done well to help breed players and breed top quality players. De Jong coming forward with Huller. Neymar does well. Here's RB Leipzig Umit. And 1-0 up early in leg 1 after an awful mistake at the back from the goalkeeper. Looking to do the same here now. De Jong, chance, Ronaldo, back to CR7. He's bundled to the ground for a split second. There could have been penalty shouts, but they were easily waved away. Get that webcam issue sorted for you there. You could probably see him. It was just ahead of time. Remember, these are fully remote broadcasts. It's been the story of the season. Players might be from the comfort of their own homes or HQs, the famous #HQ in action as always. But the FIFA quality has always remained the same level. And if not, it's been even better. We haven't seen that much of them on the broadcast this year. We had a top 16 finish back in qualifier 1 all that time ago, back in December. Followed by a top 12 in February. This man, though, on the ball now has been in all the broadcasts. At least a good handful of them. Capping out a brilliant season in May. I'm sure he pocketed qualifier number 5 heading into this event with all the confidence in the world. How big of an event was that for Tom, do you think, Lisa? A player there's Tom that was so dominant all year. He literally said in an interview that I might be ranked #1, but if I don't have a trophy, it doesn't mean anything to him. And for a long time, I think people questioned, when was that trophy going to come? When was that opportunity going to come? As Arlan does come forward from it now with a little Lacrichetto into an Elastico. Sorry, it doesn't come to anything in the end, but it was a massive tournament for Tom. We'll get more thoughts from you in a second, Lisa, on that, as this chance is still being built up by Umit. Now, is he onside? Yes, CR7 is. Can he find the ball across the box? It's out for a corner. Played short. He cycled superbly well. And eventually, possession nearly changes hands. Ball's back again to him. It's a bit messy at the back from Tom, and eventually he'll get it clear. But leading back to that point, Lisa, how big of a tournament was it that Tom went and won a qualifier this year, especially qualifier 5?
Well, it's absolutely massive, to be honest with you. You know, getting a bit of momentum before the main event in terms of this qualifier, I think is completely massive. You know, it gives you a boost of confidence being on fine form. And although he has gone 0-1 in this competition, you know, we saw last week some pros being 0-2 and being able to make it to the next day. So we can't sort of expect him to lose another one, to be honest with you. I think he's going to go into this game a bit more. He talked to his coach, and I think he's going to be honest with you, come out on top, because he's such a great player going forward defensively. You know, he's right stick switching is superb, and I think going forward we'll definitely see a few wins from him.
One of these, isn't it, Tom, a player when you get to this stage of the year, he's mastered so many angles of his game. However, you speak about peaking at the right time, Mehmet. Virtual Bundesliga champion at the start of June. That was only a month ago. And 18 years old from Germany. Another one of those German names that popped out on the scene in the last 24 months. Ronaldo does well. Elastico's out of danger, cuts back inside, defended well on the flip side from the year. We said about UK players looking to make their mark on the Global Series playoffs today. Well, unfortunately for Shell's Mitch Hayward and Tom, they all lost their opening games, which is not the perfect start. Other players that also went 0-1 include Krompe, the only Finnish player in the final 64. Tom, as you can imagine, disrespected by that one. He was through, he thought with Mbappe. Half-time here, though. Still 1-1 and nothing to separate the two. Is this going to be the same theme of the game that follows here, Lisa? Are we going to see goals, or is just this the style of the game from both of these two? I mean, more so from Mehmet. He's slowed the game down at points. He's kept possession well, been hard to beat with a flat 4-4-2. Are we going to see some goals?
To be honest with you, hopefully, you know, otherwise, you know, it'd be quite boring for the viewers to watch. But to be honest with you, you know, this is the way these games go sometimes. You've got to try and fill out your opponent, see how they play, and just try and work the ball. And that's why sometimes you don't really see opportunities, you know, occur very often. But there, you know, I think Tom was very hard done by. He looked like he was through on goal and the ref blew the whistle, and you saw his reaction there as well. Devastated, but I think we'll definitely get a goal in this second half, and if not, another game that we commentate on extra time.
Well, it was the theme, wasn't it, last week? Every time we commentate together, Lisa, we end up going to extra time or a penalty shootout, nevertheless. Only 3 players in this tournament, the 64, that are free agents. All the other players that came into play today all have an esports organisation or a football club they are playing under. No doubt they will be backing their players, hopefully, to make it to a FIFA World Cup. Question is, whoever loses this will be in a horrible position. They will be 0-2 and on the verge of their FIFA 21 season ending. That, unfortunately, is the reality that they're going to be finding themselves in, which for some players is just going to be the most awfulest of starts to FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs. For some, though, call me crazy, it will be the biggest wake-up call that they would have had all season long. We've seen it happen so many times. Probably the best one I've ever saw was back in Amsterdam. FIFA 18 playoffs. I remember it still to this day. At the time, it was Hero the Frenchman. He was playing for Team Envy. Went 0-3 and somehow found a way back to go 4-3 and make it into the knockout rounds. Unbelievable story, but it has happened and it will continue to happen. There were so many players last week that went 3-2 that made it to the FIFA World Cup. The message is echoed round here today. Just get your wins and get yourself into day 2. Tom looking to plug away. Still no way through the back line there. It's been hard to beat all game long, Amit. To frustrate Tom. Bullet. De Jong does well. Four minutes away from extra time. Back to Ronaldo does well. Off the bar. It was a really interesting way the ball flicked up onto Cristiano Ronaldo's left foot. And he was so close to finding the lead for hashtag Tom.
So close in that position there, obviously. It was such a weird deflection the way it went up in the air, but in that position, the way it got flicked up, you kind of do expect him to score from there, but it's a weird angle as well, so very unfortunate for Tom there. And wow, this game is so end-to-end, and I don't know what way it's going to go, to be honest with you.
a bit of an awkward bounce, in all honesty, for Cristiano Ronaldo, but as you would have saw across those highlights of Rapsu against Houston, Ronaldo can deal with awkwardness in so many scenarios of how he moves as a player. His own sort of custom body build, the animations that he always seemingly is able to deliver in the air, on the volley, no matter where he is on the pitch. It really makes him one of a kind. And that newest summer star item is pushed into so many teams now. Fake shot from Neymar, still can't find a clean way through a goal. Pause has been queued for a good 20 minutes in game now. I'm not too sure which player it is. You can see from the gamer tag top. Quite distinguish who has paused the game. Well, by this point, at least, they'll be lucky to see the pause before extra time. Unless there's a chance. Ronaldo is on. Hill to Hill. It's clinical. He may not have done much all game long. I think that's the first chance he's had. The big players need big performances. And RB Leipzig Summit. Right place, right time. A simple hill to hill. We'll see it on the replay. You just see Ronaldo peel off there. Vieira maybe caught napping. And as soon as he was round the goalkeeper, you knew it was going to be a certain goal.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest with you, it kind of looked offside, and I think that's why Tom's a little bit shocked there, but he's not going to miss from there, and he's got to change something now, or he could be 0-2, which is going to be a surprise shot for most people watching this broadcast.
This could be nightmare start for Tom. As he watches on, 11 minutes away from being 0-2 in the playoffs here in Europe. However, I've had an opportunity to watch this man a lot this year in terms of his involvement with England in the Lions campaign. He's played in a lot of East friendlies on the build-up to that qualification. Never write him off, especially when he's full throttle like he is now. Oh no, not his own. Brilliant save. Van der Sar goes for a corner. You can already see it. There's loads of bodies running forward. And so many numbers. Making the way into the box. He has to. He hasn't got any other option. Pull it. Verratti off the bench. Chance. CR7, is he onside? No, he's not. Just off. This is what he's got to do, Lisa. He's got to put bodies forward. Look how many yellow shirts there are now pressing up the pitch. Any issue with it is that gaps will appear like so, just offside of it.
Yeah, I think he has to go forward now, push everyone forward, press after possession loss, 3-5-2. Just throw the sink forward, just go for it. And as you can see here, bodies forward. But that means, he's going to have loads of gaps in behind, and he's just got to be clinical in these last few moments of this game.
Chance. Oh no, and again, Van der Sar. He's just been ridiculous in this second leg. It does do well again to sound strong. Last time he matched in a game that was as close as this was Atlanta FIFA 20. A console final on the PlayStation. Last chance saloon referee. That might do us, and it looks like a nightmare start that will continue for #Tom, who is now 0-2 in the Global Series playoffs. A man that's been dominant all year long, unfortunately, finds himself in a bit of a pickle right now. RB Leipzig, though, back to a clean slate, back to 1-1. He's 2 wins away from booking a place in day 2. That was the goal, Lisa, to send Umit into a 1-1 scenario.
Yeah, a very, very interesting goal there. He did look offside, but I do think his right centre-back was keeping him onside there, but you don't expect him to miss there. But Tom had a great opportunity down the other side, but Van der Sar was in great form for Umit and sees him through to the next round.
I mean, it's a start that not many people would have expected, Lisa, at this moment in time. What does Tom do now? He's 0-2. It's easy to think, oh, season's over. This is my chance wasted. But he still has got a chance. We've seen so many players, as I was speaking about in commentary, be in these positions and still pull out the bag.
Yeah, exactly. It's not over for him. He's 0-2, but now he's just got to recuperate, talk to his coach, see what he's doing wrong, and yeah, going into this next game, he's going to be playing someone 0 and 2 as well in the same predicament as him. And I think going forward, he's just got to try and get the next win and get a bit of momentum going forward.
Well, as we rightly said, there was 3 players from the UK here in the playoffs. I believe another game that we are going to be putting a focus on very, very soon is a 0-1 game. It's between Shells and Houston. A massive game, this one. Shells booking Ispor here via the Premier League. Houston 11th on the Global Series rankings after quite a dominant season. Both these players are 0-1. We join it live in the second leg now. Houston 4-3 up after leg 1. One thing that we know about his games, Lisa, he scores a lot of goals. He scored 7 against Rapsu, losing 8-7 after extra time if you missed that game. In leg 1, he's already put in a handful of goals. In total. A high goal scoring player. This is Charles Houston. Teammates with Aggie Rosemeyer, a man that's got plenty of experience in a FIFA E-World Cup scenario. Saw they were doing boot camp for a handful of Danish players on the PlayStation heading into this. However, Manchester City Shells, the player that also will come into this full of confidence too. He's been around the block. He's been on the biggest of stages. Cast your mind back to 2017 in Berlin, where that's where he went on the biggest of stages. And although Mayev came second, losing to Rocky in that grand final, he still pocketed $80,000. And that was where he sort of found his claim to fame years on. He's been with a Premier League club in Manchester City, one of the forward-thinking clubs in the Premier League in terms of FIFA esports. This one plans to be a great game, Lisa. 7 goals in leg 1. We can only hope that there's just as many goals in leg 2.
Yeah, definitely. And the last game against Houston that played against Rapsu, it was an end-to-end game, loads of goals going in for him, but also he was conceding a lot of goals, and I'm pretty sure he was winning that game, like he is in this game. And will we see him sort of go the same way as he did last game and concede a few goals here and maybe end up losing as well, because he was in the winning position, and to go 0-1 in his first game after being in a winning position must be devastating.
Chance does go down to ground. Referee says no, get back up on your feet. Like a strong tackle there from Arno. Houston in a difficult position then. Of course, Manchester City Shells was the Premier League winner this year. Few players that has had sort of multiple representation in the tournament. I think Leeds United's Oli Lito, a man that also didn't do enough to make it to the FIFA World Cup final last week. You can probably understand the theme we're looking at. Only 3 of the 23 players so far that are in London have been to an E-World Cup before. That tells you the story of this year. New names, surprises. A lot of unknown of what is to come across this weekend and in London. Different format this year has provided more players the opportunity to play. You've heard some of the names and some of the numbers as Richard Buckley railed off in qualifier 1 all that time back in December. 2,000 players signed up for that just on the PlayStation, just in Europe. Forget that so many other regions part of this global series, and sort of pick your brain on it, Lisa. Why do you think there has been so many new names emerge, and young FIFA players as well? I think there was like 3 16-year-olds last week that all booked a spot at the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that, because of COVID as well, a lot of people have had a lot of time to practice, and I think that's why a lot of kids aged 16 to 18 are actually coming through. So I think overall there's going to be a lot of young talent coming through, and overall, what a great way to see it, because, they're so young, 100,000 to their name as well if they win, and it's just life-changing for anyone.
Absolutely, and for a lot of the players, it's their first ever LAN event, which is scary. I know Klinkele played in the E-Superliga, but for Rob Tolle and NFG Jaden, first LAN event, a FIFA E-World Cup. We will jump back to that game very, very soon. However, before that, you might be thinking, what is up for grabs this weekend? There's a lot of cash on the line, $400,000 in prizing in the end. It was Levi Frederic on the Xbox last week that pocketed $100,000. And also, it was Klinke that booked a second spot in the tournament, top 2 spot, I should say, pocketing $70,000. Some serious money on the line here, Lisa, and it goes to show for a lot of these players, you might have a quiet year. If you come into the playoffs and play your cards right, you can have an unbelievable set of prizing in your hands.
Yeah, definitely. And as you saw here, the highlights of Tom, and very unfortunate there. And Neymar just dinks it over the top there, and Umit goes 1-0 up. Just in case you miss it, we're going to show you this. Ronaldo dancing on the edge of the box, waiting for the run. Modric gets into a great position, and he puts it into the back of the net. Second leg, as you see here, it started off with Umit going forward. 78th minute, great through ball. He looked like he was offside, but his right centre-back there in Ramos, I think, kept him onside. So great game that was.
Brilliant game. If you missed the news, you've just heard that Tom is now 0-2 as we join this right now as a goal goes in. And it's Houston that makes it 2 on the 60th minute. And with 30 minutes left to play, we said it rightly before. He's now in a very comfortable position, 3 goals behind him. It seems like we missed 2 goals, in fact, I do apologise. 6 goals to 3, Houston leads. And Shells with it all to do. There's a goal back for him. And it seems as we've arrived, all the goals are flying in now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, in that position there, Ronaldo, he starts it all off and goes to the wing all the way to Vinicius Jr. Vinicius Jr. passes it back to Ronaldo. In that position, he barges off Davies, it looks like, and he puts it into the bottom left-hand corner. You know, game on now. You know, when Houston scored to make it 2-0, you thought it would be over, but we saw him concede quite a few goals in the last game, and I think this game could be end-to-end. He's still got to score 2, though, so he's got a mountain to climb still, but I think if he gets a goal before the 75th minute, he could have a chance in this game.
Still a long time to play. As we rightly said, Rafsu took down Houston in the game before this, 8 goals to 7. And Houston led on multiple occasions with a 2-goal scoreline in his favour. He's always been known as a very attacking player. Is Houston, scores a lot of goals, maybe defensively. Hasn't always been the securest of players in that area. As long as he's outscoring his opponent, it shouldn't really matter. Davies, here's Shells for another one. It's just played behind. Team of the season, Neymar will come forward again with numbers. Final 19 minutes. Houston finds Neymar. Waiting for the right time to strike in the box. Well defended by Adam Militao. His recent path to glory, which again has been bumped up as Brazil have continued to have a great tournament. Into the pause menu we will go. There's literally 60 minutes left. 2 goals needed for Shells. What is he thinking in his mind right now, Lisa? Time for a change? Time for a constant press, maybe?
Yeah, he definitely needs to change something up, being 2 goals down. To be honest with you, maybe 3-5-2 and press after possession loss. To be honest with you, he might want to go constant pressure, though, because you're not going to be able to get another pause in. Even if he gets another goal, it'll be too late, to be honest with you. But here we see the highlights of the goal. Hullet in that position. That's why he's in the team. He's so good defensively and so good attackingly. And here, as you see, Vinicius Jr. through ball. He must have come on as a sub, and Ronaldo barging off Davies. And, you know, he's still got a mountain to climb here. 2 goals, but like I said, he needs to go constant pressure. But when you do that, there's so many gaps in behind him. As we saw there, Houston went forward and, you know, there was lots of gaps. So I think just go forward. You know, what you got to lose? If you lose this game, you're 0-2. Just go for it.
Just go for it. What have you got to lose at the end of the day? And I think the one thing I love as well is that, you know, we might be in July, we might be near the end of the FIFA 21 cycle in terms of, you know, promos and different content, but that even the mixture, Lisa, of Summer Stars and Path to Glory items have been deemed good enough and have been made good enough to still fit into teams, and it's been great to see.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've seen a lot of new cards coming into the game. We actually have a chance here. Great keeper movement, but as I was saying, you know, we have a lot of new cards coming into the game. We've seen Ramos and we've seen Militao coming in at centre-back for people. You know, there's sort of like-for-like cards. It's just who you prefer, but, you know, it's good to see a centre-back actually in the position and not a full-back.
Absolutely. Here's a chance, Houston, to put the game to bed. And with 12 minutes left on the clock, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a damper on the hopes of any UK FIFA esports fan. Tom 0-2. Shells is minutes away from being 0-2 as well. The only question that will remain is Mitch Hayward. the third UK representative in the 64-man Global Series Players. What will his result be? 30 minutes on the clock. You've got to be clinical in these moments, Lisa, and that's exactly what Houston was. 3 goals up, 13 minutes left or so on the clock. There's surely no way he's throwing away this game.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't say he is. 3 goals up. We did see he was 2 goals up in the last game that he played, and he did end up obviously going to extra time and losing. But in this game, you know, Shells has to go forward. He's 3 goals down. As you saw there, he was 3 at the back as well. And that's why Houston scored, because he was sending so many players forward and there was just so much space in behind. And as you saw there, he's always going to pass that ball there because it makes it into a 90% chance of scoring if you make it into someone that's in a better position instead of just shooting for the sake of shooting.
Final 9 minutes. This would be a miracle. Shells was to turn this one around. Not saying he can't, it's just Houston's been in a position like this before in leg 1, and he would have learned the hard way, I should say, from round 1 in the Swiss rounds, where Rafsu beat him 8-7. For a lot of these players, it's difficult maybe for them to get themselves in that zone of the playoffs. They're playing from home, some of these players, or a HQ. Stage still does remain the same. E-World Cup spots on the line, $400,000 in prize in this weekend. We'll make this the biggest ever playoff event in terms of prizing. Final 3 minutes, Houston looks home and dry. We'll be 1-1 in the Global Series playoffs here. One more of R9 to cement the tie. He will indeed. Houston's makes it 4, and more importantly, gets himself a massive one on the board, Lee, so he's 2 wins away from making it into day 2 now.
Yeah, exactly. Game, set and match. That goal there was, to be honest with you, 4 goals now. He's definitely won this game, and it just be a bit of confident boost going into the next few games for him. You know, he's scoring goals in every single game he's played. What is it, like 20+ goals he scored in these last 4 games that he's played? It's just sensational. He's just such a great attacking player.
We've always said he does score goals. The man that's ranked 11th in the Global Series rankings, the Great Dane, strikes against Shells. 8 goals to 4 is a full-time result there. And just got to a stage, didn't it, in the matchup, Lisa, where Shells was 2 goals down. He had to go for the game. He had to try and score more goals. We'll talk more about that in a second. But in the meantime, Mark Hatcher joins us again. Mark, so many games happening right now, as we said. Lots of upsets. As, you know, us all from the UK, not the best of starts here in the playoffs for us. What game was you watching and what's the latest?
Well, I was keeping my eyes on the same game that we were before, and that is, of course, Tricked Arrow versus Levy de Weed. And this game, a very interesting one to watch, especially the second leg, because you can see the aggregate score at the end of that first leg, 3-1. And it was Tricked Arrow who actually got the first goal in this second leg to really put the pressure back onto the Dutchman. But it just seems like this young man, he knows how to survive under pressure. He scored that goal, and lucky that he did, because a massive mistake actually let his opponent back into that game. That crossfield ball just getting cut out and nicely finished as well. But it was a little bit of magic towards the end of the game, as you can see there, to give him that extra cushion that he was desperate to find, just to take those nerves down a few levels as well, to give Levy the win. But I mean, he just seems like one of these players which have really impressed me. Is the young talent. It's not just technical ability. I think it's their ability to stay cool under pressure. That's what we saw last weekend. That's what we're seeing this weekend from some of the young talent as well, and it only bodes well for them moving forward.
Absolutely. And I think one thing I'd love to grab your mindset on quickly, Mark, before I let you go to watch more FIFA. What's happening? Because Levy's, you know, a top-ranked player, playing really well, developing big results. And then Tom, 0-2. What is this? This #1 ranked curse that seems to be happening in the playoffs. What's your mindset on it?
I mean, it's interesting. I think it's a great question. What's happening? I mean, I can't really give you an answer. I think the only thing that I can give you an answer is that, you know, you look at the start of the season, FIFA 21 is a very different game to what it is now. Tom had a lot of success early on in the season. Yes, he had a very good mid-season as well, and arguably one of the strongest players. But we're hitting a point now where every single player has mastered mechanics, has mastered every single facet of the game. And I think it's about who is just getting the edge in these games, who's getting the directional nutmeg that just manages to breeze past the player. You saw Tom was very unlucky with a couple of the goals, and I watched his first game as well. Tom could have quite comfortably won that game in the first half of the first leg. He had a lot of chances he didn't put away, and you listen to pros all the time. They say it's a game of margins. Don't take your chances. Don't have those little things go your way. You can find yourself at 0-2. That's where Tom finds himself, and he's going to have to fight back.
Find himself in an absolute hole at the moment. Mark, thank you very much for that. We'll be coming back to Mark Hatchett a little bit later on today with so many more goals. And of course, he will be commentating on some of the action alongside Dan Gaskin. Someone else who's been watching a lot of FIFA is that man, Richard Buckley. Rich, you were following a game earlier today. You still are following the same storyline there between the two Italians, I believe. What is the latest there?
Yeah, we got underway in this all-Italian clash between Cosimo Guarnieri and Makers Principe, with Principe getting back in the game. He came into the second leg 3-1 down. He got himself within a goal, 3-2. Ramos a little bit too aggressive there from Principe. A mix-up at the back. Cosimo re-cemented that 2-goal lead, 4-2 lead for Cosimo Guarnieri. And that is how the game finished, Brandon. Cosimo 2-0.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great to see the Italian game. Rich, you've been watching lots of playoff action today as well. I mean, are we in for more shocks, or are we in for those players to continue to continue playing very well? Levi de Weed has had a brilliant start. He looks to be 2-0 at this moment in time. But for Tom and all the UK players, are we going to have an English player in the FIFA World Cup? Because at the moment, it doesn't look likely.
Yeah, it's been tough, to be honest, for the English players. And I mean, also, Tom's running as well. You go 0-1, then you play Umut. He's a really nasty player to play against. He'll not let you have the ball. He defends very well. It's not going to be an open, expansive game as you and Lisa are watching it. Tom is at a big point right now. He either needs to win this next game. He's either going to go 0-3 or he's going to go 3-2.
Thank you very much, Richard Buckley, of course, giving us all the updates there. Cosimo Guarnieri makes himself into a really good position now with a big result there. We are going to go and watch another game now. Me and Lisa Manley will be following this one. Two players that are both 1-0. They've both won their opening game. Rapsu won 8-7 against Houston, who just booked that win against Shells. We're joining from half-time. I just want to have a quick word on this player. Duxney, back-to-back La Liga champion. This man is fearless right now from Spain. Another one of those players that has popped out this year in the Global Series rankings and come out to play. And you look across the board, Lisa, Italy and Spain are the two most represented nations in the 64. 10 Spanish players make up the 64 here in Europe. He's one to watch for me that probably should go to the FIFA World Cup.
Definitely, for sure. We do see a through ball here to Neymar. Will he make something of it? He doesn't, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely, you know, Neat is such a great player. We saw the Ducks team, that they live together, they strive FIFA, they don't spend much time with their family, and I think it's proven it here. You know, they're so dominant in this tournament at the moment, but you know, overall, he's such a great player. 6-2 in this game. He's scoring goals for fun, and Rapsu just came off a great game and beating Umut, and he's such an attacking player as well. So I think to see him only scoring 2 goals against Neat just shows of how good of a player he is.
We didn't have the nicest of runnings, did Neat, in his opening game. He had to play against Nacho. Them two matched twice. Not once, twice in the La Liga Grand Final. Also in the Grand Final, it was Nacho of Sevilla or Pepe Botello, as someone known as. Of SV2 Esports. Played in the Grand Final. They played in the very action-packed leg, or 2 legs of FIFA, I should say, in round 1. It was a 2-2 penalty shootout, which saw Neat find his first win on the board. This is a great position to be in if you are Neat, though, Lisa. 4 goals in front, 25 minutes left on the clock. You win this game, you've got 2 wins next to your name, and you're literally 2 legs of FIFA away from booking a spot into day 2. I wish it was that easy. It really isn't.
I mean, it definitely isn't that easy. We're seeing #Tom, the best player at the moment on PlayStation, go 0-2, and to see Neat, so young, doing it 2-0 at this stage against such a great player is just crazy. And I think momentum is key. Going 2-0, all you got to do is get 1 more win to be able to see yourself into to see yourself into the next day. And overall, what a great way to do it.
To save that is as well. And maybe finding a way back in the tie. 22 minutes on the clock now between these two. Rapsu, in his own right, is a very experienced player. Put pen to paper with Greasy Esports. That's Antoine Griezmann's esports organisation. Played in the E-Ligue 1 this year alongside Mino. Those 2 players did make it into the grand final in the end, losing to FC Lorient, the duo of Leandro Peixoto and Fuma. Fuma, which is in this, he's actually in these playoffs from France. One of the French players that we're battling out, hoping that he can find a way through. Interesting to see as well. Maestro, we haven't spoken about him yet. He's also in the playoffs, going about his business quietly, plays his FIFA Levante. One of the names that at moments this year stood in the way of Nick. Quite a unique story, that Maestro, the only French player in the E La Liga. I'm sure that rustled a couple of feathers, but nevertheless, he was able to put in a brilliant set of performances across the E La Liga Cup and the E La Liga general season overall. Changes made by Ravsu. Will he have time on his side? Neat. Of Ducks gaming up by 4 goals. I think you're absolutely right what you said about Ducks gaming. They've gone about FIFA esports this year in a really serious manner. All the players have been producing results. The only shame for them is that they're all on the PlayStation, where there's a chance where they might match up at moments. Of course, the formidable trio that you'll know very well, Ravison, Adjaman and Neat, have been in their gaming house all year long. I think what that does, Lisa, from what we've been able to see in moments, is when you're just so focused on FIFA, it does help to produce results that these guys have been able to do. No
yeah,
distractions
definitely
for any of them.
Definitely, to be honest with you, you know, we've seen Gravison also been doing really well this year. I was a free ball here to Ronaldo. Will he pass it off or will he shoot? And he scores! Obviously, it's just a consolation goal, to be honest with you. He's going through anyway. 7-2 now, obviously. There's going to be a lot of gaps in behind of Ravsu, just trying to get forward and try and get a couple of goals. But, you know, so many goals going in for him. He's going to have a lot of confidence going into the next leg. 2-0, like we stated, is massive. And one more win and you see yourself into day 2. And, you know, from there, the E-World Cup is in sight and he'll definitely be confident going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. 2 wins on the board for Duxney. One of the youngest players here in the playoffs. Finding the form he has provided all year long. Looking for another goal. Harafsu. He's only 2 wins away from making it into tomorrow. He'll be 1-1 though. After 2 rounds played here in the Swiss rounds. Round 3 around the corner. My favourite round, to be honest with you. 3 wins will be achieved by some players, not many. For some players, unfortunately, will be the end of their FIFA 21 Global Series road. And Neat get one more chance. An onslaught it's been. Off the line is Edwin van der Sar. It says a lot about this performance, Lisa, that even when he was 2 or 3 goals up, he didn't stop there. He wanted more. 4-5 he is up by now. Maybe 6 if Ronaldo can find a way through here for Neat. A 6-goal cushion, which will fill him with confidence into round 3.
We can definitely see there's a lot of confidence going in there. He's just bringing out all the skill moves. Fake Rabonas into, you know, Elasticos. There's so many skill moves coming into him there and so confident. 7-2. Of course, like you said there, 2 to 3 goals he had. And he's going to try and, you know, see out a few more goals, to be honest with you, because 2 to 3 goals is not much in FIFA. You can score 2 to 3 goals in 20 in-game minutes. So anything's possible. So you've got to try and go forward, to be honest with you, because otherwise you could see yourself lose.
I mean, he's back to the drawing board for Rapsu. He still has got 1 win to his name. He's looking for 3 in total. Neat, though, as we said, so much talent, this kid. Another player that's come out of the woodwork in the last sort of 24 months. Back-to-back E La Liga champion. We saw him at spells in different qualifiers this year. But what is it about young FIFA players, Lisa? It's not just in Spain. It's not just in the UK. It's not just in Europe. It's all over the world. Young players that are just hungry to play top quality FIFA. 3 of them at just 16 years of age last week made it to the FIFA E-World Cup. What's the hidden secret?
Yeah, there's so many youngsters coming through, and to be honest with you, I think it started off with Tex. You know, he came out of nowhere to come out on top, and I think people are striving to do what he did, just to be on top. And we saw that last week. Klenky is 16 years of age, Jaden's 16 years of age, and they've put themselves an E-World Cup ticket, and they'll be super happy. A lot of money on the line there as well.
So, I mean, if you play well for a player like Klenky, he might have been an East Superliga winner last week, but bagged $70,000 by the end of the weekend. That's the same as winning, I believe, all the qualifiers this year here in Europe, or in certain regions, I should say. A brilliant start here, though, 2 rounds in. Any shock, surprise? I mean, Tom's an obvious shock for you, Lisa, and for I think a lot of us. Any surprises, would you say, so far? Would you say it's going as planned or as expected here in the playoffs? But I would say as planned. There's not really too much that has gone to plan in moments throughout the last 2 weekends. I believe we've got the highlights here, Lisa. Give me your thoughts on that. Plus, talk us through the highlights of those 2 legs. Well, no, we're not going to do that. We are going to go instead to Jimmy and Mike now. We'll come back and we'll speak more to Lisa a little bit later on. But for the meantime, gents, round 2 is done and dusted. We know Neat is 2-0. Tom is 0-2. Surprises still happening here in the Global Series.
Yes, what is up? Thank you so much, Brandon and Lisa, for that great commentary as always. I'm still in disbelief. Camera got on me. I was still in shock about what we're seeing. Hashtag Tom, 2 losses. I have a lot to unpack there. We saw Shells lose as well. Oostin comes back and scores a bunch of goals as he does. It's part of his trademark. Defending is optional with Oostin, but I'm here for it. Mike, what were your thoughts about what we just saw?
It's inevitable to a certain degree. There has to be upsets. There's just not enough places available, and you know that some of the young guys that we don't give enough credit to, just because they haven't necessarily earned it, are going to come through. They're going to have a showcase. They're going to give us something to talk about. They're going to join the discussion. This has happened last weekend. It's happening this weekend. And the big takeaway right now, the headliner, similar to last week, we had Fnatic Tech struggling, Swiss Stage 0-2. Tom is 1 game away from elimination, the #1 overall player. This is even greater news, or larger scaling of news, than Fnatic Tech's last weekend.
So just so everybody knows, there are only 3 games left, 3 rounds left in the Swiss format. Tom has to win all of them to get to day 2 and qualify for the round of 32. That's not even guaranteeing his spot for the FIFA E World Cup. He'd have to do it all over again. But with that day reset, sometimes players can take a deep breath and get after it in a different way. What do you do if you're coaching Tom right now? He has to be in his own head. I would be on tilt if I was Tom, given everything that's transpired and starting the day in the worst possible way.
I think my advice at this point, if I was talking to Tom, is like, you've mastered everything you need to master. You've obviously proven that you have this ability. It's time to be a little more loose with it. Let's see some more of it. I feel some of his gameplay has been a little bit tense, hasn't been as decisive in key moments. And unfortunately for him, dropping that first game really put him in a difficult position, because if you understand Swiss Stage, Tom had the advantage of playing as someone that just squeaked into playoffs, basically. And he lost that game. And then he was unfortunately awarded or rewarded or punished with going up against Umit, who is a rival for Tom. They have a history, and Umit's a special guy.
Okay, now let's talk about another Brit. Shells is now 0-2 as well. He comes in after winning the E-Premier League with Manchester City. Everything seemed to be going well for both of these players, and now they're on the back of it. Oostin ends up scoring a lot more goals than he did, which is always, as I mentioned before, a bit of a goal fest anytime he's involved. But let's talk about Shells. He's got to be feeling the same exact way.
I hope that's not the next matchup. I haven't seen the fixtures, but I hope that's not what we're going to see as the decider. Oh, I really hope that's not what's coming up next. Maybe some of you in the chat, I'm sure, are hoping for that. You're with it. You want someone to exile the other competitor and really end his competitive season. But it is what it is.
Could you imagine both of them being 0-2 and then facing off against each other? Hashtag Tom taking on Shells. Oh, that hurts. It hurts my soul if that's what ends up happening.
I'm sweating right now. I'm not playing the games. I'm already feeling stressed out watching the games. I've stood up. I've sat down. I've been getting hydrated. I expect more of that. We still have 3 more rounds.
Okay, well, you know what? I know something that does bring some relaxation to you. It's your telestrator. Let's bring the telestrator in. Let's get the soothing sounds of Mike's voice as he talks over some breaking down of some awesome FIFA action. Take it away, Mike.
Well, I appreciate that, Jimmy. We've got a freeze frame, as you can see. Tom, Umit. Umit is a master of finding space, the simplicity of FIFA, and very patient. This is why patience is actually a virtue. It's because of Umit. As you see, also the heel to heel, walks it around the goalkeeper. Gorgeous finish. And you're going to see this time and time again, some sort of skill move right when you have these 1v1 scenarios with goalkeepers, because it takes a 50-50 or even a 70-30 or an 80-20, whatever the finishing percentage, and you can just walk it in. And we're going to see a lot of ball rolls, a lot of heel to heels. You might even see a body feint or two. Sometimes players can get kind of creative with how they're going to walk it around the goalkeeper, but that is going to be a constant with finishing 101.
All right, great insight as always from Mr. Mike LaBelle. I appreciate your breakdowns. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. Let us know your thoughts. What's happening with British players in these competitions right now? They seem to a little squeaky bum time, and now they're up against it. Their back's against the wall. It might not be coming home. It might not be coming home. All right, we're going to take our next break, but when we return, it is Swiss round 3. Some people are going to be going home after this round, and some are going to be booking their tickets for day 2. Don't go anywhere.
Adriman with that ball towards the goal, and it will be a goal. Adriman, he's played this game perfectly. He writes himself into a top 4 finish.
Hola a todos, me llamo Adrián, pertenezco a Team News Gaming, juego en la región de Europa, me conocen más como Adriman y bienvenidos todos a mi Masterclass. Hoy vamos a hablar de 2 temas para que todos vosotros podáis mejorar en vuestro juego, que es saber aprovechar las contras y el juego con espacios en FIFA 21 y la fortaleza mental. Yo, de la manera que más cómodo me siento atacando en este FIFA 21 es atacando con espacios al contraataque. Aquí estamos presionando a Vieira para conseguir recuperar la bola y salir rápido. Conseguimos robar en esta presión con Renato su pase a Zidane y salimos en la contra. Vemos a Bruno, vemos el espacio para Mbappé. Continuamos con unas bicicletas. Aquí lo normal sería dar el pase si él no cubriera, pero como él cubre esta situación, nosotros seguimos avanzando con Mbappé. Le tiramos la pared al ver que su central sale y generamos un espacio muy grande, el cual aprovechamos con un pase a Cristiano. Cuando él salió con el central, su Vieira tuvo que ir a tapar la posición de defensa, con lo cual se generó un hueco muy grande en el centro del campo para que llegara un jugador con llegada como es Bruno. Aprovechamos el espacio, su defensa está muy desordenada porque antes él tuvo que taparnos su triangulazo. Aprovechamos el pase para Rashford y conseguimos marcar el gol. En el partido que me jugué yo para clasificar al segundo European Qualifier de la FIGS, de FIFA 21, en la ida perdimos por 3-1 en un partido muy duro, además recibiendo un gol en el último minuto que realmente, si no hubiera sido por la fortaleza, nos hubiera dejado fuera de la eliminatoria. Y gracias al coaching que recibí de parte de mi equipo, hicimos unos ajustes en el segundo partido, que fueron jugar más directo para generar más ocasiones, y le conseguimos dar la vuelta. Es muy importante mantenerse frío en estas situaciones, ya que muchos de vosotros en vuestra casa os frustraréis en X situaciones del juego, pero tenéis que conseguir manteneros fríos, emplear la cabeza y hacer los cambios necesarios y no los cambios que a veces hacemos cuando nos enfadamos en el juego o tenemos rage. Bueno chicos, espero que os haya gustado mucho la masterclass que hemos podido dar hoy. Espero que os sirva de mucho saber nuevas tácticas en el contraataque, que sepáis lo importante que es la fortaleza mental jugando a FIFA 21 y que disfrutéis jugando al juego chicos. Un abrazo.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournaments Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Now make sure you follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #SoundOfVictory for your chance to win the sweet and new Recon 500 headset. All right, everybody, welcome back to the European playoffs on the PS4 side of things. This is the last ever event of the season until we get to the FIFA E World Cup. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle. We are going to get after it. We're going to catch you up on what just happened in Swiss Round 2 and, of course, what's upcoming in Swiss Round 3. Now let's take a look at some of the notable scores from that second Swiss round. Some big results here on both sides, both in the wins and loser columns, Mike LaBelle.
And I was looking at my hands, just hoping that I could remake and replicate what we're seeing on the virtual pitch today. I'm talking to them. I'm doing my best impression of these young gentlemen. Umit obviously getting the result versus Tom, which I'm not even going to say is really an upset. Those are just two powerhouses that ended up matching early on, and not in the best point for either of them or so far in the tournament. Levy, of course, progressing, looking good as always. 2-0 now. You have Neat versus Rafsu, big separation there. Cosimo in the Italian derby. We just talked about Shells. Any Houston game's going to have goals. I'm hoping we're not seeing Shells, Tom, but that could be happening here. Both 0-2. Gravison gets a big win. Adriman, same story. And then you see Hezers beat Andonia. They were both 0-1 as well. So Andonia, I think, comes in at number 10 or number 12 overall. Could be out of the tournament early. One more game. That could be another one of the 0-2 matchups.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look now at the Swiss standings. As you can see, we got some Italians at the top. And Cosimo did end up winning that Italian derby versus Principe. Got some Germans, of course. We have some Spaniards. They're all there. Peixoto's there. No big surprise. We'll move down the list. A lot of 2-0s. Maestro, familiar name. Levy de Veerd, my player to watch going into this. Oli Boli is Mike's player to watch, for, I guess, for the rest of his life. By the way, he champions Oli Boli. And now we got the 1-1s. So now these games are getting a little bit tough. You know, they still have a lot to play for. Houston, obviously, with the big win. And Donny actually was 1-0 going into that one against Hezers. He ends up dropping his first match. And then as we head down, some more 1-on-1s. Got some Ignacio in there. You got a Hexon Santil, a lot of Italians still. And we're going to move over to the next page. It's going to get a little dicier here as we look at who is going to be 0-2 very quickly. But Principe, 1-1. Mo Abba, the reigning E World Cup champion for 2 years, which has got to be some type of record. He's also 1-1. Orange George, 1-1. We've seen a lot of success from him. Rafsu Umit, who we just saw, beating #Tom. The Stranger hanging around. We haven't talked about him yet. Tuga, of course, doing the business. And then we're going to look at these 0-2 records. Now, this is a very important round then for round 3 because they are, those are going to be some tough games. Tough games.
Jim.
And we already know some names, Mike LaBelle.
Jim.
#Tom being the big. What?
I've got a question.
Shoot.
All right. I'm just interrupting you. Sorry. I've just been thinking as we're going through the Italian movement this year in general. On the Xbox, remember, 2 Italians. Didn't have much representation, but they got the spots. This, on the PlayStation end, tons of representation, and likely to get quite a few spots here, FIFA E World Cup, is Italy. I think since the introduction of really the E Serie A, is Italy now a top 2, top 3 nation? Their players turn up for tournaments, day in and day out, new and old. I'm just throwing it out there, just wondering what you think. You've been here with me.
I do. I think they've obviously proven themselves, and having 14 players here out of 64, I think represents the new trend or the new theme, the new narrative that's coming out from Italy. We'll see if it's coming Rome, as they like to say, with regard to the European Championships. Yes, I'm full of dad jokes. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to do it. Let's take a look now at the notable matchups in round 3 to see who is going to be facing off against who. And we got a big one right at the top, Mike LaBelle.
You got that Shells Roberts, Team Hollet Roberts, of course. That's a must tune in matchup. I want to see the elimination games. You got Tom, also, of course, in one of those elimination games. Probably very, very thankful they're not going up against each other. You also have the battle on the other end with Ali Bali and Peixoto to who's going to go through. And then Pino. We haven't really talked about Pino a lot this year, but he could be going home early. Nobody really wants to see that if you're a fan of the sport. And then a big, massive swing matchup if you're looking at Mo Alba and Rafsu. That's going to be a game that either 2-1, 1-2, very different positions, both household and kind of from the old. I don't want to say that they're no longer prevalent or they don't have a chance to win an event. That's not the case at all. But we've seen them both have tons of success if we're going to date back a couple years.
Some big names. If you've been following the FIFA scene for a couple years now, Mo Abba versus Rafsu is a tremendous matchup. We'll see how those two perform in that. But that's not our featured match. Our featured match is TG Roberts taking on Shells. Let's talk about the Dane first, Mike LaBelle. What makes him special? He's got his back against the wall in this one.
And he's part of that teenage crew. You see this, 14th. That is not a typo. 14th in the overall ranking. He's 1 game away from elimination. And it's kind of sad that one of these guys has to go. And we've been seeing this big push as well from the Scandinavian countries in general. You name it, whether we're going to Denmark, we're going to Norway, we're going to Sweden. They've got the talent and a lot of up-and-coming talent. And I say that because they don't have many of the old heads, as I like to say, guys that have been around for 5-6 years and have already established themselves. Those aren't the successful guys anymore. It's these 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And then Shells, very well known in the scene. He's definitely got the accolades and the recognition and the reputation, but here we are, 0-2, representing Man City Esports. Needs a result to turn this around.
Yeah, he looks pretty relaxed here. We get a live look at Shells right now. I think it's important for either one of these players to score that first goal, to say, all right, finally a game's going to go my way, and hopefully that first goal really set the tone in a lot of different ways. I'll actually go out and say, and I'll give my prediction first, whoever scores first. I know it's a two-legged affair and a lot can change, but whoever scores first is going to go on to win this matchup. What is your prediction, Mike LaBelle?
I'm going to go against the grain here. I think that we're going to see an upset because I'd still say that Shells is favored, even though the rankings would say differently. I think Roberts is going to handle this, and that Shells is going to unfortunately go home early.
All right. Wow. Well, you heard it here from me and Mike LaBelle. That is a big, bold prediction. I felt like I had one as well. Let's throw it over now to Mark Hatcher and Dan Gaskin. It's great to hear your voices and to see your beautiful faces, these two. Take it away for this big round 3 of the Swiss format.
Oh, I've missed your voice, Jimmy, and I'm sure that you've missed ours as well, in some sort of capacity anyway. Dan, wonderful to be here, and what a game we have to introduce ourselves back onto the broadcast. Well, unfortunately, it's our job to send someone home out of the playoffs today. We have Roberts taking on Shells, a massive game for both these players, probably the biggest of the season for both of them, taking out maybe the fact that Shells, of course, won that E-Premier League, but this is a big moment for both of them. They need to perform. It's quite simple. They just have to step up.
It is a big moment, and usually I'd say, oh, I don't really want to be commentating on having to send someone home, but at the same time, this is where the excitement starts to kick in. This is the business end of Swiss rounds now. You're going to see people eliminated from the competition, and usually when you're 0-2, you think you're going to get maybe an easier opponent. Not going to be the case for either of these. This is a huge matchup, and it's not going to be easy whatsoever.
And speaking of 0-2 as well, two names that really jump out to me. We've talked a little bit about Tom and how he finds himself 0-2. Don't think anyone would have seen that coming. Still has the opportunity, of course, to bounce back and find that form that he desperately needs to. But another player, Katja. I mean, some of the performances that he's had so far this season, a massive surprise for me to see him at 0-2 as well.
Yeah, it just seems to be the name of these tournaments. In these playoffs, we're seeing some of the biggest players, the most consistent players just dropping off when they get to that final hurdle, whether it be a big occasion, whether it be pressure, or whether it just be having a bad day. It doesn't really matter. It's the young guns, it's the new future stars that seem to be showing up and being very bright in these tournaments, and we need to see a response from those who are at 0-2. Otherwise, they'll be getting out of the tournament.
I completely agree with you. There's no room for error anymore. It's all about finding that response, finding that form, and finding it as quickly as possible for these players. Unfortunately, you know, round 3 is when we send these players home. But let's talk a little bit about this game, because Shells, we've seen, you know, he scores goals for fun. Roberts, we know what a talented player he is as well. The Dane, he's 14th ranked in the world right now. Who are you giving the edge to? We've heard from Jimmy, who gave a kind of on-the-fence prediction, whoever scores first. That doesn't count as a prediction, Jimmy. It never will. And Mike is saying that Roberts is going to be the man to take it home. How do you see this one going?
Well, usually I'd go for consistency. I'd go for the most recent best placements, which I guess would be Roberts with a top 3 finish, and then before that a top 9 finish. But Shells was also the E-Premier League champion, right? But it seems like form doesn't seem to be favouring any of these players. So perhaps I'll go for Shells, because I think form would suggest Roberts is going to win this one, but we throw the form book out of the window completely for this tournament.
I'm looking forward to seeing if we can get into this game as soon as possible. But for me, I'm going to give you my quick prediction as well, Dan. I'm going with Shells. I just think that he's got some attacking flair that he hasn't quite found that form of right now. I mean, what do you think the secret for Shells is to win this? Is it about, you know, doing what he does best, find that attacking form? Or do you think it's more about keeping it tight at the back and finding, you know, a way to keep a clean sheet? Because he has leaked a few goals so far.
Yeah, I mean, he leaked 8 goals in the previous round, and that's not really good enough. It doesn't matter who you're playing against, whether they're attacking player, whether you're an attacking player, you cannot be letting through that many goals. So he needs to be tighter at the back, whether that comes down to a formation change, whether it's just about his play style needs to be a little bit different, or maybe, as Jimmy said, he just needs that first goal. Sometimes it's so easy to build on a victory when you are able to find that first goal, when you are able to play the way you want to play. If you go a goal behind, you find you're chasing your opponent, you're playing their play style, and it can't really work out. I feel like Shells just needs that first goal, really just to secure himself, give him a little bit of belief.
Well, let's remind everybody as well, it's not just those FIFA E World Cup places, it's also prize money, it's all of these wonderful things that come alongside it that these players are fighting out for. And we can see it, you know, this is the schedule, this is what they're going to have to fight their way through in order to reach that opportunity, not only to get prize money and all that good stuff, but just to get through to the top 32, Dan. We're already seeing it today. That is a struggle in itself to get from day 1 to day 2. That's a challenge in itself, let alone get into day 3 where they have the opportunity to play for this prize money.
Yeah, that is a big chunk of cheddar for all of these players to be trying to take home and put in their back pockets. That is your season, that is your career earnings in 1 year right there if you can take $100,000. We saw how Levy was going to be taking that in the Xbox side, and now for PlayStation, we need to see who is going to be stepping up, who is going to be going into that eWorld Cup, not only as potentially the favourite, but also the one who's probably going to be buying the drinks at the end of the event.
Yeah, it's very, very true, and I'll be stood next to him at the bar. But these players have already booked their tickets to the FIFA E World Cup, and you can see them in front of you right now. The rest of the world players, the likes of Dylan, MS Dasari, surprise, surprise, he's there. South America, you have the likes of PH Zin, who's been dominant. Nicholas, surprise, surprise to see him there. The two names that we always see, or seem to see, I should say, at the E World Cup are there as always, and these are the players from the Xbox who obviously managed to make it through last weekend, Dan, and it just seems like it's the young blood coming through and performing this year. NFG Jaden, he's a standout for me. I think he's got a big, big future in FIFA esports.
And don't get too excited, English fans. NFG Jaden may have that British flag next to him, but he is from Scotland. He is the Andy Murray for us, I'd say, at the moment, because we don't have any English players qualified, and we have two of our English players on a 0 and 2 mark, and that is not good enough, especially with how they performed recently, with how many kind of tournaments they've won in their past. Either Shells or Tom need to turn things around. I would be absolutely gobsmacked if I saw both of them eliminated at 0 and 3.
Well, I mean, I would as well, but then, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit less gobsmacked than I would have been having not watched what happened last weekend. But let's take a look at the squads now. It's going to be the Turtle Beach lineup analysis. We'll start off by looking at TG Roberts' squad. Dan, looking across this, I like this. There's a lot of agility in that midfield. You have the likes of Summer Stars Luka Modric in there, Sergio Ramos. It seems to be a little bit of a familiar lineup. Always love seeing that 5-star in Neymar as well.
Yeah, this is something we saw quite similar earlier. A few squads seem to be having a little bit of consistency now. Everyone seems to found their pretty much starting 9, and then there's a couple that are subbed in or out. And I always like looking at the subs bench. Who is going to be making that impact? Who's going to be brought on to make a difference? You've got the likes of Pele there, for example. Ronaldinho, Vinicius Jr. can all make a huge impact if they need to. I do like the fact that we've got Vieira again being played at centre-back. I'm a big advocate of that. I feel like a lot of these players should be playing that if they aren't already, but a fantastic team as always.
Now let's take a look at Shells' squad again, the Turtle Beach lineup analysis, and this one a little bit different. A few of those newer players, a few Path to Glory players in there as well. Lorente in at right back. You have Eder Militao, who will also be upgraded. Both those cards, I should say, should be upgraded in-game as well. But one thing that I do see on that right-hand side is that Kevin De Bruyne, Summer Stars, a fantastic all-round midfielder, but one that we aren't seeing picked too much by a lot of the players so far.
It's one of those that just really helps shape your chemistry. The fact he is a right midfielder card or a right wing card, you can just kind of change your team around that, and you can ensure that you get full chemistry on everyone. Having Neymar as a central item is really going to help as well. But again, a very consistent team. I like Militao being played at centre-back. He's going to be very difficult to get past.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into the game. And this, ladies and gents, is our first elimination game of the day. For both of these players, the pressure is going to be immense. TG Roberts versus Shells. And this is all about staying alive for a chance to reach the FIFA E World Cup.
And I really can't decide how they're going to approach this. Are we going to see both players just go at each other's throats right from the get-go? Try and get that first goal. Try and just assert dominance, because you need to find form now. You need to actually have some belief in yourself, because you're 0 and 2. You haven't had much luck so far. Things need to change.
There's a couple of directional nutmegs already being used here by Roberts to try and find a little bit of an angle. And there's a sign of nerves there coming in from TG Roberts as he just throws that one out of play and gives the ball over to Shells. The first opportunity for him to maybe find his feet a little bit here, as he already tries to just fire that ball forward directly into the feet of the strikers. And this is one thing I've always loved about Shells. He's very direct until he gets in and around that 18-yard box, and that's when you're going to see the tricks start to come out.
Looks like both players playing with 2 strikers as well, so you're going to see a lot of kind of hard hit passes right to one of the strikers, and then trying to play those 1-2s, using those wide men as well to try and initiate those attacks and try and break down the defense when it does get a little bit tight in the middle. But from the early stages, it is pretty cagey, but it does look like both players are looking to try and penetrate the defense.
Well, Militao has got to be strong here against Mbappe, and managed to just about get enough purchase on the ground to get back to his feet and recover from what looked like a little bit of an awkward situation for him there, but the Brazilian doing a good enough job there for Shells to make sure that Mbappe didn't get through on goal, and kind of be gifted a chance to give Roberts the first goal of this game. And now Shells will be building once more. Once again, that direct ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Here is R9, tries to slide past his man and gonna go down, but it's just outside the box here, Dan.
Well, we saw Denmark score a free kick from a similar distance in real life, but this time it's going to be Shells against the Dane. Plays it short to Vinicius Jr., but nothing comes of it, but I like the attempt.
Going to be recycled here by Shells. De Bruyne now does have that 5-star weak foot. Easy to twist and turn and find any kind of pass that he wants to. Pull it now. Again into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. Tries to slide that ball. Good bit of player switching coming in to make sure that Llorente just got across in front of his man. And nervy moments for both players in defense so far, Dan. Both of them looking pretty decent going forward, though.
And you'd think there will be some nerves, but the experience between these two players should be enough to settle them after around half an hour of in-game. Once you've actually had a good feel of how your other opponent is going to be approaching the game, you can say, all right, well, I know what they're going to try and do against me here. I just need to settle and play my own game completely. Shells, E-Premier League champion. We've seen him at various FIFA E-Club World Cups as well, for example. We even saw Roberts at the E-Club World Cup. Top 8 he was able to get that this year. So he's certainly a player who knows what to do when he faces against a little bit of nerves in these really, really pressured environments.
On the counter-attack here, it's going to be Roberts, who just slows things down momentarily to let players get back into position, to give him some options. He's trying to trigger those runs in behind as well and almost bait the space. He's trying to now tiptoe into with R9. Bruno Fernandes going to be stepping forward to try and orchestrate some stuff in front of that 18-yard box. There is the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. R9 Ronaldo. And he goes for a little push around the corner to try and get past his man. Shells does enough this time, but you can see the idea here from Roberts. He's really just trying to create the angle either for that bridge or the directional nutmeg, just to burst past the player, the final player, the defender in that 1v1 situation.
Well, that's why you have the likes of Sergio Ramos in your team, right? So that you don't get beaten by either the bridge or the directional nutmeg, as there is an opportunity, but Van der Sar just slowly and calmly collects that one. I think it took a slight deflection, but worrying moments at both ends for both players. They have to be wary of the opposition's attack here. A lot of respect being shown, I'd say, from both of them. Just watching every single run, not taking too many risks just yet, but I think that will change as we get further into this game.
The way that both these players are attacking as well, it really is going to be a battle of concentration as well. You can see very similar play style in and around the 18-yard box, looking to isolate those 1v1 situations and then try and get a shot away, whether it's a little skill move to create the angle. But one step wrong with the defender can completely open the space for them. But so far, it's kind of been a game based on defending so far, Dan. Nobody really able to get that 1v1 situation and win it on the offensive side.
And when you look at their records so far in the tournament, it is a little bit worrying when it becomes a defensive game, especially with how many goals Shells conceded in the previous. He let 8 go past him, and if Roberts can bounce off that ever so slightly, even get a few, then maybe he can rattle Shells a little bit and potentially put that final nail in the coffin for Shells' tournament.
Once again, Shells looking to exchange passes on the edge of the 18-yard box. Oh, it's a great step up, though, from Eder Militao, and now might be able to turn that ball being one high up the pitch into an attacking opportunity here. Shells, the Manchester City man, looking for an opportunity. R9 gets past one and maybe just expecting the player switch to come into Sergio Ramos, but instead, Roberts held strong there in defense, didn't make that switch and was able to pick the ball up.
It's good from Shells not to put all his eggs in one basket there, though. Militao did step up. He did win the ball back in a dangerous area, but would have left himself very exposed if he had made one wrong pass there. So instead, held on to the ball, recycled, and then looked to attack once Militao was back in position. Very safe play from Shells at the moment, and I like it right now, but later on, maybe I'd like to see a few more risks taken.
Well, it is going to win that ball back, and maybe a chance to release R9 through the middle here. He's going to wait for that opportunity for the through ball. Instead, now Vinicius Jr. is going to be in behind on this right-hand side. R9 calling for it inside. Vinicius using his pace against Davies. He's actually going to somehow or other burn Alphonso Davies, who's something that we don't say very often, but you can see Roberts' reaction there, having won that ball back down. That is massive to win that tackle just before halftime.
I mean, regaining possession every single time is massive. You are denying your opponent a goal, and you know what kind of player you're going up against here. This isn't a 0-2 matchup against someone who isn't very good at FIFA. Everyone in this tournament is here for a reason, and both of these players would not have expected to be at 0-2. As you can see as the statistics on your screen, no shots at the moment for Roberts, only the one for Shells, which really does tell the story of that first half. Neither player able to break down their opposition's defense, neither player really taking too many risks to try and do so either. But as we get into this second half, I'm expecting a few more through balls, a lot more wing play like we just saw from Vinicius Jr. to try and get past that defense rather than trying to break straight through it.
Well, I think it's a very good point that you bring there is, you know, we haven't had a lot of shots, but there were a lot of opportunities which were kind of half a pixel away from almost the guaranteed opportunity for both of these two players. It seems like they're both looking to create that as good a chance as possible to strike towards goal before deciding to release that shot and try and cause the goalkeeper some problems. But back underway here in the second half. And as I say, nothing gets done by Nearly's. It's all about the numbers on the board, and the most important one, the one in the top left-hand side of your screen, which of course is that score. 0-0 between these two players. And the longer it stays at 0-0 as well, Dan, the nervier both these players are going to get.
Yeah, if we get to the second leg and it's still 0-0, then I think both of them are going to have a look at their game and decide whether they want to go down this route of potentially, you know, penalties when it comes to the end of it all. And it sounds weird to already be thinking about that, but when there has been such few shots and only a couple of chances to scream and shout about, you do have to have that in your back of your mind, and you don't want to force yourself into that situation. So you need to be the person who dictates the pace of the play. You need to be the aggressor. Some players will be happy to do that. They will take those risks. But when you're at 0-2, it's almost like who's going to cave first? Who's going to be that player who looks to just shift into another gear and open the game up a bit?
Well, R9's managed to turn away from Hullet here. He's going to get the ball back from Cristiano Ronaldo. Fake shot, heel to heel, chance here for Shells. Vieira does everything he can on the floor to stop the tackle. And Patrick Vieira putting body and soul on the line to keep this one at 0-0 for Roberts.
That's my captain, Patrick Vieira, doing what he did best at Arsenal as well. It doesn't matter if he's off the ground, on the floor, he still fights for the badge, and that was huge. Otherwise, Shells might have taken the lead there. Nice fancy footwork in the box. He looks very comfortable on the ball, does Shells, and he does look scary when he gets into that final third.
Well, Shells starting to find a little bit of momentum here in the second half. You can see we're just hitting that hour mark now in the first leg. Ronaldo, that run from deep from Kevin De Bruyne is going to be used as bait, and it's not going to be taken here by Roberts as he manages to defend stoutly once again. And now he can finally get hold of the ball, because the second half so far, Dan, been dominated offensively here by Shells, but still not troubling the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Shells has been going for the non-obvious pass. He's been baiting a lot, as you say. He'll see the runner, he knows that Roberts is going to track him, and then he tries to go the other way. And I wonder whether he should try a double bluff, go for that obvious pass, go for something that maybe Roberts is expecting, because Roberts is going to start to go the other way.
Llorente managed to just about get back in there to deal with Kylian Mbappe, and that is why you are seeing that Llorente card in at fullback. That foot iron really is special. So well-rounded, 90 plus in all of those base stats. The only thing he's maybe missing is those 4-star skill moves that you would want on a fullback, but I mean, at that point, you're just going to be happy to have him in your squad. Here's R9 though, there's a directional nutmeg, and Van der Sar is equal to it. First real striking anger in this first leg, but it doesn't beat the goalkeeper.
I mean, similar with Sterling onto Schmeichel the other day, that was just straight at the body of the goalkeeper. Anywhere else and that's going in, and Shells is going to be kicking himself a little bit. He wasn't able to just tuck that one away, get that goal lead going into the end of this first leg. But again, it's a wake-up sign for Roberts. Cannot allow that much space for the likes of R9, because you can generate so much pace and so much quick movement with all of these new foot items, or older foot items with the Prime Icon moments, of course, that you just have to be careful in the box.
Well, here's Ronaldo, there's a directional nutmeg, a slice of luck, and a heel to heel, and an open goal missed. And a heartfelt chuckle from Roberts. He can't believe what he's seen.
The only downside of not having that 5-star weak foot on Cristiano Ronaldo. On the left there, slightly off balance, just couldn't quite tuck it away. Would have been able to on a 5-star weak foot, quite possibly. But that's going to be a little let off for Shells as well. Great response from Roberts.
And here comes Shells now, looking to add salt to the wounds. Neymar inside, Cricket to cancel once again, Patrick Vieira. The roadblock in the way of Edwin van der Sar. And now up the other end, all of a sudden the game started to open up a little bit here. Ramos trying to fight back and make sure this counter-attack doesn't get too dangerous, but it looks like Roberts is going to recycle here. Fernandez into the feet of Hullet. A little bit more traditional in the build-up here, Roberts. Here's Neymar. A little stop up from the Brazilian. Looking to wait for some movement inside the 18-yard box. Directional nutmeg from R9. Davis will pick his pocket.
Not long left now in the first leg here. As a reminder, of course, another 90 minutes and extra time and penalties if we need them. And this is an elimination game. Both players at 0 and 2. Maybe not what you'd expect if you've been following the EU scene kind of religiously throughout this season. Roberts finishing top 3 in one of the most recent tournaments in the 5th tournament in Europe, only losing to #Tom and then dropping down to the lower bracket and of course eventually falling into that 3rd position. And Shell's the E-Premier League champion, both of these who you'd expect really to be getting out of Swiss at the very least.
Well, Shells is a little bit more adventurous going forward, and there is those counter-attacking opportunities for Roberts starting to open up as well. This might be one of the last attacks here of this first leg. He's going to find the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, and this time Ronaldo will find the back of the net. He missed the target when there was no one there a few moments ago, but this time on the right foot makes no mistake.
And that's going to be heartbreak right at the end of the first leg as well. When it's been such a close game, such a tight game, both players desperately wanting to get that first goal, and then for it to come this late on, it means that Shells is going to have to completely change his game plan going into leg number 2, being behind. Exactly what I said he didn't really want to happen. He wanted to take the lead and start dictating the pace of this game. And it was Cristiano Ronaldo just giving a little bit too much space on his right foot.
Well, into stoppage time here at the end of the first leg, and it might be an opportunity for Shells to send this one towards the second leg, all tied up. Vinicius Jr. going to stop up, goes for the reverse elastico. Beautiful little kick cancel on the McGeady spin, and at the moment, Vinicius Jr. is just being hounded by so many players that at the end of our first leg here in an elimination game in Swiss, it is going to be MCFC Shells, the Manchester City man, who trails by 1 goal to Roberts.
And I feel like Shells is going to be really upset with that, not just because it was a late goal, but Shells did have opportunities. He did have chances to take the lead, and he wasn't able to capitalise. He wasn't able to actually put that first goal in the back of the net, and unfortunately it means he goes in behind here, and there's going to be a big discussion with his coach. He's going to have to say, right, am I going to be taking more risks now? Because otherwise I'm facing the barrel. I am going to be out of this tournament.
We'll take a look at the highlights from that first leg as well. There wasn't too many in the first half, but it did start to open up a little bit in that second leg, Dan. And I felt like Shells was trying to take the initiative in that second half as well. He was being a little bit more of the aggressor, but it seemed like that was actually what caused his downfall, as we saw this goal from Cristiano Ronaldo right at the death. Just that little bit of space in front of the back four being taken advantage of by the 2 strikers. Wonderful little heel to heel and a very comfortable finish in that near post.
Yeah, Shells had that period, didn't he, where he had 2 or 3 chances, he had a lot of possession, he was really dominating the game and banging on that door, but we've got to credit Roberts, his defensive ability to just keep an eye on everything. He was very focused, he wouldn't allow Shells to have any easy opportunities, and everything was being tracked.
Well, of course, it's not the only game that's going on right now. There's plenty of other action going on in the Swiss format. And hey, Richard Buckley, you appear on my screen and it puts a smile on my face. Tell me what's going on, brother. What else have you got to catch us up with?
We got a big 2-0 matchup, 4th versus 5th in the Global Series rankings. It's going to be Diogo Peixoto up against Oli Bolli. Oli Bolli starting off inside the opening third. He got brought down. Sergio Ramos, the perpetrator, and it was actually a red card as well. Oli Bolli's Ramos stepped up to the spot, took a couple of seconds, deep breath, in, out, slotted bottom corner. Peixoto down to 10 men. It was going to be an uphill battle for him. And inside the final 20 minutes, Oli Bolli got his goal there with R9 Ronaldo. He is going into that second leg very much confident going into the next game, and I can't wait to see, does Oli Bolli continue his run to a 3-0 record?
Well, it's looking like he's on the right track, and as you can see, it's not just Richard Buckley who's appeared on my screen, it's of course Brandon Smith as well. Brandon, let us know what is going on from around the grounds from your point of view.
It's one of the biggest games going on right now, Mark. 0 and 2. #Tom is on the verge of elimination in the playoffs. He's up against someone that's 93rd in the Global Series rankings. As we've come to learn, don't look into these rankings. Bernardo Figueiredo is winning this game. He's up by 1-0 in 30 minutes. 6 minutes later, R9 doubled the Portuguese Stars' lead. And there was more one-way traffic soon after. Tom did bounce back with a goal just before half-time. R9 scoring that one, ball around the goalkeeper, restoring some hope for the #United man. And the only other goal came within the first half also. Right at the end, Ronaldo in the air makes it 3-1 for the Portuguese star.
Wow. I mean, I don't really know what to say. To be honest with you, Brandon, I have no idea how to react to that. I think the only person who can react is going to be #Tom. He needs to step up, of course, in that second leg. But for now, it's time for us to jump into a quick break. When we get back, of course, we'll have the second leg coming your way from Roberts and Shells. We'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Playoffs. And if you're wondering why everybody is feeling incredibly nervous, not only on the commentary team right now, but players and everyone included, it's not only World Cup spots that are on the line. This is the amount of money that everybody has right in the back of their mind at the moment that they're playing for. First place is going to be taking home $100,000. And you can see the total prize pool of $400,000 as well. So as we head towards our second leg in our feature game, Dan Gaskin, you can see why those nerves are going to be there.
Yeah, a lot of nerves, a lot of money. I mean, if you invest properly, that can sort you out for quite a long time. $100,000. Some people will work several years, if not 5-6 years for that. So an amazing amount of money for these players who have been putting their heart and soul into FIFA throughout the entire year. And they deserve a payout. They deserve to be rewarded for all of the effort they have put in, but it's crunch time now. It's all well and good finishing first, second, third in all the previous tournaments. You need to do it here in the playoffs.
Well, it's time for Shells and Roberts to get it done. Both these players facing elimination 0 and 2 in the Swiss format. If you are just joining us, it will be Shells who needs to turn this one around. Roberts got that late goal in the first leg between these two to give him the advantage and something to hold on to, Dan, which in these kind of situations is absolutely priceless.
I guess the silver lining for Shells is he has had chances. He probably could have had a goal or two himself. So if he plays with that same confidence here, then maybe he can get back into the game quickly.
Well, here's R9, twisting and turning. He has the dancing shoes on, but unfortunately couldn't quite get past that defender. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, though. Shells looking a lot more dangerous here. Gets that shot away at the near post, but again, Van der Sar with a sprawling arm out. Manages to turn it behind for a corner, but a much more encouraging start here at the start of the second leg for the Manchester City player, Dan.
Van der Sar arguably MVP so far, just keeping Roberts ahead. He did keep him all level originally when he made that big save in the first leg, but Shells again showing the right signs of pressure here.
Here's R9 again. Kevin De Bruyne into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a cricket to cancel. Neymar, Vinicius, everybody having a touch, but nobody can find the space until Vinicius tried to get the shot off. And I believe it was Alphonso Davies who managed to just get enough on the ball to take the sting out of it. But Shells, it's been a barrage from him at the start of this second leg, Dan.
But it's dangerously close for frustration level starting to kick in for Shells. Now that the chances are coming, now he is merely inches away from a goal in several occasions. That's when the mentality can really change. Oh, the game's against me. It's not going to be my day. You start to think about being eliminated at 0 and 3. All those negative thoughts, you need to keep them out of your head. You need to be focusing on your game plan. This is where you need to look to your coach as well, to keep you calm, to keep you just looking ahead and being positive. Because those negative thoughts, they really, really can flood your brain and they can make you not be able to concentrate. We've seen it time and time again.
Well, having won the ball back, Vinicius is now on the attack down the other end. The Brazilian twisting and turning away from Patrick Vieira, which is not something that is easily done. And Shells now trying to put the numbers in the right place to get the formula that he needs to break down this defense of Roberts. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, a little bit of space. There's a directional nutmeg. And there's Edwin van der Sar once more to deny Shells.
Shells could be 4-1 up here. I'm going to be completely honest. Van der Sar, worldy save after worldy save, and Shells still relentless with the attack at the moment, though. Every time he gets on the edge of that box, he's looking for that directional nutmeg to try and break free.
Here's R9, goes across goal! And I think it just shaved the post. Maybe just wide of it, but you cannot get much closer here for Shells. And 19 minutes gone, make that 20. And there's been 3-4 gilt-edge opportunities, but now Roberts straight up the other end. He might have the opportunity to feed R9. He turns onto that left foot and oh! For all of the offensive play that Shells has had, for all the saves that Van der Sar has made, he finds himself 2-0 down.
And when we talk about mentality and we talk about just trying to have those positive thoughts, don't have the negativity, it's very difficult to do so when something like that happens. Not one, not two, but 3 really massive chances for Shells. And then Roberts runs straight up the other end, very quick with a 1-2, manages to find that space and gets a 2-goal lead.
He's counter-attacked absolutely brilliantly, you have to say. Worked the space, found the finish as well. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo now. There's a cricket cancel. And now he's trying to work the perfect opportunity. The question is, even if he can break down the defense here, Shells, can he get past the man in between the sticks, Edwin van der Sar? Vinicius gonna recycle the play. Into Cristiano Ronaldo, and finally Shells will get his first of the game. And now it's just 1 goal between the two players.
But boy, did Shells need that one, just to give him that boost of confidence, that belief that he can get the ball past Edwin van der Sar. He is phenomenal in the box, is Shells. On the ball, looks absolutely incredible. His cancels second to none. And really, it's so difficult as a defender to try and keep up with those, especially when Shells is always keeping an eye on that next pass as well. He's always one step ahead, and that's why he is very scary to go up against. But he is still down 2-1 here. Roberts does still have the lead, but he can't afford to be giving the ball away like that.
Yeah, look a little bit nervy here, Roberts, after that goal, and I'm sure that Shells, all of a sudden, you could see the focus that's on his face. He's completely and utterly locked into this moment, and he needs to be as well, as R9 will try and trouble Van der Sar once more. He does, and it will be a corner here. Played out to Kevin De Bruyne. KDB. Ramos round the corner here to Ruud Gullit, just forces him a little bit wider maybe than he would have wanted. But Gullit now, directional nutmeg, back across goal, R9, and the soul of Sergio Ramos. If Van der Sar isn't there, a defender will make the block for him.
I mean, he does have big feet, so you've got to put something in the way, and Sergio Ramos certainly did so with the sole of his foot there. And that's a huge block again for Roberts. But Shells still continuing to build a little bit of momentum, but this is where he has to focus up. These counter-attacks have already proven to be pretty dangerous. Can't allow these passes just to seep through.
Well, a goal here would completely kill the momentum for Shells, and it would be massive for Roberts. Gives him that cushion, allows him that one mistake in the game as well. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Neymar, little scoop turn from him. Llorente will make the interception though, and Shells can spring forward again, but no. It's been given away here. Ramos stretches and finally manages to win that ball back as we approach half-time here in our second leg.
Roberts is really tracking all these runs very successfully at the moment, making it very difficult for Shells to play the through balls that he wants to play, but Shells is doing well to recognise that, recycle the ball, and then re-attack the defence and actually go right at the heart of the defence. He seems to be quite happy to run at the centre of it.
The aggression in that tackle from Ramos, I believe it was, will win the ball back here for Roberts. And now Shells again has to be careful on that counter-attack. Little directional nutmeg into space from Mbappe. Will be the last piece of action before half-time here in the second leg. And you can see the two players, their different reactions. A little bit of frustration maybe for Shells, knowing that he's had so many chances. Roberts, you can see he's not liking the way things are going as well. A little shake of the head for him too. Oh, it's difficult to watch, to be honest with you, Dan, knowing that this is their season on the line here.
It is their season, and you can see the emotions, you can see the body language, and Roberts does look stressed because Shells has been applying that pressure. Shells is making Roberts feel stressed. He cannot relax, he cannot hold on to the ball, he can't play a possession game because Shells is just pressing like a madman because he has to. He's only got 45 minutes now to get back into this game. The saving grace is Shells looks phenomenal on the ball. When he does get into that final third, Roberts is quaking in his boots, and quite rightly so, because Shells looks like he's got goals in him, and I don't think that this game's done just yet.
The thing is, though, for Roberts, he always knows if he does manage to win that ball back, with the pressure that's going to have to come from Shells, he's going to have opportunities to counter-attack and find that extra goal. And that could wrap this up here and could cement his place into round 4 of Swiss, whereas for Shells, it would be going home. And here comes Roberts right at the start of this second half. Last 45 minutes of action between these two. Well, McGeady cancel, heel to heel. Gullit's there. There's kind of a little bit of a battle going on in the middle between Neymar and Gullit, and Gullit's going to win that one most of the time as Shells will break away, but nervy moments defensively this time for Shells.
Yeah, those are the heart and mouth moments where you're just hoping that the ball bounces correctly for you, doesn't have some sort of weird bounce that goes against you, and then suddenly it's a cheap goal for your opponent and you find yourself 2 goals behind. But Shells able to hold on to it, and now he's attacking again here.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit versus Patrick Vieira. Vieira will have to put a foot in here to send it behind for a corner. Taken quickly here by Vinicius, and that'll be the goalkeeper's...
Hold on!
Oh my word, what have I seen? What have I seen? For all of the praise I was putting on Edwin van der Sar, stick to being a goalkeeper, my friend, because you're better with the ball in your hands.
That is a disgusting goal, to put it nicely. But Shells will take it every day of the week. Roberts now, the mindset of him is going to be just thrown into tatters. That is a gift of a goal.
Well, how can he respond? Roberts now coming forward into the feet here of Neymar. A little tackle from Sergio Ramos. It looked like a very awkward angle to get that tackle in, but Shells Did incredibly well, and that is the lifeline of all lifelines. That's the only way I could put it, but what a ball that is, and oh, what a tackle that is. At the last second, Patrick Vieira extends every single sinew of that 6'4" frame to make that interception.
A huge challenge. If that goes wrong as well, that's potentially a red card and you're down to 10 men. Giving away a penalty, maybe a free kick on the edge. So that is a dangerous, dangerous tackle to make, but it was time to perfection as Roberts really on the back foot now. Shells starting to float. It was a gift of a goal, but he has had a lot of chances this game.
And at the moment, Roberts just can't get out. The high press and the high line from Shells is working so well. Cristiano Ronaldo, there's a Cricketta cancel, directional nutmeg. Oh, he puts Vieira on the floor, but again, a subtle piece of goalkeeper movement there from Roberts, I think just saved the day for him.
Goalkeeper movement combined with Edwin van der Sar was just too much, and again, another opportunity for Shells where he might have just been able to nab a goal. It was so good right up to that finish. Cristiano Ronaldo's let him down a little bit today, apart from, of course, when he bundled Van der Sar across the line. And, you know, you'll take that, and that's what Cristiano Ronaldo is there for his physical presence that Van der Sar just couldn't quite match.
Well, here comes Shells again. He's got to make one of these chances count, though. Seen a lot of the ball in this second 45 minutes. It's one thing to have the ball, you've got to make use of it, though. As now Roberts will have that chance to counter-attack once more. Fernandez going to recycle this time. Cristiano Ronaldo out wide here. There's a little bit of space out wide for Kylian Mbappe. Llorente straining to keep up with him, but a great interception from the Spaniard now gives Shells a chance to go up the other end.
Defensively, Shells has switched on a lot more as well since he initially conceded those goals, and he doesn't have to push as much now because it is all tied up, and he does have a little bit of time to work with, and of course extra time as well. But he seems like he wants to take this game here and now within this 90. He does not want it to go to extra time. He knows he is on the front foot. He knows he's got chances here.
Cristiano Ronaldo inside the 18-yard box. Vieira carefully plays that ball back to Van der Sar. Having seen what we've seen in the last few minutes, I'd be a little bit more wary, maybe, of playing the ball to the feet of Edwin van der Sar. But Llorente is going to start the attack on this right-hand side now, and we're inside of the last 15 minutes in this game. You feel now, Dan, the next goal could well be the one that will either keep a player alive here in the European playoffs, or unfortunately, will end their season.
You'd imagine it would be a winning goal, but from what I've seen in these tournaments and the goals that have come to fruition, you never really know what's going to happen in the last 10 minutes. But for Shells, I'm really liking what I'm seeing defensively. He's doing very well to switch between his central defensive midfielders and his fullbacks to cover every angle to make sure that every single pass Roberts wants to make is not an easy one.
Cristiano Ronaldo dropped deep initially there to feed Kevin De Bruyne, who's going to be the architect for what could be one of the last attacks of the game here for Shells. One of the last chances to keep his tournament alive. Ronaldo will go to floor. Nothing given by the referee. Llorente now snaps into the tackle again for Shells. Wonderful player switching from him to anticipate that pass and make sure that he got Llorente in position to win that ball back. Now Kevin De Bruyne, five-star wing foot, five-star finish! Shells has turned it around!
The Man City man scores for the Man City player, and you can say it either way because it means the same thing. Shells back in front, and Roberts now has to chase a goal disadvantage, and that is not where he wanted to be with only 5 minutes left, and he just waited and waited for De Bruyne to make that run, and De Bruyne is not missing it from there.
A wonderful strike from Kevin De Bruyne. It's almost poetry that the Manchester City player has the Manchester City player to apply what could be the goal to keep him alive here on Swiss. And unfortunately now for Roberts, he's only got a few minutes left to turn this game back around. He needs to find a goal down. It needs to be all-out attack, and he needs to find a hero of his own.
I mean, England versus Denmark, we always knew it was going to have drama, to be honest, on set, but it looks like England might have the upper hand again here, unless Roberts can do something in the dying moments of this second leg, and I'm not going to count him out, because as soon as you think a player is done, as soon as you think their mental game is weak, they suddenly just dig a little bit deeper. They find something else left in the tank, and Roberts now, his entire season, He has 4 minutes left to ensure that he can at least keep his E-World Cup hopes alive.
Well, Shells has won the ball back, and that is absolutely massive from the restart. That means that he's going to have a few extra moments here to maybe hold on to the ball, but Roberts is going to have that high press on. He's going to win the ball back, and now look at these players just streaming forward for him. Shells is going to have to be on top of his game not to concede a chance, as De Bruyne now is inside the box here, into Cristiano Ronaldo, and oh, the reverse elastico, and the finish from Cristiano Ronaldo means that we're all tied up again.
Shells just gave him so much space there. He just seemed like he was reluctant to dive in, didn't want to give away a penalty, and Roberts lapped that up all day. He said, I will take it, thank you very much. An easy finish, another cheap goal in my opinion, but Shells maybe one last chance here. It's going to go out for a corner.
We saw what happened from the corner last time Shells had it. And I tell you what, at this point, he'd happily take it again. We are into the 93rd minute of this game. If this goes in here for Shells, this is game over. Towards that back post. Ramos will get it away. And Neymar will clear it out of play. And we will not have a winner in regulation time here, Dan.
Well, again, FIFA just imitating real life when we go to extra time with England versus Denmark. And Shells is going to be really kicking himself, Mark, because he was 4 minutes away from progressing to the next round, keeping his E-World Cup hopes alive. And he threw it away. I'm going to be completely honest. We used to ridicule Shells a little bit for kind of bottling it in those moments when the pressure just gets a little bit too much. And it was very evident there. Despite all his dominance, despite all the chances, he gave Roberts that one final opportunity. He gave him far too much space in the box, and Roberts took it, and he would have taken that every day of the week.
Well, extra time it is. And if you've been watching the Euros, you will be more than familiar with extra time. But for these two players, you cannot imagine what is going through their heads right now. Roberts, what a comeback in those final few moments. I didn't think he'd have the opportunity to win the ball back, let alone create an opportunity to go forward and score. But he managed to get it done the day. And now Shells, having done so well to come back in this game full stop, he's going to have to be the aggressor again. Kevin De Bruyne, the man who gave him that lead inside the last few moments. Tiptoeing around the 18-yard box. Kylian Mbappe into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. Acuna managed to get back there and make that tackle. And it was extremely fortunate for Roberts that he did.
And I feel like Shells, he gave that opportunity to Roberts. He didn't hold on to the ball. He played that pass. He looked for the fourth goal. There was a through ball on to Cristiano Ronaldo, and it didn't come off. It meant that Roberts regained possession. I feel like Shells should have just held on to the ball a bit. I mean, I hate to bring it up again, but England, one of the great things they did, 35 passes at the end of the game just to hold on to the ball, to see that game out. And Shells needed something like that.
De Bruyne, oh, it's a big tackle. And it's De Bruyne on De Bruyne action. Shells trying to go forward directly again, and Roberts starting to grow into the game now in extra time. Neymar into the feet of Pele here. Again, the McGeady cancel. And this time it's a Cricketer cancel onto the right foot of Cristiano Ronaldo, but enough bodies in the way this time for Shells.
And we have to give so much credit to Roberts. 18 years old, 3-2 down, 4 minutes left. Otherwise, his E-World Cup hopes are down and out, and he was still able to get the equaliser. That is fantastic mentality, fantastic focus, and great belief in his own ability.
Well, here's Shells. Ronaldo's got past one. He stops up a little bit here, Shells, and that allows Vieira to get back and make the tackle. And I just wonder, with the fact that we're in stoppage time here, at the end of the first half of extra time, just test the goalkeeper. Maybe even a rebound falls your way. And he thought there might have been an opportunity to recycle. And unfortunately for him, there wasn't.
Maybe just a little bit of lack of trust in Cristiano Ronaldo after a few fluff chances earlier in the game. Shells didn't want to hit it off balance. He didn't want to have Ronaldo just spoon it wide. So he tried to just gather a little bit of balance before he did strike it. And alas, it meant that Patrick Vieira was able to get back, make that tackle, and it's another chance that goes begging, really. I think if Shells watches that one back, he'll probably feel like he maybe should have just struck it straight away. It means we've got 15 minutes left here, 3-3. And I daren't say the P word just yet, but it's certainly on the horizon.
Oh, here comes Roberts, and here comes Ronaldo, and he's got past one, and he's drilled it past the goalkeeper. And inside of just a few minutes of the second half of extra time, the man on your screen has taken the lead. And from being just a few moments away from elimination, Dan, now Shells is looking down the barrel once more.
And that's why I said I daren't say the P word, because you knew that both of these players are going to be going for that goal. Neither of them would have wanted a penalty shootout, and Roberts, I mean, oh, it's a fantastic way round the defender there. Sergio Ramos not able to keep up with R9 in the finish to boot. And Roberts, after being only 4 minutes away from being eliminated, suddenly now is only 12 minutes from keeping his tournament hopes alive.
Well, batten down the hatches if you're Roberts. And for Shells, every single piece of artillery that you can find needs to be fired towards goal right now. And Shells is going to be going wide early on here. Acuna once again gets across to make an important tackle, but possession will still fall to the feet here of Shells. Llorente. Vieira now into Kevin De Bruyne, the man who did so well to get Shells into a position to win this game, but now it's given away. And on the counter-attack, Ronaldo has acres and acres of space. He finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Militao will get back initially to make the tackle. And now back inside, R9, heel to heel, and that could be it. That could be it for Roberts. And in more than one way, an unfortunate way, that could be it for Shells.
And maybe in real football, it might be coming home, but for Shells, the English player, at the moment it looks like he's going home. 5 minutes left. He split the difference really well defensively there, but unfortunately just wasn't able to latch onto the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo too strong, and then Roberts recognising he had to play that extra pass. Shells needs a goal here, but it's denied. Possession goes back to the feet of Roberts, and you have to feel now that it is game over.
And Acuna's just going to be moving into space once more. He baits the player lock. He uses the directional nutmeg. There is the player lock. And even though Shells has won it back, you can see the time in the top left-hand side of your screen. Even if he finds a goal here, unfortunately for Shells and for fans of English FIFA, that is going to be not enough time for him to turn this one around. For Roberts, though, what a performance. What a comeback from him. And what a show of mentality from the young man. The ball will go out of play. Shells will go out of the tournament, and TG Roberts, Team Hullets Roberts, will stay alive.
But it is just staying alive. Remember, he was 0-2. He now moves to 1-2. Every game from this point for him is an elimination game. Needs to ensure he wins the remaining fixtures that he will go up against. But taking down Shells is certainly a fantastic start. As we look back at the highlights, we look at the lead that Shells took. And take a look at that clock. 86th minute he scored it. But in the 90th minute, Roberts gets back into the game to send it to extra time. And honestly, Mark, there is not many players who would have the mental strength to be able to do that.
And then we saw that first time fake shot from TG Roberts. Beautiful stuff to get around the corner. This one was just kind of the icing on the cake for him, as Shells was desperately trying to force forward. But TG Roberts, resilience, I think the takeaway word that I would use for that performance from him. But also, Dan, I think he was clinical. You got to think, he didn't have too many chances in that game. However, every single one that he did create, he absolutely buried.
I think on the other side as well, Shells will look at things and say that there were mistakes that perhaps he probably shouldn't have made. There were a couple of chances he gave to Roberts that he should have ensured that he played a little bit differently. And unfortunately, that'll be a few bad nights of kind of sleepless nights, really, where we'll be thinking about what he should have done, what he could have done, but he's just going to have to go again and look towards the next season or look towards other tournaments coming up, because it's not going to be the E-World Cup for Shells. But for Roberts, that dream is still alive.
Well, we're going to move on. You're speaking of next, and we're going to go on to our next game right now, and that is going to be Katja versus Stefano Pina. What a massive game that is. So we'll jump into that one as soon as we possibly can. And hey, as soon as we possibly can means right now, as we can see on our screens, Pina versus Katja. I mean, two names which, you know, Stefano Pina, whatever you want to call him over the years, he has been one of the standout performers, in the FIFA scene. But you can see here, he's missed a massive chance. There's actually a little bit of a save, and he's doing a pretty good job here, because Katja's been one of the standout performers for me. this year in FIFA 21, Dan.
And both of them at 0-2. Another elimination game. Two players that you wouldn't expect to be in this position, but as I say, the form book got thrown out of the window when we started playoffs in Europe, it would seem. And Katja is going to have to come from behind as we join here in the second leg. Stefano Pina will have the lead 2-1. But you are right. I mean, both of them have been so good to watch throughout the years, and it is going to be a shame to see another huge name eliminated.
Well, here comes Pina. Davies managed to hold off the attentions of the defender for just a few moments, and now he's wriggling his way inside of the box. Cristiano Ronaldo waiting for that supporting run of Ruud Gullit here. Frankie de Jong. Gullit into the feet of R9. There's a directional nutmeg, but not enough of an angle there to just burst past the defender. Ramos did extremely well. Katja looks to spring and attack straight away up the other end. It looks like Katja is going to be playing that 4-3-1-2 that we saw him have so much success with in the E-Champions League, Dan. And that means there's going to be players flying forward that Pina's going to have to deal with.
Pina is notoriously good at defending, though. He will be able to track those runs. He will know where to position his central defensive midfielders to make things awkward. But Katja, again, knows how to penetrate a defence, but it's not going to happen on this attack. And you know what? It would be a weird E-World Cup if Stefano Pina wasn't there. He just seems to be furniture when it comes to E-World Cup. But I guess we could say that about quite a few names who were eliminated during the Xbox playoffs as well. But for now, both players just have to focus on what's in front of them. It is a long road to the E-World Cup just here in this playoffs. They have to win 3 on the bounce.
Ramos is going to be right at the bottom of this attack here for Pina. He's just going to take his time. And this is something that Pina is very good at. When he has these advantages in games, when he has the lead, he knows how to control the pace of things so well. Such an experienced player at this point. Although we haven't seen too much of him this season, he's always been there or thereabouts. Just not that standout performance to talk of so far. And Katja will get that block away. And now he can start coming forward himself. But I think you made a really good point, which is there's not too many players in the world that you think I've got to get a lead back from. That you would be a little bit worried about doing so, like Stefano Pina. He just has that ability to just nip that ball away at the right second. Just when it looks like you've got a half a chance at goal. And oh, my word, there is half a chance. There's a full chance as Llorente arrives out of nowhere and absolutely hammers it home.
The statistics on Llorente, by the way, are just mind-blowing. Every time I look at that foot item, I'm just like, how did that get past design? How have we ended up with a right back who can play in any position? And then I remember you've got fullbacks who could do the same thing as well. Left backs that have just been rising through the ranks. But Pina will give away that lead. Katja will equalise, and it means we are all tied up here in what would be a massive shock to see either of these players eliminated, to be honest, on set.
Well, there's some wonderful left stick dribbling here from R9 and from Katja. And just waiting for that little bit of a space to open up to find Llorente, who, like I said, just absolutely pile drive that ball into the back of the net. It was some finish from Llorente, and that is where we stand right now. But again, I mean, you made a really good point there, Danny. It's almost like, you know, Pina's the furniture at the FIFA World Cup. And it would be a bit weird not to have him here, but it feels like this is the year of weird, right? Not just the pandemic, not just with everything that's going on. So it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't manage to get his way through.
Of course, runner-up in the 2018 E-World Cup, losing out to MS Desari, and I mean, that's not exactly a bad person to lose out to when you look at how successful MS Desari has been following on from that victory in the E-World Cup. But you're right, Stefano Pina, he's had a quietish season, second place in the E-Divisie with PSV. At least he was able to show up in that tournament, but maybe this is where he turns things around here. 0-2, back against the wall, 2-2 in this game on aggregate. 45 minutes to keep that E-World Cup dream alive.
Well, here comes Pina now. Davies is going to get across. And Gullit will now go forward. Something's happened off screen right now, because I've got to say, I can see Richard Buckley in the corner of my eyes, and the man's just fallen off his seat. So we'll get you up to date with what that might have been. But Mbappe now out wide for Katja. Little fake shot from him. Having tied this game up, can he now find that goal to get himself into the lead here? That AC Monza man. Once again, just biding his time here, Dan. This is something he's done so well until we can find these kind of spaces inside the 18-yard box.
I mean, there are a few things that would make Richard Buckley fall off his seat. A Romanian burger, for example, but also, I would imagine, the hashtag Tom game that we haven't had updates yet, and I'm very excited to hear about that one. That's an elimination game, of course, the #1 seeded player coming into this tournament at 0-2. But for now, Pina is having to defend every single pass here, and successfully does so. Patrick Vieira, a staple at the back for so many of these teams.
Well, Frankie de Jong's going to be under pressure here from that almost front three. Well, Katja, that Cam stepping out of position to try and get aggressive. And it looks like might be a little bit of a shift in formation maybe for Katja here, but for now, I'm going to focus on this attack as Ramos will step out and win that ball back. And now look at this overlapping run. He's got runners either side of him right now. Mbappe is going to be one of them. Can he take this opportunity? Kylian Mbappe cannot beat Ederson. Massive save from the Brazilian, but you have to say that strike from Mbappe, it didn't look too convincing, Dan.
A little bit lackluster, wasn't it? You thought maybe he was just going to smash it across goal, right into the top corner, and that was going to suddenly be the lead there for Katja. But Pina, he did defend it well. He almost forced the shot. He denied the pass across, denied the easy cut back, and said, right, I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to hope that my keeper will do me proud. And his keeper did do the job.
Well, here's Hullet now for Pina. We're just past the hour mark. And a goal here would really spice things up between these two. Little elastico from Pina. Cricketta cancel! Oh, my word! And they say form is temporary, but class is always permanent for Pina, because that is one hell of a goal.
So nice when you see him go in like that, just bending it around the keeper. But it was what he did leading up to the goal. The finish was class, but the skill moves that he implemented inside the box and just the precision with every single direction that he took here. The cancel was sublime, sold the defender, and now Stefano Pina will have the lead once again here, and just has, what, like half an hour to hold on to things? That is a lot of time when it comes to FIFA.
I mean, that's just a wonderful goal from Pina as well. The Cricketta cancel and then just the cultured finish into that top right-hand corner. And now, again, another name I would not have expected to be eliminated, especially at 0-3 is looking down the barrel, and that is going to be Katja. Unless we're going to see more drama. And to be honest with you, Dan, at this point, I kind of just expect it. Here's Hullet. Drama brewing once again. Every pass, every touch, calculated by both players. Here's R9, tries to feed it around the corner. Llorente will be there. And now maybe an opportunity to counter-attack, but no. Stepping out of defense is Patrick Vieira. Here is the opportunity, and there is the goal for Katja once again. We're all tied up.
And I didn't even have time to answer your question, but I think I was probably going to say, yeah, don't count out Katja just yet, because we've already seen a back-and-forth game just previously when we saw Shells get knocked out of the tournament. But Katja responds perfectly to Pina's goal. 20 minutes left, 3-3, and it was straight into the tactics screen as well. Both players just making their tweaks, making their adjustments. A perfect time to bring on substitutions, fresh legs to try and make that difference. And you've got to be thinking about extra time. Do you want to save some of those fresh legs so that you can just hold out on your opponent for a little bit? If it does go to extra time, then you bring on the fresh legs and see if then suddenly you can punish your opponent for making earlier changes. Only 15 minutes left, and this is an elimination game, remember. 0-2, both of these players.
Well, here's Kylian Mbappe. Katja, having just got back into this game to tie up at 3-3, will be smelling blood right now. And thinking that if he can get back-to-back goals here, then the pressure might be too much for Pina to handle. Bruno Fernandes going to be in space here. Fernandes, can he get there? Somehow the pass was overhit. It was almost as if there was a topspin forehand played into him as it just ran away from him as he was looking to strike.
I know Wimbledon's been on, but you'd expect a better ball, wouldn't you? But it seems like now Pina has the chance to go down the other side and punish him here, but Sergio Ramos, time and time again, is there when you need him. And this is end-to-end stuff now. Last 10 minutes and both players really going at each other's throats here.
And here comes Vinicius. And Brazilian going to be twisting and turning. And Hullit's going to be playing into the feet of Ronaldo. And you can feel the tension in every single pass between these players. Frantic player switching to make sure those passing lanes are cut, that everybody has a man. And on the ball, it's a case of, can I find that gap? Can I link up those pieces to finish the puzzle towards goal? But there's Pina just stepping out at the perfect time once again.
Well, Pina's won the ball back, and he could potentially have the last attack of the game here. And we'll see what kind of player Pina is. Is he going to hold on until that last attack of the game? Just play those passes, be patient, get a free attack, so to speak. Or is he going to notice an opportunity here, but Catcher maybe will present one? It looks like Pina will do the former. Hold on to this ball, wait for that added on time to be added, and then he pushes forward. 1 minute. Can he get a goal to keep the World Cup alive, or are we going to extra time? Or can Catcher get something on the counter here?
And here's Ruud Gullit marauding forward. That is going to be offside, you would think, though, as it's just played through as the players step up. Pina pumps it forward. We'll win the header, but hey, Dan, catch your breath, my friend, because guess what? We'll go to extra time once more.
Extra time again in an elimination game, and it does get nervy when your tournament life is on the line, and we have seen a few mistakes cropping up here and there from all the competitors when we do get to this kind of stage in the game. A somewhat even game when you look at the statistics. I mean, only the possession really that's favouring Catcher. Just had the one shot less, but it doesn't matter because he's had the one goal more. And for both players, they'll be saying, well, actually, I've been playing pretty well. There isn't too much I need to change. Do more of the same and hope that maybe Lady Luck is shining upon you. And you might just get that lead going into the first half of extra time here.
Well, De Bruyne is going to be on the pitch. Stefano Pina. As Pele now will be making that run down that left-hand side. Neymar into the Brazilian. The two different generations linking up of attacking Brazilian talent, as now Gullit will find the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. Pina looking dangerous here, into the feet of Neymar. Back into Cristiano Ronaldo. Is there space for this shot? No, there isn't. But he will have a corner here, Dan.
You see the lengths the players have to go to try and get a goal here as well. It's cancels here, cancels there. Every skill move that they've got under there or in their repertoire. And still, you sometimes can't get through because really, as a pro player, you need to know every skill move. You need to know all the cancels that are potentially coming, and you can't allow cancels to sell you as easily as some maybe average players of FIFA would do so. Catcher's done very well to stand strong there and watch the ball completely.
You could argue it's become even more difficult as well with, you know, the introduction of the likes of Sergio Ramos, Eder Militao, defenders with not only high pace but decent agility as well that can change direction extremely quickly to kind of counteract some of those shifts in body shape as those cancels come in. So for players, it really is becoming a subtle art to find that little half a yard. And here's half a yard for Alphonso Davies. Gets past his man as well, pushes him off the ball, bullies him off the ball and looks to go all the way. And Vieira has to come across here for Catcher. A scary, scary moment for the Italian.
Another corner though, and Pina just playing it to the edge of the box, hoping to maybe get a little bit of space that he can maybe just peel one in from outside the area. Sometimes they do creep up, so you have to take that opportunity when it arises. And it looks like the last attack of the first half of extra time will be for Pina here.
Well, here's Neymar. A little bit of a lazy pass, though, from Pina, but Mbappe's going to work hard to get that ball back. And Neymar with a lazy pass, but a great strike. He's going to have to be saved by Peter Schmeichel. Put out by Catcher again for a corner. Second chance to deliver here right at the end of the first half of extra time. This one's going to be high up in the air, asking Cristiano Ronaldo to go and attack it. Mbappe. Ramos will get a piece of it and get a second piece of it, and a much healthier one as he puts that ball out of play. But there'll be moments for Catcher down at the end of that.
Finally puts the ball out of play. It was Only 1 minute of added on time. We got to the 4th minute there, where Pina just had corner upon corner upon corner. But it's Pina who is being the aggressor at the moment. A nice spell for him. He's had double the shots of his opponent, but hasn't been able to make them count. His possessions also come back into things. For Catcher, though, at least it's still all square. And he's got 15 minutes to try and find a goal. Well, both players have 15 minutes to try and find a goal. Otherwise, we might end up in a penalty shootout here. And again, I said that right at the start of the second half of extra time in Shells' game, so we'll see what happens.
And you just want to see, you always say you're one of these people who's like, I don't want to see penalties. You want to see penalties, Dan. It's fine.
Really,
you can say it.
Yeah.
You can say it. It's fine. Well, here's R9 for Catcher. We're underway in the final half of stoppage time, and there's going to be a strike on goal here, and that is going to be offside. There's a cheer from the crowd, a sarcastic one as well. It's just for a second there, I almost bought the celebrations coming in, but a little bit of a warning there for Pina. However, Catcher now has to turn his attention to defending once more.
It was offside by a considerable amount in the end, but sometimes it can catch you off guard. Sometimes there's just a fullback who's off the screen and maybe just wandering a little bit. So you do have to take those chances when they are presented, just in case, as in real life with VAR and whatnot. You're through on goal, you've got to put it in the back of the net, just in case there's a decision that goes your way. But it's Catcher now who's having the spell of play here, looking to try and take the lead.
And can he find space? Yes, he can. The offside trap wasn't good from Pina. Oh, the save comes in, and then the post comes to the rescue. And for Catcher, I mean, he did everything right, you felt there, but still finds himself tied up at 3-3. And we all know that FIFA has a funny way. If you don't take that chance in such a big moment and your opponent gets the ball back, Dan, you can find yourself behind.
You definitely feel like Pina's going to have an opportunity here. And again, there's not much time left, so a goal here, you would imagine, would be enough to send you into the next round, but you cannot afford a wayward pass. Any pass that goes to your opponent here, there is a big old counter-attack opportunity that Catcher will be licking his lips at the prospect of. But Pina playing it safe, building possession, not making any mistakes, and just hoping that someone will actually show for him here. Plays a risky ball, does find Davies, but now he needs to start going forward. 1 minute added on time, and this will be his last attack, otherwise we go into penalties.
And he sends it over the top, and Mbappe is going to have to use his pace, and Vinicius is going to match him for it, and that will be the end of the game, and it is time to head to the dreaded penalty spot, Dan. I mean, you kind of foretold it. You looked into your crystal ball, and that is where we're headed right now. It's going to be Pina up first with Mbappe. He'll just about manage to put that one away. And now to step up to equalise things, it's as cheeky as you like from Catcher, 1-1.
Pina now to try and take the lead in this penalty shootout, and he goes the same way. As a reminder, no reticule to work with. Have to use pure muscle memory. It's dinked again, but this time Edison gets to it, and Pina will have the lead.
Always looks bad when it gets saved, and now there's going to be a save in response from Catcher. And he has to score this to tie it up. Vinicius Jr. goes down the middle again, and Edison, he hasn't had to stretch whatsoever.
What a chance for Neymar then. Slow, delayed. And he manages to put it away. Schmeichel just gets to it. And this is a must score.
Ronaldo going to step up. Ronaldo once again goes for the Panenka. And Edison, probably one of the easiest penalty shootouts of his life, means that Pina will stay alive. R9 will hold his head. Catcher will hold his head, as Catcher will be eliminated here in the European playoffs.
Pina stays alive then, and Catcher will be going home. And it's such a shame to see a player of his caliber being eliminated at this stage of the competition. However, it has to happen. We have to send people home. Pina, though, will get more chances. It's going to be a difficult run for him, but at least he's done step number 1 here.
Well, we're going to move on because we've got other games to be decided. We've got other positions and other eliminations to confirm as well. And this is one of those games, #Tom versus Burness Figure. And you can see here, this is some of the highlights that we've seen. After the first leg, like Brandon showed us, it was 3-1 against #Tom. Tom managed to find a goal here with R9 to pull himself back into the game, Dan. But look at that. Still 2 goals between the two players at this point.
Well, it just seems like it was an absolute goal fest, of course. Hashtag Tom going straight for it, knowing that he has to win this game to stay in the competition. Made it 4-3, but then a penalty went against him, and he wasn't able to save it. So again, it's another 2-goal lead, all tied up 2-2, and we will join the game now at 5-3. So hashtag Tom having it all to do here on set.
He's got it all to do. 2 goals is what he needs to find just to tie this one up, and it's been one of the roughest days of FIFA, I think, that Tom would have had in a long, long time, but it needs to step up right now for the hashtag man. If he wants to keep his dreams alive, the #1 seed coming into the tournament might be one of the first players out.
Only 3 English competitors in the tournament today. One of them has already gone home in shells. And hashtag Tom, if it stays like this, will be joining him. And here comes the red shirts now streaming forward, and Tom needs to defend this.
Towards that back post, and Vieira had to jump as high as physically possible to beat up Cristiano Ronaldo, excuse me, to that ball. And now Tom, right at the end of this first half, he's going to lose possession and not have a chance to try and pull that deficit a little bit closer. But it looks like, for UK fans and hashtag fans, it's 45 minutes away from hashtag Tom being eliminated. Not just eliminated, Dan, at a 0-3 record.
And it really would demonstrate the kind of cutthroat situation we are with playoffs if hashtag Tom were to be eliminated. A phenomenal season, #1 ranked coming into this, but it's 0-2, is on the brink of elimination, 2 goals behind, and he will be 0-3 if he loses this one, and that will be his chances of the E-World Cup gone. It is a very tough format. It is difficult to face when you have had such a consistent season, but you can only play what's in front of you. You can only play the rules that are there, and hashtag Tom needs to dig deep. He needs to find something else, and I've got a belief in him. I know what Tom's capable of. I know that he can get back into this game, but from the highlights we saw, Mark, every time Tom got a goal back, he was pegged back immediately.
Well, he can't afford to do that anymore. It needs to be some pretty damn good FIFA, and if there's one player that can produce that level of FIFA that is needed to get back into this game and, to be honest, to rescue day one here, it is hashtag Tom who has that ability. As he steps forward now with R9. First attack of this second half of the second leg. Bruno Fernandes. Biding his time here, Pele. And give the ball back to the Portuguese central midfielder. R9 now, heel to heel. Oh, and it's just wide of the upright. But it was offside anyway, it wouldn't have counted. But good signs at least at the start of the second half of our second leg here for Tom.
Bernard will know. He'll know what hashtag Tom has in the tank. He'll know that at any point he can switch it on and he can turn into that #1 ranked player, that absolute beast of a player we've seen all season long. But all it takes is just to frustrate Tom here. Hold on to possession, don't allow him to have too many chances, make him work as hard as he's had to work all season if he's going to get back into this game.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit. Fernandes, little bit of space out wide for Pele, which is going to be fouled. R9 back into his fellow Brazilian. Llorente again, so strong. Into that right back position. We've seen him win that ball numerous times. Showing great positioning, and what a ball that is! And all of a sudden, oh no, for Tom! Oh no! For Bernas! And Tom's season, which is hanging on by a thread, has just been saved by the width of a crossbar.
Kept alive, and that really should have been the goal. And now Tom can go right down the other end and potentially score one back and do what he does best, but unfortunately a big sliding tackle comes through. And Bernas doing fantastically to ensure that Tom wasn't able to respond at the other end there. Otherwise, he might have been a little bit hard done by.
Well, 30 minutes left. It's all action as you would expect it in this elimination game. The #1 ranked player, hashtag Tom, needs to find a goal, and he can't find the target at the moment, and that's going to give Bernas a few seconds just to catch his breath as the changes are made. But I mean, what do you say, Dan? I'm almost speechless to see Tom in this position.
we should have expected it after what happened in the Xbox playoffs.
You're right.
Completely honest,
You're completely right. You're completely right.
But you look at the consistency of Tom, and you look at the season he's had and how well he's been playing, and when he comes into this tournament, the confidence he should have had. And suddenly he's at 0-2. Suddenly he is on the brink of elimination. Even with what happened in the Xbox playoffs, you still don't expect it. It is still a massive shock, but there is still time for him. And he's really got to hope that he finds a few more chances where he doesn't have to snatch at it like he just did. Burners will want that every day of the week. When there's a little bit of space for Tom on the edge of the box, he'll want him to be shooting from there. He'll be wanting him to take those kind of risky shots that aren't as likely to go in. Whereas Tom just needs to be staying calm here. He's got 30 minutes. He can find these goals.
It's not just finding one, it's finding two. Here's Pele. There's a ball roll. And there is one as Tom fights his way back into this game. That slim chance of making it through to the next round of Swiss has just got a little bit larger.
The perfect timing as well, right after he's made changes. There's going to be so much pressure applied now, so many men up on this pitch to try and win the ball back for Tom. And it's going to be very difficult to get out of your own half here. But if you are able to get out of your half, then there are going to be chances. There are going to be a lot of vulnerabilities at the back for #Tom, so he has to stay switched on. He has to be consistently tracking these runs because the through balls could be devastating.
Vieira almost got the wrong side of that directional nutmeg, but managed to do enough to get that ball back, and here comes Tom again. He's probably got time for 3, maybe 4 attacks left in this game, just to kind of put it into context how important every single one will be. Here's R9. Gets a little bit fortunate. Vieira, though, once again, the roadblock in the way. Vieira repeating the dosage here, this time in the # colours. Here's R9. Little shot cancel from Tom. Tries to go around the outside of Ramos, but the Spaniard will hold strong.
And that shows a little bit of nerves there as well, just clearing that ball out of play, not trying to kind of do anything too fancy, pass it around the defence and just subtly get it out of his own half. It's get rid time for Burner. Whereas for #Tom, it's suddenly creeping closer and closer to elimination, but he's only 1 goal behind, and this is how he got himself only 1 goal behind. Pele with the ball roll across, enough just to keep the body in front of Hullet. And I wonder, is there another goal here for #Tom? Because every time we've seen him score so far, Burner has replied.
Well, time is starting to slip through his fingers. And if you're watching at home right now and you're a #Tom supporter, send him your energy as Ruud Gullit will battle with Vieira. Vieira will come out with that ball once more. And what a performance this is. I know we're talking a lot about Tom, and understandably so, because he is that #1 seed. But what a performance this is from his opponent as well. We've got to give some respect where it's due here, Dan. What a stunning result this would be for Burner.
Yeah, I mean, Liga Portugal winner in 2020 to 2021. He is a champion. He knows what he has to do in these big games where experience means everything. And he needs to find that experience. He needs to dig deep and hold on here for 13 more minutes. Every time he has possession, you've got to kill off that clock ever so slightly. If a chance does present it to itself, then yes, you take it. But otherwise, you keep the ball, and that's a small mistake. Tom is going to be delighted with that mistake. He gets possession back.
Any kind of small mistake is magnified at this point in the game with this much on the line. There's a ball in behind. Llorente quick enough to deal with it. Davis gets a foot on it, but Mbappe will come away now for Burner. Vieira's going to step out, and he's going to be stepped past. And right at the end of this game, this could be the sucker punch in towards that back post. Ramos is there. Desperate positioning and defending coming in from Tom. And now at the other end, you can say the same here for Burner. Beautiful work from Pele. Inside the 18-yard box here, towards that back post. Ronaldo and Vinicius Jr. That was the chance for Tom.
That was it. That was his ticket back into the game. Is he going to get another opportunity now? Admittedly, down the other side of the pitch, Burners probably should have scored. Threw away his chance, but Tom's regained possession here.
Here's Ronaldo. Somehow he's got that ball back. Llorente is fighting with him. Van der Sar tries to clear. Hullet will keep the pressure on here for Tom. Stifling pressure. Hullet gonna keep that ball moving once more. Mbappe will get back. Van der Sar will clear now, and that could be it. One more ball through, and this could be game over. Vieira needs to win this. He won't, but the offside flag will go up. And Tom gets another opportunity to go forward.
Well, Tom's been fantastic. He's been so aggressive with his defence. He's forcing Burner to make these balls, and now he needs to just take this final opportunity here.
Oh, 9! Surely! Oh my God, he's done it! Tom has done it! R9 Ronaldo, the coldest man in the stadium. Because Tom Lees somehow still in his position as ice in the veins.
I mean, you couldn't write it. You could not write it any better. Seconds away was Burness from just staying alive in this competition, but hashtag Tom with what could be the last kick of the game, unless... Hold on a second. No, okay, it's fine. Looks like we are going to go to extra time, and hashtag Tom somehow comes from the death to keep his tournament alive here. Extra time looming, and I did not expect that. I thought when Tom gave the ball away in around the 88th minute on set that we were going to be talking about how disappointing it is to see Tom eliminated, but alas, he still fights on.
Well, we had to wait a while to commentate, but we're getting our money's worth right now as every game is going extra time. Going to penalties as we take a look at the replays. I mean, this is just brilliant from Tom. The ball roll across Hullet. We've seen this goal a few times now, but I mean, imagine what it's like if you're sat at home to be in this position, everything you've worked for all season, to fall down to one chance to R9 and you stick it away. Everybody loves that big Brazilian, and I think Tom Lees is one of those people.
Well, how many times would you see players in that situation with R9 take one more touch to try and get the perfect angle? But Tom, he risked it for a chocolate biscuit and he was rewarded. But now, as we go into extra time, Tom on the back foot has to defend.
Davies will step in and Hullet will not be able to make contact on the ball. De Bruyne now into Ronaldo. Oh, Vieira had to be strong and Tom had to be brave. And the two combined to do exactly that. That was a vital, vital block for the hashtag man.
Hashtag Tom, every time he goes forward, you can just feel it. He wants that goal. He does not want to go out with a whimper here. Wants to ensure that he shows everyone why he's the #1 ranked player, why he deserves to be at the E-World Cup. But he can't afford any mistakes. This is crunch time now. Extra time, and one mistake could cost you your spot, or even just your chance of getting to the E-World Cup here.
That's the crazy thing. For all the work that Tom's doing here, he has to do it 2 more times. There's a ball in behind. Ramos might just about have the pace to deal with it, but no! Neymar stolen it away! Oh. Ramos absolutely poleaxes him and brings him down! Somehow it's just a yellow card. But more importantly here, Dan, it's a penalty to Burness. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo. It's actually going to be given to Sergio Ramos. He's going to step up and he's going to put it down the middle. And in extra time, drama once more.
You've got to respect it from Tom. Tried to make that last-ditch challenge to win the ball back. It was a risk. He was not rewarded for it. And Sergio Ramos, who is stepping up to take so many of these penalties, statistically, of course, a fantastic penalty taker. And Tom has to come back from behind again now. How many times can he do it, though? That's the real question. At what point do you just run out of fuel? Are we looking at the end of the road for hashtag Tom here, or is there yet another twist in this tale?
I mean, the craziest thing for me is the fact that he's still got 11 men on the pitch, saying Ramos should have been given his marching orders right there. However, he wins the ball back, and he's still got another half of extra time to work with, and he's still got one more attack here as well. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. And the referee will bring it to an end. Speechless. What a game.
Had to keep going forward there. I mean, unfortunately, just maybe didn't look at the clock. He didn't realise that if he had played the ball backwards, the referee was going to blow it. But 15 minutes left for #Tom to keep his season alive, which just sounds weird to say after the season that he has had on set. But for Burnus, I mean, he's going to be on cloud 9 right now. But at the same time, probably bricking it a little bit because he's 15 minutes away from knocking out one of the best players, not just in Europe, but in the world. And that is going to be a fantastic thing to have on your record books.
Oh, 100%. I think it's... as I say, at the end of that half, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. What else could you want from a game of FIFA? I'm sure if you're a Tom fan, you're going to want him to win it. If you're a Burnus fan, you're going to want him to win it as well. You're going to want the final result. Here are the stats as well. And no surprise to see the pressure being put on by Tom as well. 8 shots, 7 on target. Certainly testing the goalkeeper and finding the back of the net as well. But here we go, Dan. I don't know what else to say. If you're not entertained, then you're probably in the wrong place right now, because Tom has got to turn this around. He's got to do it again. He's got to find yet another late goal to put on a late show to keep himself alive.
Even a late goal here would only take it to penalties, Mark. It would have to be 2 goals here, but maybe this could be the beginning of it. Nice cancel, but can't get the shot away. And every time he does lose the ball, the counter-attack is going to be there. Although this time he's able to subside it.
Vinicius Junior! Oh, what a save! What a save from Van der Sar. Pressure still on. Vinicius. Wonderful stuff from Tom with that left stick dribbling. Mbappe now, heel to heel, and oh, it's found it again! And Tom brings out the trademark celebration. As once again, he's gone to the well and found himself another goal.
It just doesn't seem like he's going to let himself get knocked out here. Every time you think that maybe it's going to be the end, he just comes straight back into things, and he's won the ball back again. Can Tom completely flip this game on its head here and take a lead going into the final few moments? Burnus right on the back foot.
Directional nutmeg almost managed to get R9 to burst through those last lines of defense. But now there's runners that Tom's got to be careful of. Needs to not let the adrenaline get the better of him. The linesman's flag will go up. And with 116 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock of 120 plus stoppage time, Tom has the ball at his feet and has the chance to go forward once more.
Should get the last attack of the game, otherwise we're going to another penalty shootout here. Tom's had some famous penalty shootouts in his history. One of the biggest ones, I remember him beating his teammate, or previous teammate, in Harry Hesketh, the person who taught him how to take penalties, but this might be the chance.
Cristiano Ronaldo, directional nutmeg, gets it back off Ramos. Ronaldo goes across goal, there's no one there. No one there, oh my God! Sometimes the celebration says more than anyone could. A look to the heavens, a point to the heavens, and oh, I think that says it all. Richard Buckley, welcome. I mean, any words? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Thank the heavens. Tom.
There's genuinely no way to even describe that. How many times while watching that game, I was just going, he's out, it's on 0-3, 0-3. And then to win it in that way, it's ridiculous.
I'll tell you what, Tom Lees, he's got a good head of hair on him right now, but he's going to end up looking like me at the end of these playoffs. I'll tell you that. Richard, you're here for a reason, though. Give us the eye in the sky of what's going on in some of the other games, because if they're anywhere near as crazy as what we've just seen, I'm interested, my friend. I'm interested.
Certainly so. We've gone from elimination matches to qualification matches. This was a 2-0 matchup between Oliboli and Peixoto. As you remember, a little while ago, the first leg ended 2-0 to Oliboli, and that's how it ended after the 2 legs. Nothing happened in the second half, and Oliboli goes 3-0.
Oli Bolly looking extremely, extremely strong. And for now, it's going to be time for us to catch our breath. We've just seen some of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen on the FIFA, on the virtual pitch, whatever you want to call it. But hashtag Tom is the final story, and that is the fact that he's staying alive. For now, I'm going to give it back to Jimmy and Mike to talk us through what just happened, because I'll be honest, I've run out of words to try and describe it.
Yes, 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 yes. You just need a megaphone, Mark. I think that really enhances everything. Thank you to you and Dan and Richard Buckley for that. What did we just see? Inject that into my veins. I want it every single match from here on out. That was unbelievable. And you're just gonna be like, oh, that kind of sucks how Bernas lost and all. Listen, you create your own luck, okay? You create your own luck. There was only one player that was putting it on the front foot and trying to make something out of that game, and that was Tom, and he made that luck, and that's why he deserved to win. Mike LaBelle, what are your thoughts? You have to tell me right now. I need to know.
I hope they captured our reactions. I don't know how many times I thought the game was done. I was like, I can't believe this. There's no way. Even towards the end. What's the saying, Jim? Fortune favors the brave.
Fortune favors the bold. Let's take a look
Favors
here
the bold.
at Richard Buckley's reaction to this happening. What? Look at that. That's unbelievable. But that pretty much summed it up.
That's the game. If you were wondering what you missed or what you watched, that summarizes everything you need to know.
Somebody doesn't turn that into a GIF or a GIF or whatever it's called. I don't even know.
We had post. We had everything was in that game.
We had everything.
Everything you could have asked for was in it. High scoring, unpredictable, mistakes were made, beautiful plays were put together. There was some sort of collaborative effort. We saw comebacks. We saw poor closeouts.
But do you agree with me, though, that you create your own luck? Like, Bernas was like, what was he doing at the end? He just kept hitting long balls and long balls and long balls and long balls. Of course, you're going to have to keep getting under pressure and under pressure.
It's easier said than done.
It sucks to lose that way, but still.
If you've played a lot of FIFA 21, though, when somebody turns on that constant press and they're in a more aggressive formation, it just takes away so many options, and you can't build out of it very easily. So it's not a matter of not wanting to. You're just struggling to get out of your back half. Once you're looking for those outlets, they're just not available.
No, I appreciate you saying that, but he did have a 2-on-1, and he still couldn't score.
He missed chances. He definitely missed chances.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there.
There's no doubt. No denying that.
Okay, there's something else that there's no denying. It's your analysis presented by PS4. Let's get into it, Mike LaBelle.
I think this one is going to be special for you, Jim. As a defender, you might have been in this position before. You've got pretty traditional build-up, and then you're going to see the running fake shot. And what it does, it throws that defender for a loop. He's going to get shifted out of position, and R9 is going to burst through the middle of the pitch. And this is the go-ahead between Roberts and Chels. Look at the finish. But you see where you give him the eyes. I don't know if you can relate to it or not, but it's kind of a no-look skill going the other direction. You can tell me as a center back. Coach Jimmy, can you tag team in?
I don't know if I like that analysis by PS4 because it hurts my center back soul that Sergio Ramos got done up so bad. He would have sat for 3 games. Honestly, 3 games I would have sat if I made a mistake like that to give up a good goal. All right, everybody, if you want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. Are we witnessing some of the best FIFA that you have ever seen? That's the question I have for you. Go answer it on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports. Wow. Wow. All right, we're going to take another break. I don't even know what else to say. When we come back, though, it's going to be some more world-class FIFA coming your way in Swiss Round 4. We'll be right back.
Zidane over to Ronaldo, and Principe holds on here. Stoppage time is up and the final whistle goes. And there is that release of emotion from Principe.
Ciao a tutti ragazzi, sono Daniele Paolucci, in arte Principe, rappresento il team Makers per la regione Europa. Oggi benvenuti nella mia masterclass. Oggi vi mostrerò come si fanno i cross in FIFA 21. In questo video come segnare su un cross alto. Con lo Zano bisogna soprattutto mantenere bene la posizione del corpo, perché se crossiamo di spalle in posizioni difficili è impossibile segnare. Ma in questo caso lo Zano è posizionato perfettamente, cross preciso per Cristiano Ronaldo cliccando il tasto quadrato, e bisogna poi cliccare il tasto del tiro, solo il tasto del tiro, per segnare la conclusione. Importantissima è quella di avere un giocatore che crossa dal limite dell'area in fase esterna e avere dei giocatori in area che la maggior parte delle volte devono essere di più di quanto sono i difensori in difesa. Un'altra cosa molto importante è capire l'angolazione del cross, ovvero se crossare sul primo palo o crossare sul secondo palo. Ogni azione ha i suoi sviluppi, ma conoscere e capire bene chi attacca e chi difende può aiutarti e può darti una mano per segnare un cross su cross alto. In questo video vi mostrerò come si segnano i gol su cross basso, perché stiamo parlando di un cross quest'anno fortissimo. La prima cosa che bisogna dire è che si fa con R1 e quadrato, è un nuovo cross implementato su FIFA 21, bisogna capire come farlo. La prima cosa è l'angolazione del corpo del proprio crosser, quindi chi crossa. R1 quadrato, soprattutto quando l'avversario è lontano dal pallone e i difensori non sono attaccati all'attaccante, bisogna trovare lo spazio giusto tra il difensore e l'attaccante, crossare con R1 quadrato e diciamo che il 90% dei cross fatti in questo modo portano al gol. Questa è stata la mia masterclass per i cross, spero che questi consigli vi siano stati utili per migliorare il vostro gioco, per vincere più partite e che dire, ci vediamo in game e che vinca il migliore. Arrivederci, ciao.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournaments Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Listen, I know you're watching at home, wondering if you could ever play in one of these tournaments, or maybe thinking you're better than these guys that you're actually watching. Well, you can make that happen by starting in the PS4 Tournament Open Series. Go to compete.playstation.com, sign up with your PSN ID, and you have a chance to play against your friends, for your rivals, get some unique rewards, dynamic themes, cash prizes. It's all happening. Go make it happen. It's easy. You can do it on your console. Directly sign up through your console or go to compete.playstation.com. And I wish you the best of luck so we can talk about you in the very near future on one of these tournaments. Yes, European playoffs, Mike LaBelle, you, me, and 64, well, there was 64 very talented FIFA players on the PlayStation side of things. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I have a megaphone. I'm not afraid to use it. And we're going to get into it. Mike, are you wearing a lab coat? Is this...
It's that time. Mixology 101. Foot equations. I specialize in it.
It's time for FUT Lab presented by PS4. Let's get into it.
Let me give you the rundown. We're looking at one position, 3 different players, 3 different price points. We're going to start out with tier 1. You're going to have to have a big budget here. That Vinicius Jr., though, getting those upgrades. Greens, please, and you're going to need plenty of green, but he's going to make a difference in your squad. That's all that I'm going to say. He's got the Brazilian links, Real Madrid, La Liga, good to go. Skill moves that are definitely going to pay some bills. Maybe skills to pay the bills. Next to him, Rashford. A bit more affordable, still expensive, but he's been a difference maker all year. He gives you the scoop turn, the ins, the outs, ball roll, drag back, physical presence, you name it, it's there. And then if you're trying to save some coins, this has been one of my favorite players this year, Nani, and that's why we have him as a tier 3. Premium quality. If you have put together an MLS team, this will work for you. You got some Portuguese players, include them, incorporate them. Let them show you all about the sole proprietorship. He doesn't even need to get involved with an S-Corp or a limited liability. Nah, he's offering you all the good
self-employed.
You're welcome, Jim.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Mike LaBelle. That was our FUT Lab presented by PS4, where Mike tries to maybe being a scientist, a doctor, or a dental assistant.
That's off the cuff or the cuss. It's off of all of it.
I love it. I love it. All right, let's get back into this tournament. Let's get into round 3 and catch you guys up on what we just saw and all the scores, the notable scores, that is. Tuga, been around the scene for a long time, still doing the business, up 4-1 in this one. Dux Neats from the Dux Gaming team doing that. Levy de Weird continuing to move on. Another Spaniard. JRA unfortunately losing to Houston, who is now 2-1 heading into round 4. Hashtag Tom, we just saw that squeaking by at the very end against Bernardo. And we got Yago taking care of business. Stefko taking care of Principe 7-0. That's pretty nice. And then we see Hayward there. Now let's take a look at the table, Mr. Mike LaBelle. Let's see where everybody stands after 3 rounds.
As per usual, green is good. You want to see those green lights. You want to see those pockets extended. These guys already qualified for day number 2. They're now playing for seeding. I wouldn't say there's a lot of surprises there. You got Hezers, as you can see. We got a couple Italians, a few Italians up front. I told you got to watch out for the Italians. They're going to make head waves. They're making noise. And I think some of that deals with the E Serie A. I'm telling you, because they have a league, they're building out. I see the talent pool is growing, and then you see the 2-1s also in a very prominent position. Mostly players you expect to see in these types of areas, but I will say, these are all the positives. Maybe I'm just being toxic, but I want to focus on the negatives. I want to focus on the players that are struggling. I want the comeback trails. We just saw hashtag Tom. That was wild. That was crazy. That was emphatic. That was chaotic.
You need a megaphone, I think is what you need. Here are the remaining ones on the second page of these 64 players. A lot of 1 and 2 players here holding on for dear life in round 4. If they lose, they go home. That is going to be pretty sad, I think, especially Tom hanging out there. Now he's got his back against the wall. We'll see if he can continue to fight and give himself a chance in round 5. In red, all of these competitors, 8 in total, have been sent home. I think most notably Shells is the biggest name to go down. But he seemed to be okay about it after the fact, saying he won a trophy for the first time in his career, so maybe he can build off of that in FIFA 22. Pretty incredible. We have some big surprises, but some players that are still holding on for dear life. Let's take a look at our notable matchups for the 4th round in the Swiss. Talk me through it, Mike. Any big surprises here? Anything you're looking to see? Which one's your favorite?
Oh, let's talk about it. I'm going to give you some of the standouts. You got Tuga Gravison. That's a decider match. You don't want to go to 2-2. I don't care what anybody says. You want to go and clean this up and keep it moving. Every hashtag Tom match, I got to see it. I want to see it. The guys that have been killing the game when you're looking at Levy or Cosimo, I could skip on that for right now. That's just me, because I feel there's so much drama building. Also, I always look for JRA. I like the way that he plays FIFA. I'd like to see him keep going. Sevilla Nacho, that's going to be an interesting matchup. Bringing that back. We got Principe. Does he keep the life alive? It's somebody that I said that I was eyeing up. I was watching. I was working on my Italian. Here we are, 1 and 2. Do or do not, or do
or do not. Well, let's talk about our feature match, Mike LaBelle. Tuga versus Gravison. Portuguese versus a Spaniard. It's the Iberian Peninsula derby. Let's talk about Tuga first, because what this player is known for, and you know this, Mike, is his defensive prowess. He's so good at defending, and there's not a lot of goals when he plays. He's like the opposite of Houston.
Exactly, extremely structured, focuses on defense. If I recall, Tuga's a pilot as well, or I'm completely incorrect, so you just got to be super technical with every detail, and he goes with defense first, always and forever. Very good with the possession play. Obviously, if you have the ball, that's a massive advantage to not conceding goals, controlling the game, dictating the pace. He's difficult to go up against.
Yeah, we got a live look there at Tuga. Now let's talk about Gravison. Running things with Dux Gaming. He's 2-1 right now. Obviously, as Mike said, if they lose this one, go to 2-2. You don't want it to go into an elimination game if you can avoid it. They win this, they go on. So a lot at stake here. He was the EU qualifier for. He got 2nd place in that, and he won La Liga in 2019. And look at, he's hydrated. He's taking cues from Cristiano Ronaldo. Drink water, everybody. That is very important. So what do you think? Predictions. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Mike LaBelle. Who do you like in this one? Do you like Tuga from Portugal or Gravison from España?
Well, what we've been seeing from Dux, everybody's performing well, and I talked to Gravison a decent amount after E-Champions League because he joined us on the broadcast, and he's like, Mike, I can't hang out with you. We can't talk right now. I'm dialing in. I'm going a month hard. We're all focused, and I'm believing in that. I think he's going to get the result, get those fine margins, and get the win today against Tuga and be good to go day 2.
All right, you heard it there from Mike LaBelle. I'm Jimmy Conrad. Now I'm going to throw it over to our casters for this one, Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, who have the call of these big matches in Swiss Round 4. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. An incredible day so far here in the PlayStation playoffs. Ryan, I mean, that round 3, I'm just about getting over it. It was, I was just watching it out of the corner of my eye, and I saw it transpiring. I genuinely, I didn't know what to do. It was an incredible day so far, and going into the pivotal rounds, I just see it continuing to pick up pace and a grandstand finish coming in from all our competitors, Ryan.
Yep, exactly. We've seen some crazy goals, to say at the least, today so far. And of course, these games, the players will be 2-1. We've got some players also who are 1-2. I think those are the staple matches to focus on, because again, someone could be eliminated, someone could go through to secure their place in the knockout stages. So it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll try and bring you all the coverage as it is happening here. But we know our match that we're going to be featuring on here in round 4. It's going to be Gravesen up against Tuga, and I'm seeing quite a colourful squad there from Gravesen. Ryan, Lionel Messi, Joshua Kimmich, and also Llorente all starting for him.
I'll be honest, he's already got... I'm already on his side a little bit here. I'm liking the addition of Lionel Messi. We never see him start in squads. He's somebody that, of course, CR7 offers a bit more in FIFA perspective anyway, but for me, Lionel Messi, his finesse shot, his movement, his agility, everything on the ball is perfect. But the squad all round is pretty standard, other than Kimmich and Messi, because you've got CR7, Vieira, Hullet, Ronaldo, Neymar, Ramos. The team has been, all those type of players have been consistent throughout the squad. So again, it's a standard squad, you'd say, amongst the competitors so far.
Yeah, Messi over Pele in the starting 11. Other than sort of the finesse shot that Messi offers, and maybe a little bit better on the ball, you don't get the 5-star skills that Pele has and possesses. Do you think that's the correct pick for Gravesen?
The thing is, for me, with Lionel Messi introducing squads, is it's all personal preference, just because, again, he has that finesse shot trait. He doesn't have the skill moves, but it's okay. Apologies if you can hear that screaming outside. It sounds as if it's in my room, but it's outside.
It's coming all right, and it's okay. We've got a week ahead of us to celebrate. Don't let it distract you. Ronaldo, great finish there from Tuga. Elastico inside the box before firing into the bottom left corner there from the Portuguese FIFA Pro. Great finish from Tuga. He was a grand finalist the last time the E-World Cup did commence in 2019. He actually topped his group, believe it or not, on 13 points before crashing out in the first knockout round to the Frenchman Maestro. Winner of this,
that was a brilliant goal as well.
Yeah, it was the Elastico set it up, really, didn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, definitely did. I think a lot of people sort of associate Tuga with a negative play style. I know over the years he's been a player. He was probably one of the players that sort of found out about, I believe it was FIFA 19 with the 4-4-2, where everybody come back on defense, be very, very structured and defensive. But it worked for him. He had a lot of success from it. He went far in tournaments. I guess he stapled himself as one of the top competitors, and one of the competitors that are really hard to break down. So for me, again, a lot of people don't like it, but he has a lot of respect from me based on that. And of course, Gravesen being a player associated with Ducks, again, one of the nicest players you have in the scene. As we see the Elastico again, which leads to Neymar just about avoiding the block in the box there, and it puts it in, and it's level apiece now at the start of this game already, Richard.
Yeah, we're in for an emphatic, fast-paced, decisive game between these two. Both players utilising the Elastico to its full purpose. Neymar, sometimes he gets shunned in the team selection, but he's an unbelievable foot item. And got to think, Ryan, the 99 Neymar that's just been released 2.5 hours ago, even though he's a left winger, will people change formation starting to get that Neymar forced into squads, or will they like the way that the team's playing and want to use the cam Neymar, even though he's a little bit lower rated, to get chemistry easier on other players?
For me, the left wing Neymar, of course, the PlayStation players this weekend will be unable to use him or implement him into the squad, but for the World Cup, for those players that do have competitions coming up, and even just leisurely, you have to fit him in. You have to shoehorn him in regardless, even if it is having to play him on 7 chemistry or perhaps changing formation just to get someone in right wing to play there. For me, he just has to be in. Neymar, for me, is the best player in the game with those stats, the 5-star, 5-star and everything. Yeah, for me, there's just no way he can't be involved in the squad. I would play him up front personally if it's with... Oh, it's tough. Some people like CR7 there, but for me, just the 5-star, 5-star combo up front would be amazing in a 4-4-2.
And if memory serves it correctly, the last time we saw Tuga at the playoffs, 2019, I believe it was in Berlin. You talked about him sort of being quite defensively sound and building on his defence first. He won his first 2 knockout matches in that tournament, 1-0. I remember sort of off the stage and whatnot, myself and Spencer and Mark and Brandon and Dan, we were all saying Tuga might win this entire tournament, winning 1-0 every single round. You see the player lock there inside the box, super simple from Gravesen as Daniel Aguilar behind him. Fist bump between the two, and that puts Gravesen in a 2-1 lead right now.
Very decisive there from Gravesen. Chose the right option across to play it, and it's a simple finish from R9. But I actually remember that tournament with Tuga, just winning every goal by the narrowest of margins. He has a lot of memories or a lot of things that come to mind almost instantly when I think of him. I also remember the goal he conceded against Tex with the numerous amount of elasticals. Yeah, that was something that comes to mind almost instantly. But again, for Tuga, he's come onto the scene. He's done well. He's put his name in as a staple. You associate him with somebody that reaches the latter stages of tournaments. But I'll be hoping again. He started off brightly. We see the fake show there. Almost does enough to get past Patrick Vieira. But again, for me, I think Tuga's one of the best players on PlayStation. I think this year he hasn't played as well as he would have anticipated anyway. I think the way FIFA 21 is set out, you'd expect it to suit his play style as we see a through ball and R9 in on goal for Gravesen.
Could be a chance here, La Croqueta. Waiting for more options to help support. Joshua Kimmich now getting involved as well. Neymar, he picks up the pieces. CR7, back to Kimmich. Messi, just see him loitering at the top of the pitch there. Don't be surprised to see the ball get whipped out to him. He goes down the line, and it's going to be an easy defence for Tuga on this occasion. You mentioned R9 there in behind. Could be a chance here for Tuga. Up the other end, Courtois with a great save. You mentioned the first thing that comes into your mind when Tuga's name is brought up in conversation is the Tex Force Elasticos. How, probably the best word to describe it, annoying is it? You have to put yourself in somebody's shoes here, Ryan, for when you're a pro player, whether it's a professional footballer or a FIFA esports player, that the first thought when your name is mentioned is a negative one or a bad moment for yourself. Tuga, the 4 elasticals he conceded. Stefano Pina, yes, he's won trophies in his career, but as soon as someone says Stefano Pina's name, I just think 2018 World Cup losing to Desari. That's the first thought that comes into my mind. It's got to sort of irk you a little bit, you've got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think for someone with Tuga's experience, that it's a sort of creating those positive memories as well that people can associate with you, whether that's winning a tournament or even perhaps scoring a fantastic goal, just something that can associate you with better things. But again, Tuga's been successful over the years. That goal, I wouldn't say he forgot about it. Definitely would probably remember the amount of times it's been brought up in the scene, but it's still something that it would be an afterthought when it comes to his competitive career so far. But that is it as we go into half-time. I'd say it's been very even. Gravesen just edging it there. But again, I always say this is still all to play for.
Yeah, so much time left in this game. We're going to see the best moments from this round 4 matchup here. Winner of this will progress through to tomorrow's tournament, guaranteed. However, if you lose this, you're still alive with a FIFA World Cup potential spot. However, got to go the long way round, and you have to go into round 5 with pressure on your back. Gravesen, great player lock there before slotting it into the bottom left corner. We've talked a lot about Ducks gaming and sort of the unbelievable season that they've had. I mean, if you look at his teammates, Gravesen right now, everybody is having, you would say, a good tournament by their standards. Neat, 3-0. You look at Adriman, 2-1, and also Gravison, 2-1 right now. All three players have the potential to, at this rate, get a FIFA World Cup spot. Never mind, just get into day 2 and guarantee a top 32 finish. It's going to be Gravison from left to right, I should say, in the white strip, and Tuga from right to left, black top, orange shorts. Just going to roll out a play on that particular occasion as Neymar can't pick it up. They've had unbelievable success, have not only Gravison and Dux Gaming, but a number of those Spanish players, even Daniel Aguilar, who's behind him right now, in the E-La Liga, the virtual E-La Liga. A lot of people regard it as one of the top virtual leagues. Chance here for Tuga to level this game up. He smashes it into the bottom right corner, left-footed strike. Continuing point on the virtual La Liga. Watching it from sort of the outside, Ryan, it's a very, very sort of, it's just a top league. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, and I love it. I love the fact that a lot of nations are starting to have their domestic leagues introduced into the FIFA Global Series season. For the players, I know, especially when we started off, there weren't many. There was only a handful of events that were prominent in the scene. You've got, of course, the Danish League, we've got the Eredivisie, but now, of course, we've got most nations starting to get involved this year with the Serie A as well. E-La Liga last year, and there's been a lot of success, and the players that have sort of risen to stardom because of it. His name has become a lot more prominent in this scene. He's a player that you would associate being one of the best players, and that has stemmed from the E-La Liga, and I think that's something that helps a lot with building up players and building up statures of players in the scene, especially the young players. They get given a chance to experience playing at the highest level at a LAN event, gaining some more prize money and experience, which always helps going towards these massive events in the playoffs, whether it's the World Cup as well. There's so many events now that a lot of players that age 16 and above can participate in.
Yeah, I mean, Neat's not only one of the best players in Europe, Ryan, but he's won an incredible amount of money already from the virtual La Liga and from his run in the FIFA Global Series as well. And for me, I think out of all the Spanish players, he's the one that I would say E-World Cup spot is, I don't want to say a lock-in because anything can happen, but I'd be very, very surprised if he wasn't at the FIFA E-World Cup Neat. An unbelievable talent.
I think he's one of those players where you forget how young he is with the prize money he's already won and the placements he's had in big tournaments. And as I say, that's the thing I love about Dux Gaming, is that everybody, it's like a family. As we said, we see the VT where they practice, they do everything together, and it's something that I really admire and adore about the team structure there, because I think a lot of teams need to sort of look at that blueprint to success, because again, having players that are performing well and everyone in the same environment living together, it sort of filters down to everyone within that environment and helps them succeed as well.
Well, it just shows that the investment is worth it, doesn't it? With the team house,
Absolutely.
with the coaches, with the nutritionist, everything. When you look at not only the amount of money that these players have earned, but also the accolades that they've sort of mounted up, it certainly is worth it. This was the goal here. We didn't really talk too much on this, but should he even be allowed that much space out wide? Is it poor defending from Gravison?
I was shocked. I feel like he was just monitoring the runs on the right side and in the center towards the box. Neymar was left wide open. You don't anticipate him having that much space, but he took advantage of it too good. Done well. That's the positives of having 5-star weak foot on the sides of the pitch there, because you just trust him on either foot to arrow it into the opposite corner, and that's what he done. 2-2, level apiece, and it's all to play for between these top players. And I think that, for me anyway, when Tuga takes the lead in positions where, or in games where maybe even a 2-goal lead, it always seems to be tough for players to bounce back from. And I know Gravison will be aware of that. He has a lot of experience in the scene. They've probably played a numerous amount of times with the Blackie Cups and practice cups and in tournaments as well. So he'll know that, he'll be aware of it, which is why I think he's trying to avoid mistakes as well.
You see Gravison here looking to create another chance to eke his way back in front. Kylian Mbappe wasn't really the most glamorous of directional nutmegs, looking for the bounce back on the rebound off the defender. As we've got 15 minutes left to play here. Swiss bracket round 4 matchup. Both these players 2-1 currently. If they lose, their season is not over yet. They will go into round 5 with a must-win game on their backs. However, the victor of this match, they'll be going into round 5 simply playing for seeding, knowing that tomorrow they will be turning up, they will be playing, and they will be playing for a FIFA E World Cup spot if they are successful. Got to remember as well, losers bracket comes into play tomorrow, a double elimination tournament. So technically, if you play your cards right, you can have 4 losses in this tournament, 2 in Swiss, and if you time it right in the knockouts, you can lose twice in the knockout and still get a FIFA E World Cup qualification spot. I talked about the format last week, Ryan, but yourself as a pro player, if you were playing in this tournament, it would be a shame because you wouldn't be joining me on the commentary booth, but you must be... It's such a good moment for you, as Nightwatch just informed me there. Jaden from NFG lost 4 times last weekend over the course of the 3 days, and he's going to be at the E-World Cup Grand Final.
It's remarkable. I think that's the one thing as a player. You usually only have 1 attempt to make the World Cup in those tournaments. So the fact that you could have 4 losses, you could have 3 attempts at a Grand Final spot. We saw that with Razek and of course Jaden. They had 3 pokes at it just to make it to the actual World Cup and get that ticket is crazy to me. And again, you have to take it as it comes, and it's mentally challenging as well. I think that's where the aspect of trying to control your emotions, as we see a little bit of fortune there for Gravison.
Vinicius Jr. picking up the ball, fires across the goalkeeper, and Van der Sar outstretched right glove, tipping it over. Right choice there, Ryan?
I'll be honest, I think so. I think that 2 goals, the way he defended it, he was sort of prioritizing the back post there, the little cross, or potentially a player lock. He tried to value that higher than the actual shot across goal. And I think he made the right choice to take the shot. I would have done the same, but again, it's not a chance where you think, all right, I should be scoring this, but it's one that if it goes in, you're not surprised. If it misses, you're not surprised either.
Yeah, just when you consider the format, Jaden lost 4 times, and he'll be at the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. Oilito lost twice and crashed out of the tournament. I mean, it just goes to show, as crazy as it sounds, losing at the right time is essential. Getting a loss or 2 in Swiss, you can get away with it.
You really can, and I think that's what a lot of players, well, for this weekend anyway, they would have watched Xbox last weekend. They would have realized, all right, next week, I understand the route. I know it has to happen for me to achieve that World Cup spot. So they will know, they'll be taking it into account and trying to make sure that they are the next 9 players to secure their World Cup spot, their ticket in London. And I know a lot of these players thought, well, if I was in that situation anyway, having 4 losses in a tournament would most of the time result in you being out for sure. But you could have 4 losses and still have that crack at the World Cup spot. But that will spell the end of the first leg between Gravison and Tugo. 2 goals apiece, Richard.
Yeah, very, very tight game between these two. Both players showing their offensive prowess, it's safe to say. But defensively, they've been very solid too. A couple of good goalkeeper saves from Van der Sar, keeping it at a level game. This was the opening chance of the game. Tuga slotting it into the bottom left corner. However, you see Gravison, beautiful player lock there. Ronaldo slotting it into the bottom left corner. Deep into the second half, it was this goal from Neymar across the goalkeeper to tie us up at 2 apiece. 2 juggernauts here in the PlayStation playoffs. They're tied 2-2 in this round 4 matchup, where the winner will progress to the knockout stage, I should say, tomorrow. Brandon, there's lots of games taking place right now, and I think you've been watching a 3-0 match.
Yes, 2 players that have already got the job done, Rich. They're into day 2 tomorrow. And speaking of virtual leagues, they've both had a brilliant run in the tournament. Of course, it's Neat against Fuma. Fuma, who was the winner of the E-League. And there's only 1 goal to talk about in that game, and it's gone the way of the Spaniard, who leads by a 0-0 with just 62 minutes on the clock.
Great game there between 2 players who are 3-0, and just like that, Brandon gets subbed out. Mark on set comes in. Mark, what's your game that you've been watching?
I've been warming up. I've been ready. I'm here. Don't worry. I've got the stats for you. I've got everything you need to know. Falcon JRA doesn't look like that. That was the wrong graphic. But he took on Sevilla Nacho. And it was a game that was pretty much full of goals as well. You can see the first one here going to Nacho. And then JRA Lion answered back almost immediately. A wonderful little heel to heel around the goalkeeper. Then he managed to turn the game on its head as he got into the lead. The bridge, a little bit of early goalkeeper movement gave him the opportunity to slide it in at the near post. But the goals weren't done there because you can see right here, the Sevilla man right at the end, a beautiful reverse elastico means that game is tied up at 2-2. And as we like to say, ahead of the second leg, all to play for.
Yeah, two countrymen battling it out for an opportunity at that round 5 matchup. All of those second legs coming up very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere because the PlayStation playoffs will continue after this break. Welcome back to the European PlayStation playoffs. This is the lay of the land. You're joining us here on day 1. This is the Swiss round. You can take it as the group stages. Tomorrow, we'll be live at 3 p.m. British Summer Time for the knockout phases, where we'll find 8 players to go to the FIFA E World Cup. On day 3, trophies will be lifted and $100,000 will be given to one of our 64 competitors. And we will also be deciding in that 9th through 12th playoff bracket who joins at the FIFA E World Cup. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, while we've come back from this break, I just wanted to ask, we've not actually heard from you since your teammate went out in Shells. I know it might be a sore subject for you, but I just wanted to get your opinion. He's had a great season this year, but it just didn't fall for him in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just one of those days. Of course, having good success with the E-Premier League, winning that earlier on in the season. I guess today we only saw one game on broadcast. I feel like it was in all honesty, a slight mistake to concede that late on. Gave him a lot of room on the ball, but again, it happens. One of those things. You just have to bounce back for next year, for the new season when it does commence. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and seeing the English players as well struggle. We only have 3 competing this weekend in Haywood, Tom and Shells, and one's already out. Tom almost went out as well, Haywood. So yeah, it's been rough.
1 and 2, yeah. Both English players left in the tournament at 1 and 2 records. Here we go then. Swiss round 4 matchup between Gravesen and Tuga. Let's see who will be confirming their place in the knockout bracket ahead of tomorrow. One of these two will have to go to round 5 to battle it out to stay in the top 32. It's going to be Gravesen from left to right in the Ducks Gaming home strip. And all in red from right to left. That will be TS Warrior players. Tuga. Chance here for Gravesen early doors. CR7 just looks to get behind. He is offside. I've had the chance actually to speak to with Gravesen. Quite a good conversation actually. Myself and Brandon on the PlayStation podcast called Crossbar, and we were chatting to him there probably about maybe a year and a half ago, pre the pandemic, and he was really much. He was talking not only about his FIFA career, but also outside of FIFA, going to university, making sure that he's very sort of switched on outside of it. He sees FIFA, it's a hobby, it's a love of his, but it's also an opportunity to get lots of other experience in life. He's a very switched on individual, is Gravesen, and I gained a lot of respect for him that day, but also Tuga, he's equally as sort of disciplined in life. His experience with the military, and you've got to say, both players unbelievable at the game as well, Ryan. They wouldn't be here just for luck. They are 2 of the top players in Europe. As you see, Gravesen looking to build here, into Lionel Messi. He's going to knock the ball down the line. Patrick Vieira always favourite to win that, as Tuga plays out from the back yet again here. 15 minutes gone. Bruno Fernandes, his pass intercepted.
Just wanted to echo on your statements as well about both of these players. I know Gravesen was one of the players who I have a good relationship with outside of competing as well. He's very disciplined, as you mentioned. Same with the Tuga, both gentlemen outside of the scene. They have their values. They compete at the highest level. They're respectful as well regardless of the result, which is something that I do respect from both of them, which is why it's so tough trying to decide or trying to watch both of them play against each other, because one of them has to lose and potentially could go out. They could be 2-2 and face the decisive last game of the day to decide their fate if they go into tomorrow. So it's very, very tough watching both of these players play.
Ronaldo inside the box here, back to R9. He plays a heel-to-heel, beautiful play. Goalkeeper movement, a little bit suspect from Tuga, but it's a cracking finish from Gravesen.
Oh, that's unbelievable there, with the shot cancels as well. He waited him in. I don't even think the goalkeeper movement was bad there, in all honesty. I think he anticipated a shot early on, and Gravesen done so well there. He took his time, he was patient. He waited for Tuga to make the decision for him, and then, as you said, the goalkeeper movement led to an easy finish for Gravesen, and he takes the lead now 20 minutes into the second leg.
We'll see how can Tuga bounce back here. The goal scoring from him has been relatively free-flowing, you've got to say, for Tuga. He was the player a couple of weeks ago, actually, that he tweeted out a very, very interesting sort of statistic about the #1 seed coming into the playoff. And I think it was one player who was the #1 seed coming into the playoffs actually made it to the E-World Cup Grand Final. All the other #1 seeds from all other regions around the world all didn't qualify. So I'm sure that, well, Hashtag Tommy's got a pretty tough route to get there. He'll be hoping that he can, as the man with all the stats finds himself 2 goals down here against the Spaniard in Gravesen.
Oh, that's a big goal. I thought that was probably the easiest goal Gravesen scored against Tuga. He kept his cool around the box. He was patient with the passes, but for Tuga there, he allowed him to have that much space and time on the ball to make the correct decision. And the correct decision is what was made there from Gravesen with the heel-to-heel. And another easy finish there. And he's 2 goals up for Tuga now. He's not really associated with being somebody that has a high-scoring game, in his perspective anyway, especially when having to come from a losing position. So we'll see what happens. Can he respond straight away? R9, the heel-to-heel into the shot, which was blocked there, fortunately for Gravesen, but he's still on the attack.
I'm not too sure about that one. It was a great chance. Got the block off. Is he offside, Llorente? He's not going to be able to pick up the ball, and he actually was offside, was Marcos Llorente, one of the best rated players in FIFA. In terms of the sort of in-game stats and the total stats for a lot of these real top-end, high-rated players, goes the Acuna is first, Marco Verratti is second, followed by Florenzi in third. You wouldn't have said that coming into the playoffs if I gave you a prediction or a guess at it. You thought Ruud Gullit, maybe Lothar Matthäus, Bruno Fernandes. None of those players in sight.
No, I think the introduction of the new cars towards the latter stages of this year's cycle have completely changed the dynamic. Again, we spoke earlier about Acuna's card. For me, I get it why he's not featuring a lot of scores, I guess, for chemistry. And, of course, he doesn't have the physical presence in midfield that you'd have with the likes of course, Ruud Gullit, Vieira. I know a lot of players play him at centre-back. Even De Jong, he's not as physical as him, even though De Jong does have a leaner frame in game. It's just the height and everything. You want to have your midfielder being able to sort of muscle off your opponent or be able to defend really, really well. But Acuna sort of, the way I describe him is a more offensive Kante, but again, if he has the 5-star, he'll be phenomenal.
And I mean, he can quite literally play anywhere on the pitch. Like, you could even see Acuna playing centre-back if you really wanted to. You could put him wing-back in a 5-back. I think that's where we'll see him most used. If players are electing to go with a 5 at the back, we'd see him as a left wing-back or a right wing-back. As we come into half-time here, Gravesen still leads 4-2 against CS Warrior players Tuga.
See the first half highlights here from Gravesen attacking the heel-to-heel, and that's where the shot cancel worked perfectly. Van der Sar moving towards the near post from Tuga's input wasn't enough, and again the other goal here I thought was kind of easy for Gravesen. He builds up the play really, really well with Neymar, and it's a simple finish. But again, Richard, I wanted to speak about formation choices from the players on PlayStation. On Xbox, we saw a lot of 5-3-2, but we rarely have seen that today from the PlayStation players. I'm not really sure why that is, but a lot of players on PlayStation opt to use the 4-4-2 in game.
Yeah, there's not really been too much variety. I think that's the perfect word to describe it, really. And even in the team selections, I know I saw, I think Rafsu using 95 rated Paul Pogba in his squad, which is quite a sort of an interesting pick. But for the most part, it's been relatively same players and relatively same formations, variations of the 4-4-2. Even not that many people playing particularly sort of narrow, or just, it's been very sort of one-dimensional. I think that's the best way to describe it. Whereas last week, we were playing in 4D, Ryan. We were seeing 5-backs, we were seeing narrows, we were seeing 4-3-3s, any loads more players as well used.
Exactly, and I'm more of a fan of a variation in players and formations. I think players this weekend, we've seen a variation as well. Players are using the players that they're most comfortable with. But again, the introduction of the new promo cards that the PlayStation players were able to have at their disposal has switched it up a bit, as we see the attack from Tuga, the Elastico again. Doesn't manage to get past the first time fake shot with Neymar, but Vieira does enough physically, which is why, again, we were speaking about having Vieira in the squad. He might not have the stats of the other players that are in the teams, like Varane or like Sergio Ramos, but for me, just a physical presence, just to muscle off attackers off the ball. He has those long legs for the blocks, is perfect.
Gravesen is probably one of the only players that has changed up his squad a little bit, with Joshua Kimmich and Lionel Messi coming in. Messi's not had the offensive impact that he would have wanted so far. This could be a chance for him. As he directional nutmegs around Alphonso Davies. Couple of ball rolls, La Croqueta inside. Messi still got it. Doesn't come to anything in the end. He's always a danger though, isn't he, Lionel Messi, inside the box. He's almost sort of like Arjen Robben. You know what he wants to do. You know that you want players. He's wanting to cut on his left foot. He's wanting to cut back, either hit a finesse shot or hit a dribble. But it's a lot harder to stop when he's actually the one running at you and dribbling at you. Chance here for Tuga up the other end. Ruud Gullit. He's got options on his right. Back to Pele. Now Gullit again. Bruno Fernandes. Sergio Ramos with a great step out for Gravesen. With only 30 minutes left to play, it looks like Gravesen could be going through the Swiss rounds with a relatively comfortable 3-1 record. He will play his final game for seeding, but minus a real sort of turnaround in this game and a mistake from him. Got to think the Spaniard will be happy with the results. Tuga stretching his legs coming forward. Bruno Fernandes into Neymar. Just a lot of black shirts in the way for him. There's not a lot of passing options. He finds one there into R9's feet, but Sergio Ramos tight on him again, stealing the ball back and turning possession back over for Gravesen. Speaking of Sergio Ramos, there you see him flying out of Tuga's defence. And is Neymar onside? That's the big question. He is not, and he also missed the target.
Yeah, I thought it looked as if the pass was gonna be an offside one there for Neymar, but I'm still shocked he missed it, irrespective of that. But just following on with Messi, again, the reason why I'm a big fan of having him in the squad is that he offers something different to the other attacking players, in the sense that, again, you know what he's going to do, which is why you can't opt to give him that amount of space on the ball, but then that frees up other space off the ball, which is something that Gravesen's been using a lot. He's been building up really, really well, and again, it's all personal preference who players choose. It's just sometimes a lot of players might choose players based on what other successful players have been using on formations, but it might not necessarily fit their game plan. But for both of these players, they're just sticking to what they know, their roots, what has got them a lot of success this year, and which is why it's been really, really tough for both of these players to break down each other. But again, for Tuga now, I haven't associated him with being really, really attacking, so I'm interested to see, is there going to be a change in tactics? He's got 20 minutes or so just to push forward a bit, just to put Gravesen under pressure and just force the narrative to see if he can get back into this game.
Yeah, and as well, in terms of the team selection, Ryan, if you've had a good global series rankings, you've qualified through that. You've not qualified through a domestic league partner where there might be a different sort of team requirement, but you've qualified through the global series rankings. You'd also be quite reluctant to change as well. If you've played well, you've had good qualifiers. This is a chance here for CR7 for Tuga. He knocks it off to Jadon Sancho. Good to see him getting minutes. Back to Pele. Looking to get past Alphonso Davies. A wall of black and white shirts. And the ball will find its way back to Thibaut Courtois.
It's a bit shocked there to see Sancho on the field there. Again, you rarely see him associated in any of the squads. Especially, well, I guess he's coming off the bench. I know our players will opt for different offensive substitutes, but it's all Tuga now since that pause was cued, and it's a lot of players flooding forward now. I believe he's gone to a 3 at the back as we see Pele with a directional nutmeg, but who else? Vieira steps across with a big challenge.
You talk about Tuga conceding goals, Ryan. Game 1, 3-0 win. Game 2, he actually lost 4-0 before beating Santil from Hexon Esports 4-1. So he's not been impenetrable at the back, as we've seen him in previous tournaments and previous qualifiers. That ball finds its way all the way across the box, eluding Van der Sar, eluding the attacker, and falls back into Tuga's hands. That could have been game, set, and match right there.
Very, very nearly there. I thought Gravesen would have got some fortune on his side and a little bit of slice of luck to get that chance in a goal, but it's going to be down the other end. Pele straight back to Neymar, and Tuga right back into it.
Small margins is what he's always described in FIFA esports. The ball inches away from Gravison going 5-2 up. Merely 5 seconds later, Tuga comes down the other end. Neymar, he slid it into Pele, got the return pass back from his countryman. And with what, 6 to 7 minutes left to play, Tuga needs 1 goal to send us into extra time.
Be a nervy end to the game for Gravison. I for one, when I'm playing and you're 3-1 up or you're up by a 2-goal margin and you miss that chance to get the third and put the nail in the coffin, you can see straight away it's really hard to pick up from it again, because you start to play with a little bit of pressure as the clock dies down. You're caught in two minds. You don't want to be too defensive because you don't want to invite too much pressure, but you can't rest on your laurels, because again, someone like Tuga, who's experienced, can cut lanes really well, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, Ronaldo winning the ball straight from kickoff was Tuga, not giving Gravison any time to set up, disrupting him right now. Vieira with a big tackle back, turning over possession for Gravison. Can he keep hold of it now? The extra goal long. Ronaldo's going to win the flick on, but only straight back to the attacking Cristiano Ronaldo. He finds the ball for Tuga, heel to heel, left-footed strike, and how quickly a game can turn. Look at that emotion from Tuga.
Wow, that's a big mistake from Gravison there. The Cristiano Ronaldo on the offensive front heads it back to Tuga's Ronaldo, I believe it was. And again, a fantastic goal from the heel to heel across goal. As we see the highlight, Ronaldo picks it up, back to Mbappe, back to CR7. So much space, the heel to heel onto the left foot, into the opposite corner. As we see the celebration from Tuga. That goal means a lot to him as he completes the comeback.
It was a mistake from Gravison. Simple as that. He played the ball long. The header that he tried winning fell back to Tuga's feet. And just like that, looks like we are minutes away from an extra time game again. We went there last week, Ryan. We went to penalties last week. Will we be going to the dreaded spot kicks again? A lot of time before it. But who else to fire Tuga back into a game than his idol in Cristiano Ronaldo? Now Acuna comes on. It looks like he is playing as a left back, maybe a left wing back. He's gave the ball away again, Gravison. Very, very poor from such an experienced head. And Tuga has got a chance to win this game. It'll be 3 goals in the final 10 minutes for the Portuguese superstar. Jadon Sancho, Marcus Llorente, back to Jadon Sancho. Can he craft something out of nothing here? Marcus Llorente will keep the attack going. That's going to bounce out of play for a throw-in. And we will be going to extra time between these two PlayStation powerhouses.
That was I would definitely say for Gravison's level anyway, quite poor last 15 minutes, Richard. I'll be honest. He gave the ball away needlessly a couple of times. I think in essence, you can see from the stats, I was going to say slightly fortunate to even be in this position. I thought Tuga might have even grabbed the goal there at the end with the way the tide was shifting. 58% possession in Tuga's favor, 96% pass accuracy. Both of these players with 100% shot accuracy, of course. 2 shots on target, 2 goals for Gravison, 5 on target, and the 2 goals for Tuga. But in extra time, Gravison needs to reset. He's got his coach behind him giving him the feedback because he knows that that wasn't up to the level required. You can see the disappointment from the player cam. 2 massively contrasting emotions between both players involved. But Gravison, he's been in this position before. He knows what it takes to succeed, and he'll be hoping he can just reset, play the FIFA we know he can play in the last 30 in extra time, and see if he can progress.
Yeah, we all know what's going through Tuga's mind right now. He's up for it. He's amped. He's very much animated. On the side of Gravison, you must have been in this position before, where you were in a lead. You've gave the ball away. You probably know as well yourself that you're not playing the best of FIFA. You've made a few mistakes. How long does it take you, and how hard is it to recompose and to reset and to get ready for extra time?
It's really hard, especially if it's a defensive error, just because, again, if it's an offensive error, you can just say to yourself, all right, I've created that chance, I can take that positive from that and hope to create another one, and I've learned from that mistake, I'll take it this time. But defensively, you're a bit shaken up because, again, it was sort of a flurry of attacks from Tuga in the last 15 or 20 minutes where Gravison made those mistakes, and it wasn't just one, it was a few which could have provided very, very costly at the end there. But for me, it's really, really hard to say with a defensive error. You just try and just move on from it and just try your best to not make that mistake again. But sometimes it's out of your control because you have to factor in many different factors. Of course, your opponent is a massive part of that. And Tuga, for me, he's got the momentum. He's got the confidence to progress on, because I feel like he's in control now. He's the one that's come back from the deficit. As we see him attacking the overlap from Pele.
Yeah, it's a chance for him as well, Tuga. Neymar inside the box, ball roll down the byline. He's got space. Can he get it across? Joshua Kimmich in the way. That will be a corner for Tuga. A couple of minutes before half-time in extra time here. Goes short. Messi has time. He picks up Marcus Llorente on the edge. Back to Lionel Messi. Now Pele getting involved. The play slightly slowing down. But... oh, I was going to say, but he's going to come forward again. He's slowed down completely. He switches the play to Vieira, and he's going to find another angle. Doesn't happen on this occasion. Acuna steps in, and the final couple of seconds of extra time will fall to Dux Gravesen. Mbappe with a shocking touch. Sergio Ramos absolutely ruins him. And was it a yellow? Was it a red? Was it any card? Don't think it was a red card.
I heard a yellow.
I heard you'd have heard the fans shout louder. I don't actually think it might mean any card. That does us no card. I've just heard confirmation for Sergio Ramos there. 15 minutes left to play in this round 4 Swiss matchup. Another little glance at the stats there. Tuga still in control of the possession. Chances still flying his way. And the passing accuracy as well, all going to the Portuguese man's favour. Gravesen not showed as much in that opening 15 minutes, let's be honest, of extra time. But if you're going to score in extra time, you ought to score in the second half, because less time for your opponent to get back into it.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that first half went by really, really quickly there. And as you say, I think Gravesen, he hasn't he hasn't made any vital errors, but he has sort of picked up where he left off at the end of the game in a negative perspective anyway. I just feel as if he's not been in control as we saw him in the first stages between these two. Especially in the first leg, I felt as if he performed a lot better. But for Tuga, you have to give credit to him as well. It's not just mistakes. You have to force your opponent into mistakes, which is what Tuga has been doing. And you can see now he's opted with the 5 at the back, it looks like anyway, with Tuga. Trying to be a bit more structured at the back, trying to offer that support there with the overlap with Pele as well. I think he's playing at right wing back, with Sancho just ahead of him. But both of these players know one mistake, Richard, that's all it's going to take to potentially get that extra loss on the board and put your back against the wall in the Swiss format with a 2-2 record. But the win will be massive for both of these opponents.
Yeah, a huge weight lifted off the shoulders if you can win this game. Jadon Sancho stinging the hands of Thibaut Courtois. If that was on his left foot, got to think that is rippling the back of the net. Corner whipped into the box. It's going to be Courtois all day long. Where the ball will fall will be the big question. It's fallen to Tuga. Lionel Messi. Good stab away from Gravesen's defender there. Looks like he's just sending his attacker on a run there. Neymar plays back and across the pitch to recycle. Ruud Gullit steps in the way of it. It'll come to this near side for Acuna. Just offside there. Offside trap, shocking. He's on. Oh, he must have been so tight.
Wow, that was... we talk about mistakes. That would have been a huge mistake there. Oh my goodness. Again, we're going to see Tuga now. He's disciplined. We spoke about earlier his discipline on and off the field. He's going to be opting, well, you would anticipate anyway, opting to keep possession of the ball high up the field, not wanting to lose it, and hoping he can get that last attack. I say that as the ball goes out of play, and it's going to be Gravesen with 4 minutes or so left in the second half of extra time to build up for that last attack. It's going to be costly if either player makes a mistake now, because there is so little left in this game. But whoever manages to create an attack, they'll be hoping it will be a fruitful one.
Kimmich into Ruud Gullit. Final chance of the game, potentially going to fall to Gravesen. R9 Ronaldo. He plays it back to Mbappe. Will Gravesen strike late? Not right now. And penalties are looming. Unless Tuga can throw a spanner in the works. of the Spaniards plumbing. It's not going to happen, and that will do us as we go into a penalty shootout. Both players probably be disappointed to have found a penalty shootout here. Gravesen was very good in the first leg. He had chances to push his lead on, whereas Tuga in the second leg, especially in extra time, probably felt like he was the better player and deserved something more out of the game. But it will come down to spot kicks, and it will be Gravesen stepping up first with Acuna. Slashing it to the left, and that's going to be a save for Van der Sar. Lionel Messi now stepping up to the spot for Tuga. Straight down the middle, 2-0. 0-0. Both mixed, Ryan.
It's going to be Mbappe for Gravesen stepping up. Will he break the deadlock? Straight down the middle as Van der Sar dives. And of course, it's going to be Mbappe for Tuga's perspective now. Can he score? Oh, just about through the legs of Courtois.
Dumfries, Denzel Dumfries, he's had a cracking Euro so far, and he can put his penalty away for Gravesen. 2-1 now. Jadon Sancho, he's going to step up to the spot for Tuga. Saved! Advantage Gravesen.
It's Cristiano Ronaldo stepping up. Who else from the spot for Gravesen? Oh, that's a fantastic penalty. That's beautiful. Right into the bottom corner.
A fantastic penalty from Gravesen. Can Tuga replicate? He certainly can. The ball in Vieira's hands to seal Gravesen into day two. Saved! Tuga must score to set up sudden death. Ruud Gullit from 12 yards does score. We go to sudden death, Ryan.
Oh my God, I thought that was going to be it for Gravesen to secure it, but it's R9 this time. Will he score? Van der Sar with a huge save.
And once again, the ball's been in this man's hands before. Vieira from the penalty spot for Tuga. Will he score? Yes, he will. Tucks it down the middle. Gravesen, what do you have? 2 match points? Missed them both. And Tuga erupts into celebration in a very dark room, but we can just about make out the celebration there for Tuga. Class scenes from the Portuguese man. Hey, he turned the light on. He heard me. You see what it means to him.
Yeah, that was a big comeback as well, not just in the penalty shootout. He was 2 goals down against Gravesen. It was looking like the game was getting away from him, but he turns it around there. And that penalty shootout, Gravesen will be devastated. I know that he had those chances to put it away as well, as we see the highlights from the second leg between these two. The first goal from Gravesen with the heel-to-heel. And we've seen this one with the shot cancel, puts it into the corner. This was the second goal from Gravesen. Neymar with the heel-to-heel, arrows it near post. As we see now the second half highlights, and it's all Tuga from here on out. Is with Pele, plays it back there, and it's a great finish in at the near post, and late on again to complete the comeback. CR7 heel to heel, left foot across goal to bring it back to 4 goals. And Vieira, the man who missed the penalty for Gravesen, was the man who scored it for Tuga and gives him a 3-1 record in the Swiss format.
As that penalty came in as well, he actually greened it, believe it or not, I think. The final penalty there from Tuga. 4-3. Penalty shootout win. Gravesen will have to go to round 5 to try and make it into day 2. We're going into this matchup between Levi de Weed and Cosimo Guarnieri. Levi de Weed, he's a train that simply cannot be stopped. Both of these two currently 3-0 right now in the Swiss group rankings, and we've got an opportunity here, Ryan, with the score pretty much wrapped up here for Levi, minus a heroic comeback for Cosimo. To have a little talk about Levi de Weed's season so far and what a player he is. 2-time European qualifier champion. He's been just a top talent throughout this entire year, and really is, I would argue, one of the favourites from Europe. Looking at he's not even qualified for it yet, but I'm preempting that he's going to qualify for the E-World Cup. He's one of the favourites to lift that trophy.
The kid's special, I'll be honest. He's unbelievable. He's come on leaps and bounds since the season began. And of course, remember that game against #Tom when he turned it around? He was 3 goals down to secure his first title. And he's the only player in Europe that's won 2 tournaments in the FIFA Global Series this year. And he's done it back-to-back as well. So he's been phenomenal. And as you say, I would be stunned if he doesn't get a World Cup spot again. But we said that before in last week. We said the same with Dalla Mike and with Olelito. So many top players ended up missing out. And if Levi misses out, for me, that would definitely be the biggest shock we've had so far, because he's been so good this year.
No, he has been incredible this entire season. He will be going into tomorrow, and looking at this result, he's going to be going into round 5 with a 4-0 record, so he'll be one of the top seeds going into tomorrow, whether it's a 5-0 or a 4-1. And for me, I think the big sort of, not even surprise, because we've seen him do it so much, but one of his biggest factors, Ryan, is just his mentality and his composure. For somebody as young as he is, to have such elite levels of composure, to know when to see out the game, when to hold the ball, when to attack, when to defend, when to change personnel, whether it be tactics, formations, or substitutions. He's got the entire package, and really, you probably look at his just naturally gifted at FIFA, but also the impact that Team Hullet has had on him as well. They've produced so much FIFA talent, this organisation, and it is a special player, as you said, Levy Daweed.
He's just unbelievable. As you say, Team Hullet have done fantastically well with the roster they've created. They've made their footprint in the scene, and the youngsters that they do have at their disposal is remarkable. You've got so many players. You had Roberts today, again, defeated my teammate Shells. He's a fantastic player. You got an Xbox as well. You've got Danny, TG Danny. You've got RBP Legend. Their roster's remarkable, led, of course, but the knowledge and expertise of Renzo, a good mate I have in the scene. But again, for Levy, it's just remarkable. You have to remember, he's doing this against Cosimo, and from what we've seen so far, it's been all Levy. It's been very easy. I jinxed it because Cosimo is dancing around Levy in the corner there. But I think he knows it's going to be a foregone conclusion this game. It's going to be hard for him to get 2 goals, let alone 3 in the last 13 minutes. I think this game should be wrapped up.
Just also a few comments on Cosimo as well. He was one of your players to watch. And when we were talking previously, before the broadcast even started, you were saying, look what he did without an unlocked account. He was performing at the very top level. I think back-to-back qualifiers 4 and 5, even getting to a qualifier is unbelievable in his own right. But he was performing at those qualifiers as well, was Cosimo. He losers bracket finalist. He won the losers bracket in qualifier number 5 before losing to #Tom. He was a top 3 finalist at qualifier number 4. He's got a chance here, Levy Daweed, to go 4-0 up, doesn't take it. But he is another player that, out of all the Italians, he would be the one that you sort of tip your hat to and say, yeah, I fancy him to get a top 9 spot.
Yeah, that's, as you say, that's the reason why I put him as one of my top 3. The Italians this year have been remarkable. We've spoken about them throughout this show today, but for me, Cosimo is the best one in my opinion, just because, again, he didn't win a cup this year like Jesus or Principe with the Club World Cup, but from what I've seen and the team that he was using, that's sort of the reason why I put him up there. Because as we say, I remember there was a cup very late on, it might even be Cup 5, either 4 or 5, and he was using like Inform Lorente and things like that and players like that, and you would never ever associate those type of players. Now again, you see him in right back with the new card for the Euros, but yeah, during the season using Inform Lorente, it was unheard of, and he managed to do it, and he managed to make it look beautiful as well. So that's the reason why I back him. But losing against Levy, there's no shame in that, no doubt about it.
As we come into the final few minutes here between Cosimo and Levy, opportunity to stick the ball in the box here for Marcus Rashford. It will simply be a consolation goal for Cosimo. Ronaldo scores at the near post, but there's simply not enough time, as Levy Daweed will continue his unbeaten run here in the PlayStation European playoffs. Levy Daweed 4-0 currently, and I'm just going to have a quick look across the board to see who else is 4-0 as well. I'm sure Jimmy and Mike will inform us very shortly indeed who is unbeaten as well, who he'll be taking on in that final matchup. Levy Daweed, final score 3-1 victory for the Dutchman. 2-time qualifier champion. He will be all eyes on not only a top 9 spot, Ryan, but number 1 spot. He'll be looking at that $100,000 and thinking, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, he's already won 2 tournaments back to back, the only player to do so. And every time I see him, it seems that he's gaining in confidence. We only saw a brief snippet of his ability just then, because the game was over by the time we even penned into it, because he was so dominant in the early stages of the game against someone like Cosimo. As I said, it's not easy. Cosimo, very regularly likes to dictate the tempo. But for Levy, again, just having the confidence, and I think he could go the way. He's not one of my picks, but I think him and Oli Bolly and other players like that are people to keep an eye on.
Yeah, if memory serves correctly as well, Levy, qualifier 3, back-to-back winners brackets as well. He didn't lose a game over those entire 2 tournaments. He went qualifier 3, he won it all the way through the winners bracket, won the grand final. Qualifier 4, went all the way through the tournament, didn't drop a game, unbeaten, and then went into the tournament top 6 broadcast and won it again. Like, he is a top talent, and I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him tomorrow and on Sunday. Sorry if I've jinxed you, Levy, right there. Let's bring in Brandon Smith. He's been watching a number of games right now, and he's going to give us highlights of that particular matchup. Brandon, what game were you watching, buddy?
Yeah, we're watching one of the other games. You know, we've just seen Levy the Weed go 4-0. The question is, who else would be going 4-0? The first leg between these 2 players in Fuma and Ducksneat finished 1-0 for Neat. However, Fuma, the French player, did bounce back after a handful of chances. In the end, he did score that first goal, eventually not long after. Brilliant chance, that one. Well defended on the flip. So here's Ducksneat making it 2-0. Excuse me. That was the second goal of the game. 26 minutes played here. And of course, in the second half, there was a goal back for Fuma. About the halfway point, at the end of the game, it's 2-1 for Ducksneat. He is 4-0 in the Swiss rounds.
Incredible from Neat. When I got put on the spot earlier by Ryan Pessoa, I'm just going to throw it out there. He was one of my players that I said was going to qualify. So Richard Buckley knows his stuff. Joined by Mark Hatchet right now. And Mark, you've been watching one of those games where it's getting a little bit nervy, to say the least.
Yeah, just a touch. The game that I was watching was, of course, JRA Lion taking on Sevilla's Nacho. And both of these players coming into this 1 and 2, so they needed a performance. And after the first leg, it was 2-2. But as you can see here, something a little bit fortunate went the way of JRA Lion. And the deflection off the line from that free kick gave him the advantage, but nothing fortunate about this one. A lovely little bit of dribbling inside the box gave him the cushion he was desperate for. And then towards the end of the game as well, you can just see here, JRA gets inside the box. Unfortunately, the defender can't get back. That one, a little bit of fortune on his side as well, as it fell back to him from the deflection off of the goalkeeper. But JRA puts the performance in when it matters. It might have looked a little bit scrappy, but at this point, I don't think you care, as long as you win.
Yeah, wins are all that matters right now. Lots of top players are all 2 and 2. We're going to lose 32 of the competitors going into day number 2 here in the PlayStation European playoffs. But from myself, Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, Mark and Brandon, going to head it back over to Jimmy and Mike to break down all those round 4 fixtures.
Thank you, guys. Excellent commentary, as always. Much appreciated. Mike LaBelle, do you hear that?
I'm listening. What you got for me?
It's my pick, my player to watch. Absolutely dominating Levy de Weird. Have you heard of him before? He's absolutely crushing it. Only giving up 1 goal to Cosimo over 2 legs. I'm here for it. Well played, Levy. Levy won the first tournament. A different Levy. Maybe this Levy will win this one.
Okay. I mean, Jimmy, I'm used to you just taking the front runners in all the tournaments, so I'm glad that he's performing well.
Okay, Oli Bolly. Okay, Oli Lito. All right, dude. I see you.
Maybe I just like Swedish folks. I don't know. Maybe I got a Swedish bias.
Okay.
I could be doing that just because you're doing the Dane thing as well. I don't know. I've been here. I've done your predictions, or we've had these predictions back and forth.
Listen, why don't you put your shovel down, because that hole you're digging isn't getting any. It's getting more deep. Let's say it like that. And let's talk about your analysis presented by PS4. That's what I want to talk about right now. What do you have for me and for everybody else watching?
Thought you'd never ask. Incredible comeback from Tuga. Obviously won the game in penalty kicks if you're watching. And it's about assessing options. He does a great job here. You've got option A, where you're going to try to take on that defender and go at the goalkeeper. Option B, maybe even an option C or an option 2 or 3, is just an extra layoff. So you're going to see it a heel to heel. He's going to take the space, freezes up the defender just enough. And that's what those skill moves are all about. They're not necessarily about beating those defenders, but at least freezing them slightly, making them have to think a little bit more, opening up a slight angle or just a little bit of pace, or making something that seems, or space, excuse me, and making something that seems so simple, make it a little more indecisive. And then you put you into the driver's seat, or you're the captain of the ship.
Yeah, and that's an analysis presented by PS4. But I did want to say, Mike LaBelle, that little bit of decision making in that split second, I think really separates the good from the great. Do you agree with that?
completely, and especially to be able to do that when you're losing a game. Remember, Tuca's losing that matchup. That's the 86th to 87th minute, arguably his last chance going up against Gravison. And then when he scores that goal, forces extra time, we don't get a lot of action in extra time, it goes to penalty kicks and wins in penalty kicks and solidifies. He's confirmed now for day 2. Gravison's still got to battle this out heading into round 5.
Yeah, it's crazy because he did battle back, as you say, and then in penalties, he was down. He had to make 2 consecutive saves to upset Gravison. Gravison's got to be kicking himself. Now he's in that all-important win or lose or win or go home match for round 5 of the Swiss format. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break, but make sure you join us on Twitter. Hit us up. Join the conversation. EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. Get in there. Let us know how you're feeling about this tournament and day 1 overall. A lot of exciting results, a lot of world-class FIFA on display. But like I just mentioned, it's break time. And when we come back, it is going to be round 5 of the Swiss format. We'll catch you up on everything else that you missed in round 4. Don't go anywhere.
Some say it's about skill.
Ronaldinho, l'ancien joueur du PSG. Ronaldinho, le râteau est parfait.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Caca en el balcón del área, va a tener la va a tener la va a tener.
And some say it's the moment.
Manchester City and Shells, Premier League champions.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I don't accept that ranking of #1 until I've won a trophy.
Tom has a European major.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, everybody. We are here at the finish line of day 1 of the European playoffs for the PS4 side of things, and I am all about it. We are going to find out who is going to stick around for day 2 and who is going home and watching the rest of the tournament just like us. That's broadcasting it. Should be a lot of fun to see who survives and who doesn't. I'm going to bring in now my BFF, Mike LaBelle, who's joining me on this adventure for the 3 days of this tournament. The last tournament, Mike LaBelle, before the E World Cup kicks off. This is it. We're going to decide the last 9 spots. How are you feeling? For me, the hype is real, and it stayed real the whole day.
This is my favorite part of day 1 for sure, is the matches that now decide everything. And there's always players that went 0-2 have now pulled it back to 2-2, and you're saying, are you going to get over that horizon or not so much? And Jimmy said that, what was he ready to do? Or he was talking about being ready for something. You look like you're going to go golfing. I just want to throw that out there. You look like you're going to go golfing, or you're going to go to a country club.
Who's to say
you're going to
I'm
play
not
some
doing
tennis.
That in between. I'm just going to go work on my putt.
Decent ping pong player, on a side note. Decent ping pong player.
All right, let's take a look at some of those matchups that Mike was referencing. Excuse me. This is what happened, the notable results from Swiss round 4. We saw Tuga come back miraculously, I think, in both ways, not only in regular time, but also in penalties to beat Gravison. Ducks Neat, 4-0, Mike. Anybody else standing out for you here?
Levy looks very dominant. He's played the top of the top and been able to get those results. He's got to be a clear favorite heading into day 2. And I know a lot of us want to project even for him being there on Sunday and solidifying a spot. I think Tom as well now has a couple W's. He's been on that battle back trail that we're talking about here. People want to see him at the end of the day, but this also happened when we're looking at Fnatic Text. I don't want to have a mirror matchup here. Principe keeps the dream moving as well. I can't wait. Tell me more, Jim.
This is great. Let's take a look now at the table as it stands after 4 rounds. Everybody in green has booked their ticket to day 2. They've taken one step closer to the E World Cup. They're so close, they can taste it. They're all going to be hanging out. Now it's double elimination tomorrow, but we'll get into that a little bit more. Tuga, though, was the big name there that upset Gravison, in my humble opinion, because Gravison was in control. Mo Abba, nice to see him, and Peixoto, some of the big names. Yago from Argentina. Unsal, hanging out. Maestro, 2-2. Stranger, all big names. Mike LaBelle, but there's a lot more names in red, as we're seeing. But here's some more 2-2s. Gravison, Falcon, a lot of Spaniards there.
I was going to say, hopefully not a Ducks matchup there. You don't want a Ducks Derby to decide who's going to go through to day 2. You saw that they were both involved. Hashtag Tom's going to jump off the page at you. You also have Stefano Pina, keeping the dream alive. And if you've been around the competitive scene for a few years, when you see some of the old school guys or guys that have had a lot of success consistently or consecutively, you sort of want to see them make a run for it.
Yeah, there you go. All the ones in red are at home. Their season is over. That's how big the stakes are. So now that we've seen the table, we saw the results of round 4. Let's take a look at the notable matchups in round 5. That's why we're here. We love the ones, the high pressure. Hashtag Tom is our featured match. #1 ranked player on PS4 in Europe, taking on Adrian Cifuentes from España. But wow, look at those matchups. Mike, talk to me.
We got to see what's going to happen with Tom, surely, because the 0-2 to the 3-2 potential, it's there. It's in the making. Speaking of making, you've got Makers Ali Bali and Makers Principe, of course, in action. If you want to see the upper echelon of guys that have been performing, that Neat versus Ali Bali matchup is going to be one of those spectaculars. You got Maestro, who we really have had a kind of a quiet year from Maestro, at least with his expectation. Stranger and Gravison are 2 of the veterans in the FIFA scene, and that's a decider matchup. Remember, they're both 2-2. That's one that I would circle, highlight, make a mental note, make a real note, tell somebody, send out the text message.
I wish we could watch all of these games at the same exact time. I mean, it's unbelievable how much is at stake, how much tension between the players as well, as their whole season is riding on it. So let's talk about hashtag Tom in particular, because as the #1 seed, as the last player to win a European qualifier this season, he has a lot of pressure and expectations, not only from the community, but of himself.
And just to be realistic here, a lot of the previous accolades don't mean nearly as much if he doesn't make a run in playoffs. And really for Tom, anything less than being a FIFA E World Cup finalist and making the grand finals is probably a bit of a, I don't know, a negative taste. A little bit of salt there in his mouth maybe, because he's been so good throughout the year. The expectation's been there, he's been able to live up to it, and this is the big event.
All right, let's take a look now at his opponent. After a live look of Tom is Adrian Cifuentes, who also, like Tom, lost his first 2 matches of the day, but came back and won 2 straight. I wonder who gets that more momentum. I don't know. It's hard to say. 16 years old, represents Villarreal, and there is a live look at him right now. The Yellow Submarine he's representing. I respect that quite a bit. Big-time club there in La Liga, so we'll see how he performs. But obviously, he's got to be nervous, right, Mike? I guess I was going to say, who do you think is more nervous in this one, given that Tom has so much to lose in some ways, and Adrian has everything to gain?
I love his name, by the way, Cifuentes. I wish I had that. That would make me very happy to go out and be like, oh, let me introduce myself. Just completely unrelated to everything. I actually feel that Tom has all the pressure here. I think if you're Adrian, that you're sitting in a pretty good position. A lot of people didn't expect you to make a run. This is really your first competitive year. We don't have previous history to go through. We don't have landmarks and things to really discuss in terms of what you've accomplished, and therefore people just don't necessarily expect you to make the finals. Everything's a bonus. It's kind of playing with house money to a certain degree. You might have your own personal expectations, but social media and the chat and even us from a commentary side or on the analyst end, we're not necessarily putting you as someone that we think is going to be in the top 16 with the collective of players, or the top 10 or the top 20 even. So I feel that he's in a much more relaxed position compared to #Tom.
Yeah, I agree with you on Adrian. If I was the coach, though, of Tom, and I'm not, but if I was, I would say you can't let Adrian have any belief that he has a chance to be in this game. You got to high press him from the get-go. I really like what he did when we watched him a couple matches ago, where he just really put all the pressure on Bernas. That's what he did, and he was one-way traffic, and he deserved to get that win. So that's who I'm going with. I think Tom will do the business with his back against the wall, with all due respect to Adrian. Well, you heard from me and Mike LaBelle. Let's turn it over to Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of these epic Round 5 Swiss format matches. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jim. And yes, it has to be the best games of the Swiss rounds. Round 5 is where players get sent home, or more importantly, players just about squeeze away through to day 2 here in the playoffs in Europe. Of course, Lisa Manley joins me in the commentary booth, professional FIFA player at Revolution Esports. And it's probably safe to say, Lisa, this is the best round of the Swiss, because there is late drama and lots of stories still to emerge here.
Yeah, definitely late drama. Obviously, 2-2. #Tom is one of the best players this year on PlayStation, and he was 0-2 if you guys missed it, but he's came back now 2-2. So I'm really hoping that he can go all the way now for us UK people.
Well, more importantly, Lisa, both of these two were both 0-2. They're on the verge of elimination, have bounced back with 2 wins in a row. But these are the teams that will be used in this tournament. We saw Tom involved in an action-packed 7-6 thriller earlier today. This is the team that he has used, and this is the second time we've seen this team, Lisa.
It is. We've commentated on a game of him already. Obviously, he has got that Neymar, which he would have the Summer Stars version, but it's not out and they're not allowed to have it yet because it's just recently been released. But obviously they've got prime moments, Vieira, Hullet and Ronaldo. Pele in at that centre-back spot, which obviously he will switch with Vieira. Prime moments, Van der Sar. We've seen him a lot this weekend and he has been making some outstanding saves for these people. Obviously Summer Stars, Modric there. We sort of got him score a goal for Tom earlier in the tournament. Dumfries at right back and Ronaldo at right striker.
We are ready to jump into this game right now. We'll talk more about this man's team. Just before we do, though, Adrian Cifuentes, 16 years of age from Villarreal and Team Clash. This is the team that he will be using. Frankie de Jong team of the season makes the cut. Of course, Pele won't be playing there. Vieira will drop down into centre-back. Llorente in at right-back. That path to glory item. And more importantly, those Summer Star items, Lisa. I'll get your thoughts on those as the game does kick off now here in round 5 of the Swiss. But those Summer Star items, what have you made of that promo? What have you made of the players that have been in it? Because it seems like Cristiano Ronaldo, that version of his in-game item, is ticking all the boxes for the pros.
Yeah, exactly. All the cards they've released have been actually good. Obviously, we've seen De Bruyne, Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar. They're just some top-end players, and it's good to sort of have them at this stage of the game. So I think they've done really well with this promo.
We are going to be jumping into our round 5. Hashtag Tom takes on Adrian Cifuentes, the Spaniard, 16 years of age, who actually got quite an interesting story how he got to these playoffs, because he finished the season outside of the rankings. He finished 84th in terms of where you needed to be to qualify from the rankings, but his involvement came from a play-in. There was a handful of leagues that were involved in a PlayStation play-in, whether that was eSuperliga, whether that was tournaments from all over the world, such as La Liga as well, part of that. And due to the fact that he was teammates with Hidalgo, who, funny enough, he actually played in the playoffs. You can't write these storylines we're seeing. Had to play his teammate, who, if it wasn't for him, he probably wouldn't be in those play-ins, in all honesty. He played 4 games in total in the La Liga season, did Adrian, for Villarreal. On 3 games, drew 1. When he came in and was called upon, did play his part in the team, did enough for his teammate in Hidalgo, which helped him get to that La Liga final, where he got a top 3 finish. Unbelievable player that deserves a lot more credit, in all honesty. However, hashtag Tom on your screen. He's been in a put of the wars today, Lisa. He's had a tough day at the office. Long ball over the top. Is R9 onside? No, he's not. How will he be feeling mentally now? Because he's had a long day, Lisa. He's been in the wars. He was in a 0-2 scenario. He won a game in the 120th minute, +1 to win 7-6. He's had a ridiculous set of games today.
Yeah, he's played a lot of good players as well. Everyone in this competition is at the best level and they're very good players. But overall, you know, he's had some tough games, like you said, 120th minute. There's a chance here, though, right now. Elastico, oh, so close right there. But anyway, yeah, like, he's had so many tough games today. And to score in 120th minute, to be honest with you, he must be very, very stressed. I mean, he has got a coach by his side, obviously, to keep him calm in these situations, but crazy.
I believe Stampede's been a big part of the way that Tom's played his FIFA this year. More importantly, echoed that with help of Tech's ball. This could be an awful mistake. Oh, it's goalkeeper nightmares again. You have to feel sorry for Tom, because there's nothing he can do in those moments. The goalkeeper somehow manually moves out. And it's these horrid high-through balls that are causing nightmares for every single player, so it seems, here in the Global Series. A lofted long ball, and it's R9 in the air. Unfortunately, if you're a hashtag fan, that's the goal that will put your player down by a goal to nil with 20 minutes on the clock. Is that smart? Is that clever from Adrian? Will be the first goal in this time. As I was saying, Shawry, I'm sure, will be there with Tom alongside Tex, who, as we know, are teammates for E-Lions. They'll both be going to Copenhagen, the matter. Tom wasn't to make the FIFA E-World Cup. However, right now there is one Englishman that remains in the playoffs. Tom goes out, England won't have representation in the FIFA E-World Cup, which I believe is a first for a very, very long time. Pele looking to drive Tom back into the tie. Can't get past that defender there. How important is it, Lisa, when you can see the goal of maybe that style, which isn't the nicest on the eye? It's a long ball over the top to keep your head, because there's a long time left to be played. There's still 3 halves of FIFA. Still a second leg to come. There will be chances. There will be a lot of time.
Yeah, it's very, very important, of course. It will annoy him a little bit, but you just got to forget about it and move on, because if you don't, you'll start making so many mistakes, and you can't really be doing that at this level, because a simple mistake can cost you a goal, and that means you will be 2-0 down, and it's so hard to come back from these sort of score lines, especially when your opponents play formations such as 5-3-2. So I think going into the rest of this game, he's just got to keep playing how he is. He's playing very well, as you can see. He's going forward, keep stringing passes together. So I just think he's got to carry on how he is, and I think he'll get a goal in this game.
Chance, Tom, there's Ronaldo, Mr. Reliable. The big goal. It gets a little celebration from Tom. A little fist bump in the air to say, I'm still in today. At one point, there was people that were doubting me and saying that maybe this hashtag Tom isn't as good as people have said. It's been a long old season. He was 0-2. He's an elimination FIFA earlier today. When he's had to bounce back, he has been able to. 2 wins on the bounce. If he wins this one, he will remain in the bracket tomorrow. And it was Fabio Rabi, 0-1 of Hexon Esports. He did beat 4-2 in the last game, did Tom. That one played off stream. Of course, the teammate is at the E-World Cup, Hexon Godmo. Chance comes there, even save for Thibaut Courtois. With 4 minutes left in the clock, but in the Cristiano Ronaldo League Series, never really missed in those sort of areas, is it? It's a case of get the ball into his feet in the box. 9 times out of 10, he's always hitting the target.
Yeah, both Ronaldos very clinical in FIFA, and that's why you see him in everyone's squad in the playoffs, because in the position 6 yards out or even outside the box, you expect him to score at least 8 out of 10.
Pele. He can to try and get around the corner. That'll do us for half-time here. Tom 1. Adrian Cifuentes 1. It was an early goal from a ridiculously long through ball. Lisa, talk me through what's happened so far in the game. There's been 2 goals, but one of them wasn't his prettiest on the eye. We'll see it back now.
Yeah, it was just a long ball forward there, and his goalkeeper making another mistake. We saw that in the last game. He came out and he wasn't able to get on the end of it and end up conceding to Neymar. However, here he scored here into the far corner of the goal, and it was such a simple 1-2 there, and he's not going to miss in that position. 1-1 at the half-time, and I think at the moment they're just trying to see how each other plays, trying to work each other out, maybe talking to his coach there to try and change tactics, but he's been doing really well in this half, and I think if he carries on as he is, I'll definitely see him going forward.
It's that to half-time, as you can see. Not too much to talk about at this moment in time. 97% passing accuracy from Adrian Cifuentes, who, as we said, qualified for the playoffs via the play-ins, where those that might have been runners-up in the normal season or top 3 or top 4, depending on how many spots were available. Different virtual leagues, whether that's been the Portuguese, La Liga, the E-Serie A, even the Maltese E-Premier League. Quite a bracket run did Adrian back in June, early July. He had to play in a very long day of FIFA action. We had to play against players like FIFA Fredberg, who missed out on a spot because of this man on your screen. From looking to make it 2. That does well, drops the shoulder down the byline, little fake shot. He's still in possession, just runs down the play, will cry for a penalty. Referee waved that one away, but the ultimate game for Spaniard came against Giovi, player of Fiorentina. He was runner-up in the E-Serie A, prevented him from getting to the playoffs and took his spot on the way through. It says a lot when there's 10 Spanish players here in the playoffs, 10 of them. Right now, if we look across the board, how many of them have got 3 wins to their name? There's only 2. I should say 3 players that have that. Andoni, PM, Neat, and by Danny 9 as it stands right now. So 3 of the 10 you'd expect. A couple more maybe to get themselves over the line. This is nicely done. Chance. Adrian Cifuentes, heel to heel. Brilliant save on the rebound. The air is there. For a split second, there was question marks.
Definitely was there, to be honest with you, a great save, and I guess he sort of made up for the mistake that he made earlier. Not really sure who's in goal. I think it could be Jan Oblak. Might be wrong there. Oh no, it's Courtois, my mistake. But overall, a great save, obviously made up for the mistake earlier to keep him in this game, and crazy scenes here, obviously. Tom is sort of, I think he's sort of in the driving seat for this game, but still, any mistake can cost him here.
Tom back on the hump for that goal to put himself in the lead. It's tidy from Ronaldo into R9, recycles to Pele. Brilliant save, easy tap it. And maybe, just maybe, Tom will say, well, that's my rub of the grip. But at times hasn't fell to him in those moments, or he hasn't had that rub of the green where other players may have had it against him today. It's a big goal in this second half, and with a lot of time to play, it's a step in the right direction. Never missing from that sort of area, but the build-up was nice, Lisa.
Build-up was very nice, obviously. He had so much space on the wing there with Pele, and to be honest with you, he should be scoring from that position. He got quite lucky with the rebound, but he'll take it all day, especially with the goal he conceded.
The drawing board it will be for Adrian Fuentes. I've just tuned in today. These are the Global Series playoffs. Day one of the action here. We've still got 2 more days coming your way. Some of the biggest headlines have been that there are currently 4 players that are 4-0 right now as it stands here in Europe on the PlayStation. Jesus, who's been a champion. Oli Bolli, who's been a champion this year. Levi de Weed, who's been a 2 times champion. And the other man that's won one is on your screen now, #Tom, who just about remains in the bracket. Neat, the other player who is also 4-0 right now. Those players will be playing against each other in their own respective matchups. The winner of each will go 5-0. And we'll have that sort of top seed justification heading into tomorrow. However, you can go 5-0. Or you can go 3-2, 4-1. The verdict is still the same, is that you're into knockout football in day 2. Double elimination. FIFA coming your way. Same place, same time tomorrow. The best part, though, 8 FIFA E World Cup tickets will be decided tomorrow. Cannot wait for that all to unfold. By Sunday, ticket number 9 available in the 100k. You'll also be able to maybe get yourself $100,000. Must also be said, which is very interesting, with the help of very familiar pro, Dr. Nightwatch behind the scenes. He's been helping with a number of these broadcasts across the season long. If Tom wins this game, he potentially will be playing one of those players that will be 5-0 by the end of play today. Those names that I've just rattled off. Previous qualifier winners. That's not going to be a nice game. However, as we know very well, Lisa, every day is different. Every day of FIFA is different. You can have a bad Swiss, come out flying in the knockout round. You can go 5-0 and come into knockout FIFA and still be at a level, or maybe you may have dropped off. I've seen it firsthand in FUT Champions Cups in past times. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Definitely. Obviously, last weekend we saw Brad Colston. He was on a very good run. Pretty sure he was 4-0, lost his last game to go 4-1, and he went out really early on Saturday. Each day, it's a new day. Anything can happen, and you never know. Tomorrow we might see Tom absolutely scoring loads of good goals and just winning games. So you never know, and obviously he's a great player. So even if you play someone that's 5-0, I could still see him winning.
However, he's got to win the game first. He's only 2-1 up here against the player that's also had his back against the wall since round 2 in the Swiss. Tom, though, he wants 3. Mbappe, who's been the star of the show for him all season long, can't latch onto that one. Speaking of which, he was heavily involved in that ridiculous game where he snatched it in extra time. Never say die attitude from #Tom. Just about remains in the playoffs. He goes in qualifiers for the World Cup. We'll look back and say, wow, what a weekend of FIFA it was. Being in such a difficult position. The whole of the UK on his back as well, supporting him for those 3 days. 6th to the 8th of August, get in your diary. FIFA World Cup comes to town again on LAN. 32 players will be there. This weekend determines the final 9. Final 2 minutes. Tom up by 2-1. He looks to try and see this one out. Adrian. Fuentes will try and get a couple of extra bodies forward, but Tom, this should just be a case of game management now. See the game out, long ball forward. Vinicius will try his best to get forward. His path to glory. To wins a free kick, and that will do us for leg 1. #Tom, a very narrow lead by 2-1. However, Lisa, he'll be happy to leave leg 1 with something to smile about, because at times there has been nothing to smile about for Tom with some of the games he's been involved in.
Yeah, exactly. Here we see the highlights of the game. We see the long through ball there, and his keeper just came out. And it's an awful goal to concede, to be honest with you, but he goes 1-0 down there, and he comes back quite soon after with a goal with Ronaldo there. So 1-1 at half-time. Second leg, we do see Tom getting a goal. So much space there for Pele. Puts it into the right-hand side, and a tap in there. Unfortunate, but he'll take it all day long.
He certainly will take it all day long. Joining us now is Mr. Mark Onset Hatcher for some more highlights and some more moments to talk about. Mark, obviously we're in elimination FIFA here. There is still games taking place in round 5. What is the latest for the game you've been keeping your eye on?
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I don't know how these players are feeling. It's TG Roberts versus Principe. Surprising to see both these players in an elimination game, as always. But we could say that, to be honest with you, about every single player we've seen today. TG Roberts, though, we saw him in a heck of a match earlier today on the main broadcast. He managed to take the lead, and not only take the lead, he also managed to double it as well. Wonderful finish in at that near post from Ronaldo. But if we've learned anything from FIFA over the last couple of weeks, is that you cannot give anything away, as we are going to see somehow a penalty being given here. Speaking of giving things away, and that was converted as well by Principe. It was Fernandez who stepped up. It was Fernandez who sent the goalkeeper the wrong way to give Principe some sort of way back into the game. However, what a rocket that was from Neymar. An absolute thunderbolt into the top corner. Gave him an advantage, and then a wonderful through ball. This time finds the feet of Kylian Mbappe. Principe back in the game, and not only just back in the game, right at the end. You can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, 91 minutes and 44 seconds. He gets yet another penalty. A chance to tie things up. Fernandez steps up and makes no mistake whatsoever. I mean, all the drama you can pick any game at this point, Brandon. It's going to have drama. It's going to be crazy. No different in that one.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Roberts as well. He was 0-2 at one point today. Lost his first 2 games. He bounces back, thinks he's in cruise control against Principe. Of course, Mark, thank you very much for that. Richard Buckley joins us now. Rich, you might be done on commentary duties for today. However, you've also been watching a game, which is another elimination game, right?
I certainly have. I've been watching a Frenchman versus an Italian. Danny Pitbull against Maestro. And believe it or not, you might think Maestro will be the victor in this game, but if Leg 1's got anything to go by, we're going to be seeing Maestro crash out of the tournament. Danny Pitbull went 1-0 up, player lock there to CR7, heel to heel, he smashes it in the near post. Emphatic start to the game. Maestro inside the second half, twisting and turning with Neymar. He teed it into CR7, fake shot around the goalkeeper and slotted it into the back of the net. But Danny Pitbull straight from the kickoff. R9 Ronaldo, directional nutmeg, a little bit jammy, you've got to say, to get it past Sergio Ramos. He leads 3-1 going into leg number 2.
Yeah, the E-Serie A champion. The man we saw at the beginning of the day, still in the tournament at the end of the day with it all to play for. Still a mountain to climb for Maestro, a player that's been to FIFA E World Cup finals. All of those games that we have just looked at have all got second legs on the way. We're going to go to a quick break. Now, when we return, we'll have Tom's second leg, but more importantly, we'll have all the final results from all around the ground here in the European FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs.
We get up at 12, have breakfast and play a couple of friendlies. We go to the gym, then maybe we have a quick meeting with Carlos, train 2 or 3 hours between 8 and 10 p.m. to create some content. 11 o'clock we usually play Blackie, this amateur competition we have. 3 or 4 we get to our beds. It's kind of hard because, as I just said before, our day is pretty much focused on training.
We live in the Team Dux house is just only speaking about FIFA and everything is around FIFA, you know.
If you watch us perform well, it makes sense because our life right now is concentrated at FIFA, and just FIFA. Back in 2018, my best friends in the scene kind of wanted to create a new org, not a traditional esports org with many other games. They wanted to launch like a FIFA concentrated org, not only get the best FIFA players to play with us, but also create a really good content.
No te creo. Eso es muy falso, eh.
You have the best FIFA coaches out there looking at your matches, looking at your opponent's matches, analyzing everything, really understanding it's so much helpful. It's hard for us because we're away from our home for pretty much the whole year, but when it comes to performing and playing well, I just made it to the top 3. Alemannia is the top 1 in Europe, and it is the top 1 in the La Liga at the moment in the regular season. It shows that if you stick to a good routine at a gaming house, it works really, really well, and it helps you perform really, really good.
Campeón Gravesen, sí señor, levantando el título.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs here in Europe. We're in day 1 of the action. We're about to conclude round 5 of the Swiss format. However, as you can guess, there's still 2 more days of action to come tomorrow. By the end of play today, we will say congratulations to 32 and goodbye to 32 players. 64 will go down to 32, heading into day 2 of the tournament, where we will be battling out to give out 8 FIFA E World Cup spots tomorrow. And then on Sunday, Championship Sunday, we will be giving away $100,000 to the top spot and that 9th FIFA E World Cup spot. You join us now for round 5 here in the Swiss rounds. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley. Lisa at the halfway point in this one between Adrian, the Spaniard, 16 years of age, looking to cause an upset and looking to ensure he gets into the round of 32. But at the moment, hashtag Tom is in the driving seat, but only just. There's only a goal in this one.
He definitely is. Obviously 2-1 up, but we all know about FIFA. 2-1 lead isn't enough. 1 goal isn't enough. He needs to try and get a goal in this second leg to make sure he's 2 goals up, and then try and keep the ball and hold it.
This is it. 90 minutes of FIFA to determine whether your tournament stays alive or whether your FIFA 21 season lives on to fight another day. You lose, you're out. And that will be the end of your FIFA 21 Global Series season. You win, you're in the round of 32. And all you need to do is focus on knockout bracket action. Double elimination bracket action. Who cares what your record was? 5-0, 4-1, 3-2. Just getting yourself into day 2 in itself is one hell of a challenge. And looking at how stacked this bracket has been today, Lisa, and how difficult some of the games have been, I think any player will be happy just to end the day with 3 wins, just to get yourself through.
I do agree, of course. Just getting to the next day is special. Even if you do it with 3 wins, just getting there is so good. We might see it. Oh, thought he was going to go forward there. But overall, I would say that 3 wins is everything. You know, going into the next day, as long as you don't go 0-3 or just get the 3 losses, it's everything. You know, everyone wants that E World Cup spot, and I think with the way Tom's playing, he could get that, but it's not over yet.
And don't forget that this man did go up by a goal to 0. Adrian Cifuentes, he said, booked his spot by the latter. So in the latter stages of the FIFA 21 Global Series, in the play-ins. That La Liga link with Villarreal. Here's Pele now for 3 for Tom. He needed that. It's a 2-goal cushion for hashtag Tom now. We said it was a step in the right direction after leg 1, having a goal to celebrate and a goal to lean back on. They'll make that 2. And it's Arno Ronaldo as clinical as ever. 12 minutes on the clock. Tom is in the lead and now has something to fall back on, Lisa.
Yeah, I said he needed to get that 2-goal cushion there, and Bruno Fernandes down the line to Pele. He seems to have so much space on that left-hand side with Pele there, and you know, we always say that simple extra pass into a position where it's a 90% chance of scoring, and he did that there, and the chat is erupting because a lot of, obviously, UK fans in the chat, he's the last Brit in the competition, and hopefully we can see him go all the way.
You're absolutely right. He is flying the flag high right now for any English FIFA esports fan and the UK FIFA player. There's only 3 players from the UK that qualified for the playoffs. It was Shells, Mitch Hayward. See the man on your screen, qualifier 5 champion, the #1 ranked player. And there has been a bit of a curse going around the global series of players that have ended the season #1 ranked. You think they're going to go to the FIFA World Cup, and that hasn't always been the case. Here's Adrian now, can't find the ball through. It's an easy day in the end for Thibaut Courtois. Yeah, he does get pickpocketed there. Long ball over the top. Is he onside, Neymar? No, he's not too keen off the mark. We've already seen so many shocks today. Players that have gone 0-3 and have crashed out the tournament. Some of those include Rafsu. And the biggest one, I'd say, Ali Rizarega. Haven't even spoken about him on broadcast today. PSV Eindhoven, Eredivisie champion, 1-3. Tejado, Eredivisie champion of Ajax, 1-3 as well of the Netherlands. Just to name a few of those players. Rip Torret, the only player from Poland that qualified 0-3. Karim is back, and a brilliant year, has been making some noise with the E-Nations team in Italy. 0-3 also. No one is safe in the playoffs. It's safe to say that. Chance round the corner. Brilliant save. Courtois. He was just onside Pele. He needed just the fingertips of the Belgium shot stopper. Apparently that one away. Lofted into the box where it will fall deep. Ramos is there in the air. Flip back in the hands of Tom. For a very split second there, Lisa, that could have been a golden chance for Adrian.
Yeah, it definitely could have. Of course, we've seen, and to be fair, it was kind of like a position where you do expect him to score, but it was a great save, and obviously Courtois made a big mistake from earlier, so he's sort of keeping him in there here, because otherwise, whenever you can see the goal this early in the game, it changes it completely. Obviously, a 1-goal lead is nothing in FIFA time, so hopefully he can carry on into half-time at this scoreline, because he'll be definitely looking promising going into the next half.
Adrian Cifuentes, one of the players, as I said, that was ranked outside the top 80. Rankings mean nothing when you're in elimination FIFA. One thing that I've learned since on any of these playoffs from around the world. Tom tries to come forward with R9, defended well by Ramos, who has been a staple in every single pros teams ever since his in-game item dropped into the game. There's just something special about, I'll say, the former Madrid. Defender now of PSG, of course. He's just sort of that ultimate defender, isn't he, Lisa? He gives you that frame of a really solid centre-back that's dangerous in the air, both defensively and going forward. I'm sure he'll be on the score sheet a few times across this weekend from corners. Chance for Tom into Neymar, does well, delays the charge, brilliantly done, and an even better save.
Great saves from both keepers in this game, keeping them both of these competitors in this. As we see a through ball there, Pele on the ball. Is he going to get barged off by Vieira? He is, and that's why we see Vieira at the moment playing centre-back. He's just so strong, and as you mentioned, there's so many good centre-backs to this year. Ramos as well, obviously. Militao as well. They're both as hand in hand as the same sort of player. It's just who you prefer. Ramos is so good. He's overall he's got good agility, good balance, and I think that's why he's being used. He can also score goals. He can actually score free kicks as well. And I think we see that with Dynamite last week. He also almost scored as well from about 30 yards out. So, and he can also score headers. So a great player to use in offensive and attacking as well for corners.
That was very nearly a penalty. Alphonso Davies was brave for Adrian there. On and back to goal, finesses it in, can't find the ball. It's bouncing round in the box. Panic stations from the Spaniard. He just clears the ball out of play. and sent us into half-time there, but that was very ugly at the end from Adrian Cifuentes. I think we're not even out. I've gone for a corner in the end. Excuse me. Someone whipped in deep towards Arnan, who's there. Punch from Edwin van der Sar for another corner. Referee will play that one again. That's done for half-time. There you go, that was his half-time in the end, but for a split second there, that was not the nicest bit of defending there from Adrian Cifuentes. He nearly gifted the ball back to #Tom, gave away 2 corners in the process. At half-time, he's down by 2 goals.
Yeah, and here's the highlights from the first leg. Easy free ball there to Pele, and you kind of expect him to maybe shoot in that position, but he does make it the extra pass, and when you have a 90% chance at that in goal, you're always going to score.
45 minutes away. And booking a place in day 2 in the final 32 is that man on your screen, the #1 ranked player. I'm more than aware that the PlayStation did offer more Global Series ranking points in tournaments this year, but no doubt it had more players, more FUT-verified players in Europe. It's the most difficult region to play in on that console of choice is Europe on the PlayStation. Every single qualifier had more than 1,000 people playing in it. And to be in pretty much most of them, let alone win one, and then to round out the year as the #1 ranked player, that in itself is one hell of an achievement. And it really does show. And this man has continued to improve and improve and improve. One more goal would really put him in the driving seat. I think what's difficult, as I touched upon at the start of the game, back in leg 1, Lisa, is keeping that mentality. When you're 0-2, it's so easy. I'm sure players have already been in that situation to say, it's just not my day. I'm happy for the season to be over. Tom was never like that. It was like a case of, right, this is the situation I'm in. I've got to bounce back from it. I've got 3 wins to try and achieve by the end of play today. I know I'm good enough for it. I've been in qualifiers before. I've won this. I represent England, for goodness sake. And to have that when his back was against the wall, one more goal for me would honestly put him into the final 32. Shows mental strength he also does have as well. A massive part of FIFA and any esport. Mental side of the game, you have to back yourself.
Mentality is huge in FIFA. You know, if you lose your head in a game, obviously it was 0-2. If he'd have thought to himself, look, I'm not good enough, I'm not playing well today, the game's against me, you'd go into that next game and you'll lose. So for him to obviously win his last 2 games is huge, and I'm sure everyone supporting him will be so happy for him. But he's still not over yet. He's still in this game. Anything can happen. So let's just see how it goes. And he is a goal up. I think he maybe 2 goals up as well. So overall, he's just got to keep it as it is. Talk to his coach, as you can see there. See what to do. Maybe try and see the game out. But yeah.
There's nothing to take away from Adrian Cifuentes. As he said, he was also 0-2. Matched up against his teammate at Villarreal in Hidalgo. Lost to him 4-3 in round 2. He's probably like, thanks, mate. You've put me in an awful position now. Played in round 3 against another member of Team Clash, but from the Italy side of Team Clash. That was Krimer's back, beating 4-1. Then beat the Eredivisie champion of, I think it was all the way time in January, beginning of this year. Sort of the winter season into Jardo, 5-4. He can score goals. Problem is, he's up against the #1 ranked player on the PlayStation right now, who is very solid at the back. As we can probably guess, as more numbers are pushed forward, more gaps will start to appear. Pele on the hunt. Tom, does he want one more goal? Acuna off the bench, fresh. Is the Argentine into all those central midfielder spots he will go. He certainly can play that. Bit long. Of course, has been Cuba, one of these two. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. Adrian looking to just pass some bodies forward. Nice elastico. Hill to Hill from Mbappe. Brings in Neymar now to this chance. He tries to Lacroqueta his way around the box. Does well. It's quick. It's relentless. Back it falls kindly. Neymar, he's onside. Brilliant feed. Neymar still with it. Somehow still with it. Neymar tries his best to just walk it into the back of the net. And now look at all the space for Tom to try and drive into. R9 to seal the deal, to send him into the final 32 tomorrow. Does he want one more goal? CR7 come back into R9, and he knows it might have been a rocky road here in day one in the Swiss rounds. He went 0-2, but he'll keep fighting to the very end. The only UK representative player in the playoffs, hoping to go the full way to the FIFA E World Cup. That goal for me seals the deal and puts hashtag Tom into the final 32.
Definitely does seal the deal, and what a great goal it was. Here he's just trying to wait for the space there, gets the ball on the edge of the box, great directional nutmeg, and most people you'd think he would shoot from there, but no, he doesn't. He does a simple ball roll, passes it in, and a great finish in the bottom left-hand side of the corner. Now 3 goals up, and Adrian definitely has to make some changes here, maybe go 3 at the back, constant pressure, because if he doesn't, he is out of competition.
Have those changes been made? Yes, they have been. Ronaldinho's on for Neymar. Is that just the only change, or is there more? Vinicius on the other side. He's been a popular sub for Tom throughout the tournament, and Babu comes on just to reshaping up that back line too. I like that from Tom. Chance, oh no, big goal. Skip the celebration, back into the game. Is that just kicked off maybe a comeback?
I mean, it definitely could be. Obviously, Ronaldinho there passes it to Ronaldo. Then he does an elastico onto Ronaldo and puts it in the back of the net. And as you saw there, he obviously skipped it straight away because he wants to get play going again. He has to score 2 goals, which is a huge comeback we have to make to try and get this to extra time with 13 minutes left.
I'm looking for another one. Acuna does well. Back to it. I don't think there's any really need for him to go forward. Just look after the ball. White shirts are bombing on forward now. Final 10, final roll of the dice. Loser of this is out the tournament. That'll be the end of their FIFA 21 campaign. Ronaldinho, 1, 2, hill to hill! 8 minutes on the clock. And this man only needs 1 goal now.
What a game we have here. I mean, only 1 goal now between these two with 9 minutes left. It was a pass into Ronaldinho, directional nutmeg. He kept going. He did a hill-to-hill when he saw the goalkeeper come out, and he put it into the back of the net. I mean, crazy game we have here. Only 1 against Tom here, and overall, I think he's just got to try to keep the ball and stay calm here, because otherwise he could end up going to extra time.
He can stay calm right now. Adrian Cifuentes has hold everybody forward. This is Tom's now to throw away, in all honesty. 3 minutes left on the clock. He keeps the ball. He's in today too. There's no need to go forward. There's no need for 1 more goal. Added time is around the corner. From 0-2 to 3-2. A minute plus additional time left. He just sits back in his chair and puts his hand up and says, let's just relax a minute. Will he get the ball back? Adrian Cifuentes, or is that going to be the end of his road in the FIFA season? It's Tom's to throw away, in all honesty, and very nearly Kevin Mbabu is pickpocketed. But that should seal the deal. Tom will be in the final 32 tomorrow. Just to end it in the right way, Vinicius Junior ensures that the UK community, I should say, will have a player in the final 32 tomorrow. You can smile and laugh now. Go back an hour or two. There certainly wasn't any smiles in the hashtag HQ.
There definitely wasn't, obviously being 0-2, but now he can be happy being 3-2, going on to day 2, which means he still has contention in that E World Cup spot, which is huge for every single player. It's every single person's goal of the year.
Well, there we have it. Round 5. He's near enough done and dusted here. Another game done on stream, but a stressful day for that man. I can assure you, with Shorey and Stampy alongside him. He's been on that journey. When they were looking at 0 and 2, they're thinking, oh my God, how are we auditioned? These are the highlights from the second leg. Lisa, talk me through them, because Tom was up by a goal heading into this second leg.
He definitely was. He seemed to have a lot of space on the left hand there with Pele. Great pass in, and he wasn't missing from there. Second half of the game, we see here with Ronaldo. Great directional nutmeg, and we all thought he was going to shoot, but he didn't. He did a simple ball roll, passed it into Ronaldo, and he weren't missing from there. Simple as. In this position, he was obviously 2 goals up here and gave away a simple goal there. Obviously, great Elastico, but here again, great goal. Obviously, he did a hill-to-hill, which most people wouldn't do, and he did. Obviously, close game coming out here. Obviously, this was just to see out the game. I thought he was going to do in England and just keep the ball. If you watched England against Denmark towards the end of the game, they just kept the ball. Even if they could go forward, they did not see the point. But overall, great game for him, and I'm sure the Twitch chat erupted when he scored, because there's a lot of support for him.
Oh, absolutely. Round 5 of Swiss done and dusted for the only UK player left in the tournament. The only UK player that might be able to go to a FIFA E World Cup. This wasn't the only game that we were checking in with. Mark, I believe you were following the action from one of the final games of the day. Another elimination game, Who made it through and who is going home?
Well, let's tell you the story. It was, of course, Principe versus Roberts coming into the second leg. A little reminder for everyone, tied up at 3-3. So it really was a case of everything to play for these players. Off the rip, though, it was Roberts inside the first 13 minutes or so who got that first goal to give himself the advantage. Massive, considering how much pressure was on this game. Then Kylian Mbappe with some fancy footwork doubled the lead for him in this game, giving him the 2-goal cushion. But it wouldn't be the playoffs without a little bit of drama, right? So Ronaldo decided for Principe, he's going to get involved. But unfortunately, that was pretty much where the drama stopped. Just on the hour mark or so, a little player lock inside. Ronaldo, heel to heel, finds the gap between the 2 defenders and finds the back of the net. Roberts doing what he needed to do. Principe tried a late rally. Mbappe into that near post. That brought it back to just 1 goal, but that wasn't enough, unfortunately, as we see Neymar going through on goal, squares it all the way across to the back post. That was the 2-goal advantage that was necessary for Roberts. That's what made him feel extremely comfortable in that game, and that is what gave him the win finally. Stressful for him, stressful for everyone involved today, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, disappointing end as well for Principe. That is him done and dusted for the FIFA 21 season. A FIFA E Club World Cup winner, one of 14 Italians. You expect Italian players to be in the FIFA E World Cup. Richard Buckley joins us now. Rich, you were following the game between another Italian player, Danny Pitbull, and Maestro. Again, who went through and who's out the tournament?
Well, it started this game 3-1 going into leg number 2. Danny Pitbull led the Italian, and needless to say, it was one-way traffic. Danny Pitbull made it 4-1. Maestro did bounce back very shortly indeed. Little heel-to-heel inside, a little bit scrappy. He slotted it in at the near post. However, Danny Pitbull continued his dominance here. The E-Serie A champion, CR7, heel-to-heel into the near post. 5 quickly became 6, and I think you can tell Maestro crashes out of the tournament. It will not be a E-World Cup for the Frenchman this year, as Danny Pitbull knocks him out in quite a shock in round 5.
Absolutely. I mean, these are household names in FIFA esports, Rich, going. Principe's not the E-World Cup. Maestro's not the E-World Cup. You would say the similar theme of the Global Series. Only 3 players before the ball was kicked today out of the 23 that are in the E-World Cup have, only been to an E-World Cup before. 20 players have never been to an E-World Cup before. So this story is still emerging. But that is it from all of us in terms of commentators, sideline reporters here in day 1 of the action. We're going to pass it back over to Jimmy and Mike to break down the game. But gents, 32 players are through and 32 players have just ended their FIFA 21 campaign.
Thank you, Brandon, and everybody else on the commentary crew. That was a pretty fantastic finish to the end of day 1. Mike LaBelle, #Tom, our big story with his back against the wall at 0 and 2, wins 3 straight. And now I really feel like he's got a lot of momentum going into day 2. He can pretty much start over.
Well, that's what I was just going to say is day 2 is a complete reset. If you're unfamiliar with this process, we have the Swiss stage. That's what you just witnessed today. And then tomorrow, it is a fresh start, new bracket. It's a double elimination bracket. Everybody basically starts undefeated and you go from there. So it's a different format. And yes, there's seeding involved and so forth and so on, but it's a new day. And if you're someone like Tom, you've got to feel on the up and up because you were 1 foot out of the door every single matchup basically. And just to build off what Brandon said as well, he said, well, these guys aren't gonna make the FIFA E World Cup. No, a lot of the guys that have been eliminated today, they're not even going into day 2. They're far from the FIFA E World Cup. They're not even like right there. They're not stepping through. They're not talking to that same door that Tom was 1 foot in and 1 foot out of.
All right, we saw some of the matchups already on stream, as well as some of our sideline reporters coming in to give us some insight, but let's take a look at all the other notable matchups that have been played today. Mike, any big surprises for you?
A lot of surprises today. The Principe matchup, I'd say was a surprise. Usually you go with experience in elimination games. You see Ducksneed also getting a result over Oli Boli. Maybe not as exciting because that matchup doesn't change the fact of who's going through, who's not going through. The Stranger versus Gravison. Gravison squeezes out a result there with the 5-4. Huge for Gravison. Same for JRA, a player that I've definitely had on my list to watch. Somebody that I just like the way that he plays FIFA, what he's able to generate. That was a key match for him as well in order to get himself to day 2. So a lot of big names did make it to day 2. Let's be very transparent here. And that means that all the matchups tomorrow are going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, speaking of day 2, here are the players in green. If they're in green, that means they are moving on. After months and months and months of grinding this game and putting themselves in this position, they showed up and held themselves accountable to making sure they get to day 2 and get 1 step closer to booking their ticket to the E-World Cup. As Mike mentioned, a ton of big names are there. Not too many big surprises, I'd say. No text, let's say, in comparison, dropping out of this on day 1, but still a lot of new names too. So I'm excited to see who, with this reset, as Mike said, decides to show up and play even better on day 2. And then in red, all these players are going home. Mike LaBelle, pretty sad. I mean, all these players have dedicated so much time and sacrificed so much to put themselves in this spot, and it must be disappointing to not go through to day 2.
And they still walk away. It is definitely some form of an achievement making the playoffs. You're in the top 64 players of the most difficult region, but if you talk to these guys, especially if you've been in the competitive scene, their expectation is just higher. And especially when you saw Rafs, who got eliminated 1-3, he started out the day with a win, and he wasn't able to really take that and elevate himself. The same with Shells. Shells was a player to watch from Ryan, his teammate, and he really wasn't able to get going today. He went 0-3 and went home relatively early, or very early, as soon as you could go home. Or stay home.
Yeah, Shells, I think, is probably the biggest name. Yeah, Shells is probably the biggest name. Premier League winner, and obviously he want to build off of that, but he seemed to be pretty pleased and took it pretty well when he got knocked out. But you don't want to not win a game at the playoffs, and obviously he's got something to build off of, right? So onwards and upwards from here for all of these players, including Shells. All right, I assume, given this is what you do and you do it well, you have a telestrator play of round 5 for us. Is that true, Mike LaBelle?
As per usual, and in this example, we're going to take a little more of a deeper dive as to why to use the bridge. It's not random. Tom sets this up perfectly. So because Cifuentes is chasing him, he knows that he has a matchup against the center back there that's going to be an AI matchup, and it's good for a player switch perspective. Blows by him. You see the issues with the player switching, the layoff to R9, and a beautiful finish. But that's why players use the bridge. It's not only the speed burst, but you're also registering what's happening on the virtual pitch and then applying that information. So because the guy back behind me is who you're controlling, you're chasing, you're backtracking, that's your manual choice, that's your selection. So be it, I'm going to attack the AI. And that's where you see that competitive advantage, or the advantage of using the bridge in that type of scenario.
I can't believe you're giving away this information for free, Mike LaBelle. I mean, you should have a YouTube channel or be on Twitch giving away these secrets. Well, you do that, don't you?
I've got those things, thanks, Tim. I appreciate that.
That's a shameless plug alert. All right, so what was your biggest surprise of the day, the biggest storyline that you, or so, maybe a player that really impressed you?
Oh, putting me on the spot here. I think what's been pretty impressive in general here, I would say the Italians and the Spaniards. As a totality, a lot of these guys got through. They're ready for day 2. And just from a percentage standpoint, you're expecting to see them make a run for it. And then maybe the big surprise too in Europe in general, we've always talked about the UK and Xbox. We have the most unexpected qualifier with Jaden, 16-year-old Scottish guy that we didn't have a lot of information. Obviously represents no Fuchs, if you're looking at Christian Fuchs. And then even on the PlayStation end, yeah, you could still ride maybe the coattails of Tom, but there's not a lot of players left that are really going to be able to make that claim to really bring it home, or to even say that they're one of the top nations now in terms of quantity, because they're not there for the big show, and that's always been a nation that gets a lot of credit, and maybe we're seeing that shift.
I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait to see and see how these next 2 days play out. So let's throw up the schedule so you guys do not miss when we are getting after this FIFA action once again. We did PS4 Day 1. That's today. We're living it. PS4 Day 2, top 32, double elimination. So we got a winner's bracket. You lose, go down to the loser's bracket until we whittle it down into our top 8. That's going to book their ticket to the E-World Cup. And then as we set up our 9th place finish, then of course Championship Sunday is where it is all happening. So yes, what an exciting day and end to Day 1 here on the European playoffs on the PS4 side. On behalf of all the wonderful casters, my great friend Mike LaBelle, I'm Jimmy Conrad. I want to say congratulations again to everybody that qualified for Day 2. I want to give a shout out to all the people behind the scenes that make us look better than we deserve to be. And I want to thank all of you for watching. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same channel, Day 2, European playoffs. Don't miss it. We'll see you then. GG.